Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Million Invitational from right here at Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. I'm Ali Najad. That is Brian Rast, and we are here to give you about 10 minutes of pregame before we get things underway in day two. And what a day two it is shaping up to be. Rasty, I know you brought us home through the late stretch yesterday, and there were some shakeups at the top of the leaderboard during that time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, this is tournament poker, so, you know, the rise and fall of riches, you know, tale of two cities. But, I'm actually very excited because for me, listen, I know that probably the invitees, they love the day one. They're on their own siloed off bracket. But for me as a poker spectator, like I love it when they all get mixed together now. You get like really exciting table draws where it's kind of dynamic. It's like, here's these pros, here's these, invitees. Like, let's see how it all shakes out and they all play together.
Well, let's set the stage a little bit because we had a real heck of an opening day of action. Of course, it all kicked off when David Einhorn, in what I believe was the first hand that he played on the day, Ace-King versus Aces, catapulted Jared Blesnick up to the top of the leaderboard where he stood for quite some time. We had 37 pairs for a total of 74 players to kick things off. 22 Rast at $500,000 a pop. Total re-entries in this one. Remaining field, 96 players, a total field of 96 players rather, a $48 million prize pool collected. That is staggering when you consider the sheer volume of players that's going to be required in the forthcoming WSOP Paradise main to hit a $50 million guarantee. We're doing it with under 100 players in total. Just really helps to kind of speak to the gravity and the volume that we're putting in this particular event. 17th place is going to be good for $755,000. First, it's going to be worth a whopping $12 million, guys. So we are talking about some real money. And let's not forget, of course, the extra-large Triton Trophy coupled with a World Series of Poker bracelet. So top 4 players in the chip counts as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for the first time. Drum roll, please. Do you see pros in the top 4? Because I don't, Rasty.
No, and this was pretty much the story for the whole end of the levels yesterday, all the frames. It's in the top 5, 6, there was maybe one pro, and oftentimes it was Fedor. But yeah, no, mostly invitees.
Texas Mike. What a debut for this guy, Rast. I mean, when I first heard his name, people were sending me clips. They were saying, check out this hand this guy played on this Hustler stream in this cash game down in Texas. And I'm going, this, we've got a lot of different drum beats, respectfully, out of the orchestra at Triton, but this one stands alone. This is like, I've never heard that track before, and yet, to great effect, here he is, $3.8 million in front of him.
Yeah, listen, Mike is a guy who plays fast, and I don't just mean how he plays his cards. He actually literally plays fast, because you'll see he doesn't take very long to make decisions. And he's like the type of guy who can run up a big stack, carry the chip lead. He's also the type of guy who could potentially be out, before even cashing at this point. But no surprise to see him with a big stack, and he's definitely somebody to, pay attention to, because he's the type of guy who could win a tournament.
An interesting one. Obviously, don't want to overshadow the fact that Triton co-founder Paul Pua is there in third. When he was walking out of the room, he told me he had aces 7 times on the day. So running a little bit good has something to do with things, without question. But Sinan Unlu...
Always does, Ollie.
Yeah, right. Sinan Unlu in second. I actually had a chance to sit with him for about 30, 45 minutes after play was done. Got into a very, very thoughtful conversation with him. Not once did he mention the fact that he was second in chips. I found that out after we were chatting. So he's taking it all in stride here at his 5th Triton tournament and his 4th Invitational. This is the stuff that he lives for. So
he must love this format, which is no surprise. I feel like this format is kind of extra fun for invitees.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, obviously a day one being in a sequestered partition field where you're allowed to kind of not be feasted upon or preyed upon. Though, to be fair, when we're talking about invitees, Rast, some of the best in the world, I would say, that I've always gone on record as saying I will put them up against any of the, non-professional.
But even just the ratio, Ali, because if you opened this tournament up, even with the buy-in what it is, there are some pros that would find a way to get in this tournament due to, how many quote-unquote invitees are in the field. But they're not allowed, because you can only get in as a pro if you're invited. So it's even after getting mixed, the ratio is pretty good, and there are some great players that end up not playing this just because they don't get an invite.
Yeah, there's also some great players that maybe we expect to see on the pro side, typically, talking about Jared Blesnick in particular in this one, because we're so used to saying this is a professional card player. But as we alluded to on multiple occasions yesterday, 4-card streets, Pot Limit Omaha, typically where he does his damage, not the 2-card streets, and by committee, he was allowed to play on the invitee side.
Yeah, I feel like that's part of the reason why they changed it from VIP to invitee. There are more invitees other than Jared who are kind of professional card players, but I think what ended up being the criteria of is this guy one of the top 100 no limit hold'em tournament players in the world? No. Has he made some money doing some other things? With Jared, the answer is definitely yes. So once you start checking some of those boxes, I think they just broadened it a little bit in order to, and that's why they called it invitee instead of VIP this time.
Yeah. So not invitees. Fedor Holtz right there in the thick of things in 5th place. The German right behind him, the Finn, Patrick Antonius in 6th, defending invitational champion, of course, from Monaco. Unfortunately, 6 players did meet their makers yesterday during day 1 action, with just one of them being a pro. Sam Greenwood busted his first bullet late last night, and unfortunately, he's going to start rather lean as he brings another million forward at this 10 and 25K level,
Still
relative to the
blinds.
rest of the field.
40 blinds is a pretty good late reg stack. I mean, in most of these tournaments, if you're like regging by day 2, you're usually talking like around 20 blinds. 40 blinds is something that you can work with. I mean, it's twice what I guess the standard kind of like late reg after many levels have gone by stack size.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, obviously it's a lot, to put $500,000 in there for 40 bigs when you look at some of the stacks out there. As we scroll down toward the bottom of the leaderboard, of course, there are plenty of people with sub 40 big blind stacks. We're looking at Charlie Hook. We're looking at Alexander Foxen, Sean Deeb, Orpin, Brandon Steven, and so on. So he'll be sitting well in front of a number of other players. It's not like he's the guy who's got the only target on his back. Now, day 2, very different from day 1, Rasty. You unpacked it a little bit at the top. The first 2 levels, we're going to have guys mixed in, but we're going to keep things equalized.
Yeah, listen, I think this is the funnest part of the tournament when we get and add everyone together. You get weird, cool dynamics from a poker perspective, and, that's the most fun for me. Pros versus invitees. Kind of the invitee range is so big, from guys who are quite good to guys that are, truly more VIP level. And how do the pros adjust? And, how do the invitees adjust? Sometimes you get invitees who start mixing up their play, JNT, Gambledore, both being examples where they're putting pros in tough spots and actually outplaying them sometimes. And, how does this battle of adjustments shake out in a table with such a diverse landscape of abilities?
So the first break is where we're going to handle a complete redraw, release the hounds, or let the hounds meet the hares, as our British producer James Dempsey would put it. And obviously, luck of the draw factor comes in to play at that point. You could end up, theoretically, at a table with all pros. You could end up at a table with all invitees. You have no idea.
Yeah, no, and also just where you are at the table, being in or out of position versus certain other players being a crucial factor, no doubt, Ali.
Are you going to make strategic adjustments if you're out there and you find yourself in a bad seat or at a bad table and say, all right, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to get into the thicket for the time being. I'm going to hang tight and see whether or not luck will maybe shine down on me a little bit more in terms of table draw, seat draw after the next one?
Potentially, and some of that has to do with how long do I expect to be at the seat before the next redraw would happen. But yeah, it is a consideration.
All right. Pairs are going to keep separated until our final 2 tables, and we do have a long day ahead of us, of course, with such a huge, thick money bubble. When you talk about potentially being in for $1 million and then $755,000 being that min cash, it's a big difference between being on the outside looking in and being on the inside nice and toasty. There's no question about that. All right, Mike with the chip lead at table 5 as we're going to get a quick peek here at the seating chart to start the day. Let me see if I can bring this up for you and see if anything jumps off the page at you. Adamo to his right. Those 2 are spicy.
Oh, yeah, and Adamo's, it's not the best seat for him, again, but, he's somebody who I wouldn't expect to sit back and wait too long before getting aggressive and trying to win chips, even out of position.
He very much likes to keep his chips in motion. And just quickly, we find Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner, Danny Tang, alongside his buddy Kiat Lee and company over at the red table.
Yeah, the blue table looks like one that got mostly pros in the redraw, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one a little bit mixed in, let's call it. Brandon Steven on the shorty there at the red table as well. We're going to walk around the room as per usual here at Atlantis to get things underway, giving you a peek at Charlie Hook and that lean stack, which is looking for a spin, nestled between Monica Zukowicz and Ferdinand Putra. There's Nick Schulman, one of the Booth brethren. Chance Corneth here at his first ever Triton event. Ben Heath and Ike Haxton, a couple of vets. There's Ike, 1.8 million chips deep. Looking nice and cozy, set and ready to go for the day. Mario Mosbach, Alejandro Lococo. There's Dean Eggs, almost 2 million in front of him. Do you feel any sense of pressure, Rast, on behalf of D-Negs? You know, so many people almost demanding that he go and prove himself against Triton Fields, you know, come out to one of those things, play a big buy-in, and just establish that he can keep pace with, you know, these sorts of pro fields?
No. You know, D-Negs is his own man, and I'm not going to feel pressure on behalf of him. But I do understand the point that you're getting at, and I think it's something that's driven D-Negs a bit in his career and has worked out for him. You know, even with like the Doug Polk heads-up challenge, right? Like he challenged himself with that in a spot that was, you know, objectively not very good for him, like taking on one of the best heads-up players, you know, of the last 10, 15 years. But, you know, he's a guy who welcomes a challenge. You know, he likes to put himself out there, get in tough spots, and it's part of how he's kind of stayed on top for all this time.
Well, there's a guy that likes to get himself in there, especially when the buy-ins are huge. Bryn Kenny, $895,000 in front of him, sub-starting stack, but he did pick up a Triton title in the main in Monaco for a healthy haul. Just seems to have the code cracked. There's Alex Ponikovs.
And Chidwick.
Yeah. Ponikovs 1.8 million deep. Big smile on his face as he's a new papa recently.
There's a cluster of 3 guys at that table that I think you'd put in definitely the top 10 of No Limit Hold'em tournament players. Bryn, Ponikovs, and Chidwick.
You know, given that we're by the beach, this is sort of the part of the sand where you have a sign that says danger, riptide. You know, you don't want to wade out into that water.
Yeah, potentially top 5 even, depending. You know, they could make a top 5 list, but certainly top 10.
Well, Dan Dvoris is no slouch. There he is, 1 million. To the right of Taylor von Kriegenberg, who enjoyed some time toward the top of the leaderboard yesterday. Looks like Hisu getting lunch in early. Sarah Herring getting some sound bites in early. There's Sosia Jang, 4th in chips overall.
This is a fun table.
Oh, yes, Suvarna. You got Davies and Holtz there. Holtz with the 2.6, of course. All smiles.
Yeah, Sosia Jang, I think, on the far side.
Look at Deeb.
Sean Deeb.
Yeah. 1.5 million for Seth. 59 big blinds. As mentioned, the blinds starting at 10 and 25,000. The levels are an hour long here. There's Bads. Is that the Blez?
Ding
oh,
Biao.
Yeah, come on. Oh, this is the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a fun table.
I mean, respectfully to the powers that be, maybe this was a table worthy of selection for the feature. But you know what? That just means we're going to really, the feature is going to give us something even more special, is my guess. There's Elton Sang, Jessica Teusel. That's at Camp Bryn Kenny. Elton cooking with gas. I hope he's going to get those chips organized because it's going to be a real nightmare trying to work through things if he doesn't. He had a Skittles bag working. There's Justin Bonomo, Wayne Hyung, Patrick Antonius. Around the horn there. Seats 1 through 3. ST Wang, Boss. Punat Punsri, Martirosian. Ay, ay, ay. Well, Bonomo's got 1 million even, Rast, and I'd say that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I guess he must have busted late. I didn't notice it, but that would seem to imply that, certainly. There's Patrick, the winner of the last Invitational tournament. We were just at Monaco.
Boy, he really had to sweat that one out against Gambledore, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a maniacal opponent to be up against. Shulman surveying things as he walks the room.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're supposed to be unbiased, but it's hard not to pull for a fellow commentator.
No question. Boy, this is, again, today with fire out of the sound library. This drum and bass kind of...
Yeah, they're going, like, deep house.
There's like a primal,
yeah.
you know... You've done the burn a few times, Rasty. This is a track that would fit right into the playa.
Listen, I get down with this kind of music, man. I love dancing to house music.
Well, we're going to dance to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi's sultry pipes, as he's going to walk us through the particulars for the start of day 2.
Right, players, a very warm welcome to day 2 of the Triton Million Invitational. I will just steal a couple of minutes of your time just to take this opportunity to thank WSOP and GG. Most importantly, thank you, players, the real stars of this show. You continuously help us bring Triton's vision to life. Players' registration for the re-entries is now closed. We have confirmed 96 entries, including 22 re-entries, generating a total prize pool of $48 million. We're going to pay 17 spots, with the 17th player finisher receiving $755,000. And the winner of this Triton Million event will take home this beautiful trophy, incredible WSOP bracelet, and $12,070,000. Players, we have 68 players remaining. 32 are invitees, 36 are pros. Button has been drawn is seed number 2. We're coming back on level 11, 10,000, 25,000, 25,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Dealers, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thanks, Luca, and thanks to whomever offered up that tepid applause in the background there. That was a one-woman effort, it felt like. But the love is there, no question. All of our players genuinely appreciate the efforts of the Triton staff, and we appreciate the efforts of the players in turn here, without whom we can't deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which if you're enjoying, shout out to those of you doing so live, be it on Twitch, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, or be it on YouTube. Do us a favor, click like, click subscribe, and make sure you never miss any of what's on offer from the Triton Super High Roller Series. A lot of things in development as well. And we'll get things started, it looks like, over at Camp Alex Kulev, alongside Waikin Yang and Kanapong Tanaratakul, or KT as we like to call him. And there's the fun corner. Adamo, Texas Mike. I'm going to sit this one out. Petrangelo, ace-jack suited, not going to do the same, though. Nicky P coming in 1.6 million deep.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad. If you're at this table, you're not liking your table draw. I mean, objectively speaking, I guess it's 4-3. Pros to invitees, yeah.
Yeah, we try to keep the 50-50 balance as much as possible. Obviously, there are occasions on which you'll have one more pro or one more invitee at any given table. What you've got here, if you're Waikin Yang, is one much better hand with trip 10s after having defended his big blind. Checks it over to Petrangelo, who follows through for 45K, interacting with the 10 of spades. Waikin happy to just flat another 90 into the middle. Six on the turn. Waikin fills up, just on the off chance that he had kicker issues.
Now he's going to consider leading because he has a big advantage in 6x. I would say 10x is pretty close at this point, given that he's going to check raise some on the flop. I mean, in actuality, he check raises some 6x as well, but he just, at this point, has an advantage in full houses over Nick. Nick's getting nearly 6-1 on this.
50K sprinkle. Petrangelo summons. Oh, and finds a jack on the river. I'm not too sure, though. How much does this change his sentiments about his hand?
A little bit, but not that much. Not a lot. He is now beating other ace highs, potentially like a weird kind of like 7s, 8s, or 9s play from Waikin, but that's a pretty small part of the value range that he's now beating. And some of it's like, I mean, this is a big bet size here, 160, so he's probably not giving him some hands like that anymore. So we can see Nick actually makes a pretty good fold and doesn't even take very long to do it.
I thought I thought I saw him make the call there, if I'm being honest.
Oh, did he call?
Let me just go back and check the tape here. It
Oh, he
looked to
did
me
call,
like the
yeah, he did
graphics
call.
showed a call, and yeah, indeed, it wasn't a muck. It was just that the call came in and the 10 was shown so quickly that it looked like he mucked. He just fired that ace-jack into the bin
Yeah, my mistake.
at showdown. You surprised, by the way, by that?
No. I would normally call as well, hitting a jack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be kind of incongruent to call that turn and then fold having hit that card on the river, especially given, as you alluded to, the 7s, 8s, 9s sort of value range, which is very specific and narrow, but he would have beaten that, so not a great start to him. Adamo caffeinating to start things off, presumably. I mean, time zone-wise, he's far from home, as the Aussie had to travel a long ways, but he put in a good effort to make sure he had a seat here, didn't he, Raz? Did you get down into Twitter and see some of the creativity that he put on display as he tried to find a pairing?
I did see a limited amount of it, like one or two tweets. I didn't know it was extensive. But
I mean, that's all you needed.
Yeah, can't blame
see.
him. And I'm glad he did. You know, it's a better tournament with Adamo in it.
It's interesting because I've had private conversations with some of our very, regular and esteemed Triton pros who tend not to get a seat in the invitationals, but would very much like to. And it's, a product sometimes of them not getting involved in the politicking, so to speak, some of the efforts that are required in order to ingratiate oneself.
No, just a call.
So we do see Adamo entering the fray, king, queen offsuit.
No doubt, Ali. I was just curious there because Petrangelo had a hand he could have gone for a little squeeze with the ace-jack off. I was curious to see which way he would play it.
I got to tell you, if I'm looking up at Adamo opening and Texas Mike flatting, it doesn't feel like, the squeezability index under normal circumstances might be reduced. Although we do know that these guys will play a wide range. This time it's kind of straightforward kit, and Petrangelo does emerge the leader post-flop.
Well, listen, there's pluses and minuses. I mean, if they're going to flat your squeeze with hands that you dominate, which implies that they would by not folding, then that's fine. The flip side is if they're going to 4-bet you light, like Adamo might do it with king, queen off or something, well, then that's not so fine. So, it's a mixed bag about they're not going to fold that much versus the squeeze. When you have a hand like ace-jack off, it's not really like a pure bluff by any stretch anyways. So Mike takes the liberty to swing at this after the pre-flop raiser Adamo, who was out of position, to 2 players checks.
How do you feel about that choice?
It immediately makes a lot of sense from the sense that it's kind of like a mix of like value and clearance. You're trying to get overcard hands to fold, especially stuff that's underneath the jack but over the 5s. Like Adamo's probably not check folding king queen to it, but might check fold a hand like king 9 suited or something. So it makes sense. Yeah. But you have to bet and call. Adamo gets out of the way.
Yep, understandably. So another 170K slides into the middle. 6, despite being an overcard, isn't something that concerns Mike. It's more the call from Petrangelo on the flop, which leaves him pumping the brakes. And now value available to Nick.
He's got an interesting spot. I'm not sure he feels comfortable getting 2 streets of value, and he could be way ahead. So yeah, he decides to check it back. He will be very comfortable getting 1 street of value, that's for sure. So I think this is a somewhat mandatory value bet at this point. You can definitely have club draws that play this way.
190. That is 190,000.
That said, some club draws might bet the turn. Could have a hand like ace queen or king queen with a club as the first caller, but not the overcaller. Just thinking about hands Mike can put him on that he beats. It's probably not value betting like 7s through 9s, I would guess. But a lot of jack X.
So the turn goes check, check, and the 190 on the end sheds the 2 5s of Texas Mike. Pietrangelo bouncing back modestly from the damages done versus the 10s full. This ace-jack performing a little bit better than the one before it. Taking a look at Pietrangelo's Triton resume. It's a man with 1 title across 18 cashes, 6.3 million in earnings. Did finish 14th at our last Invitational in Monte Carlo just a few short weeks ago. $336,000 pickup for him in that one. And before that, in the 100K 8 Max, he finished 23rd for $152,000. Those his only 2 cashes. Texas Mike opens with King Queen. Kulev foraging. Ace deuce of hearts, a flat on the button from Wykin. Now Kanapong. Boxcars in the small.
Yeah, getting a great price here to set mine.
You know, we saw an incredible amount of set mining going on yesterday, in particular in the early going, just a product of super deep stack poker, where the upside is huge, potentially, if you can lay a bad beat on an overpair.
And Adamo getting a chance to play with the 3 invitees at the table decides to overcall 5 deuce off in the big blind. It's very adventurous.
Well, he's never shy on a lust for adventure, that's for sure. It's the Indiana Jones of Triton when you think about it. 2 diamonds, 2 threes, and an 8 on the board here. The 6s hold on. $250,000 in the middle.
The 6s check out of position. Not a great reason for anyone else to really c-bet. I mean, Mike doesn't have a diamond in his hand. Does have a club, which is sort of relevant, blocking backdoor club draws. You know, 2 overcards and the pre-flop raiser who has the overpair advantage. So, kind of makes sense that he takes a swing at it. I think with 6s and a diamond here versus a relatively small bet, we're too good to get out of the way so this soon, even though it's a little uncomfortable being out of position and having the big blind behind us potentially. Think you could continue with call or raise as KT.
Does opt for the former. And into the weeds goes Mike, culling the herd down to heads up. That's the one piece of artwork that doesn't connect with his hand on the turn here.
Yeah, the jack is a better card for Mike. KT should really never have a jack in his hand other than potentially pocket jacks if he didn't 3-bet it pre, or some kind of like jack X a diamond hand like jack 9 or jack 10 of diamonds. But Mike can have hands just, you know, he can have all those hands plus hands like king jack, queen jack, ace jack, etc. that just c-bet the flop. So wouldn't be surprised to see Mike decide to kind of double barrel without any real equity in this spot, just kind of off the fact that the jack is a better card for him, and he, you know, also just has overcards that at this point are clearly not going to win at showdown. You know, you can potentially get diamond flush draws to fold and better hands like 8x or small pocket pairs.
I mean, just look at the amount of heat being applied here by Texas Mike. 310,000. And this is just the turn.
Yeah, this is now becoming a pretty big decision for KT. It's about a quarter of his chips.
Yep.
And it gets him off.
Into the bin it goes as sheer force that lies beneath that orange bill, muscling its way through KT. And obviously, these are luxuries afforded us when we're the chip leader, no doubt. For players like Texas Mike and those of his ilk, I would say Adamo as well, Rast, there's a real snowball effect when they do manage to put together a little stack. And I say little, you know, in that opposite sort of manner, but they just don't come off it. They don't take their foot off the gas. They're not like, oh, let me put together this 2.5 on day one and then sit back on day two. They go hard, and they really try to break away from the pack and set the stage for a super deep run into the money.
Yeah, and we could see how intelligent aggression pays off in a pot like the last one, where you know, based on equities, sixes was just way ahead there. You're fading 6 outs once. What is that? Like 12% or something.
King 10-6 here as Mike hops in, defending his blind with the old 7 deuce. Suited, albeit, but well behind pocket nines.
Yeah, this is a flop where the cutoff RFI range has us a massive equity advantage, and probably c-bets close to 100%. Nine's actually being a hand that doesn't mind checking at some frequency, can bets anyway, and just takes it down. Or rather, I wouldn't say at some frequency, doesn't mind checking that hand as its solo strategy, not as part of the range.
Well, I don't mind admitting that Rast and I have a keen eye trained on the YouTube chat pretty much exclusively, so we welcome you to get involved in there. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know what your favorite part of yesterday's coverage was, provided that you were on board for it. And if you weren't, of course, it'll be in the archives. You'll have a chance to kind of flick back and see how we got to this point. But for the time being, the focus is upon those that have made their way into day two in the hunt for the money. Phil Ivey, of course, a fan favorite. King Queen suited, a player favorite. He opens to 50, and now pocket jacks. This was a hand yesterday, Rast, when we were super deep, that whenever it was 3-bet, I want to say with almost 100% frequency, played as a flat. I don't remember seeing a single 4-bet out of that particular hand. Now, that may not come as any sort of surprise, but just sort of helps to illustrate some of the differences as we evolve through the event. Played as a flat here by KT.
Yeah, I think you did early day one, so you were talking really deep stack poker.
Yeah.
And at that point, 100+ bigs, you're not really excited getting in jacks in most situations. I think that'll change today as we're getting down to sub 40 big blind stacks, and jacks will be happy 4-bet jamming quite a bit. It will shift again once we get into the high ICM part of the tournament, where you start to see some high ICM spots, depending that, like, it's more like aces, kings, and ace king, and, then some kind of bluffs, and jacks, again, isn't played aggressively despite it being relatively short stacked. So jacks is an interesting hand that kind of shifts throughout the course of the tournament as to how you play it and how loosely you get it in, which makes it, pretty interesting hand. For a hand that's quite good, right? Technically kind of the 4th best pair.
Well, here it is as the 3rd pair effective on an ace-queen high board, which Pietrangelo ended up folding top pair with nowhere to go. That ace-3 just not a fan of playing out of position across further streets, so that left Ivy in the lead until he actually improved to kings and queens. 4-liner on board, and KT's got it. Broadway. Action check to him.
Yeah, if you're Pietrangelo against 2 pretty strong ranges on a board like this, it's just not very appetizing to get involved. And this is an interesting card. We can see Ivy makes 2 pair and KT the straight, but neither bets the turn. And let's see if that earns KT a bet on the river.
Yeah, a little bit slippery from KT Rast to not fire in the hopes that maybe he can induce a barrel out of Ivy on the end. It does feel to me, though, that a hand that was happy to check on the turn would still be a little bit apprehensive about pursuing value even in the face of a check back and with a dry river.
Yeah, I agree. This bet will still make Ivy think that his hand potentially isn't good.
I mean, there could be some aces up involved, I assume. Ace 10, the one I'm looking at.
Exactly, and it's like, what pairs, is he turning a hand like ace 5 into a bluff? Wow, versus a bet this big over pot. KT's essentially saying that he has a straight, I believe, or that he has some kind of bluff, which would be a weak 1 pair, potentially a hand like queen 9 suited. I don't know if those hands call the flop or not. That's the issue. Yeah, which Ivy susses out and get out of the way. Really, like, maybe just missed heart draws.
Yeah, that was a really tidy, cool kind of line that KT took, given that he came with the sizing that he did on the end, because every now and again you pique some interests. Curiosity will kill a few cats and send a payoff your way. Not on this occasion, though. Ivy sniffing it out. And the Thai delegation in the YouTube chat, of course, delighted to see it.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Over to Adamo. King Jack offsuit.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Mike just flats here. I think early day one, if they were like 150 blinds, you'd see a 3-bet. But again, this is like a 40-something odd big blinds effective stack battle.
So a sticky customer to Adamo's left with the suited connector, which comes up empty. 50K ahead, bringing us to this king high flop, top pair for Michael.
Yeah, pretty great flop for King Jack. It's a board that he can kind of play either way with bets or checks at this point. I mean, Texas Mike can have quite a few King X.
40,000. Fold.
Probably has 3s and 4s as like a higher percent of his range. But Adamo comes with bet, and it'll just end things.
Adamo was a bit absent in a few Triton spots of late. Last saw him in Montenegro, where he played a 5-event schedule. Did not cash. Played quite a few more in Jeju earlier this year. Found the money 3 times, no deeper than 10th place. But did not join us in Monte Carlo. 2-time Triton title winner, 11 cashes, a little north of $4 million in career Triton earnings. 8-9 of spades has been slid over to KT now.
Fold.
Takes
He just
a pass.
he decides not to open. Looks like from the low jack, he's got to go through.
Raise to 50,000.
He's got to go through Adamo, Texas Mike with the chip lead, and Petrangelo. And he's raising into Kulev's big blind, so guess it's a spot he's going to play extra tight pre-flop, which sort of actually makes sense.
1.25.
I actually think he might open just as wide, if not wider, in the next spot under the gun 7, because it'll be Wykin's big blind as opposed to Kulev's.
Yeah, Kulev can be a very difficult customer. 6-3 suited has him defending versus this 10-9 offsuit open, which turns into bottom pair on an ace-high board. Kulev checking over, does right to be done with this.
In my opinion, that could be quite the high-level adjustment from KT, frankly. I think it's something that is a bit underrated, is just how much you can kind of slide your pre-flop opening ranges around based on where you are at the table, who's in position, whose big blind it is.
90,000.
So
Fold.
Always nice when you can just slide that c-bet in there with a vulnerable bottom pair and get that big blind out, especially when it's Kulev, tough customer. By the way, as much as we talk about who loves it more than these guys that we're watching on the screen, who loves it more than our booth brethren, Henry Kilbane? He's in the YouTube chat right now, Rast.
Is he? And
we're in the business of directing you over to GG Poker. If you haven't already, sign up today. And when you do, use the promo code Triton_2024 to unlock the Sexy Saxophone soundtrack. No, it actually just gives you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Minimum deposit of $20. Did you ever listen to the Sexy Sax Man thing on, it was like Guilty Feet, that George Michael song? Yeah. Okay.
No. No, and I still need to see something from Greg Goes All In. I didn't know who that was yesterday until Henry told me.
Oh, was there a video that he posted that?
Well, I'm just like, who's that alongside Daniel Negreanu? He's like,
I see.
You don't know about Greg Goes All In? Which I guess is his name makes a lot of sense for a GG. You know, Greg Goes GG. Good game.
Ah, I see. Well, this makes a lot of sense. Ace-King suited, shooting it up. And in particular, Rasty, when the super high VPIP types that'll play the wide ranges start being graced by the deck, that's where things can get very rough on the opposition that oftentimes will wonder whether or not there isn't something light and breezy under the hood across the way. Wykin defends and flops the gut shot versus the nut flush draw. In comes the nut flush on the turn as Mike decided to check back on the flop, deeply under-repping this.
And Wykin doesn't bluff turn. Just probably going to fold versus a bet, I would guess, if he doesn't bluff himself. Yeah.
Easy exit, apparently, for Wykin. And an easy call out, by the way, from the chat by the likes of Suha, who's such a regular joining us. Shout out to you. And also our mod, Ghost of M, who works tirelessly to police the streets in the group chat, advising it was Careless Whisper by George Michael that I was after there. I guess I'm not going to end up on any game shows anytime soon. And if I do, I'm not going to perform well. Meanwhile,
I think I could not.
You have to grab this. If you don't,
probably have to grab it.
I mean, if you don't grab, I don't believe that you can.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. We can break one and I'll test it, maybe?
We can
pre-break
but
it.
then
so
if
that
we're breaking it, we
then I'll be
may as well have to bet on it, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So I'll.
You'll take the fall on the ass, and I'll take the don't. I got to get odds, I think, because that it does seem like a tough one.
I love nothing more than the fact that Foxen and Danny are apparently negotiating a prop bet involving how far back in our chairs you can lean before you eat it here on day 2 of this 500K. Just goes to show you how, in their natural environment, they are. Danny, doing so in the midst of opening under the gun with King-9 of hearts, by the way. And he started the hand with just 925K. There's Unlu, second in chips to start the day. Sean Winter flatting the pocket nines.
Do a flip and
Yeah,
maybe.
Obviously, Danny not in a great way, having a 9 in his hand. But let's see what the deck has in store. Burn down, 3 off the top, and it's 10-8 deuce with 1 heart. 9's still best.
Danny's got kind of an interesting hand. He's got the backdoor straight and flush draws. One of the worst hands he can really have on this flop, kind of, which might incentivize him to bet, I think. trying to immediately get some ace-x hands to fold. Potentially even hands like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. Preferring to take some of his other hands like Queen Jack or Queen 9 suited, maybe check calling them sometimes. So
150 is meaty, and it is enough.
No.
Danny
Yeah.
being a bit facetious as he says no, trying to suggest that he was hoping for a call. I believe.
well,
It could have also been in response to Sean Winter
Yeah.
speculating as to what he had.
that would be my guess as to
Okay.
what happened. Sean Winter loves speculating.
Stack.
You got starting stack?
Yeah,
How
finally.
good does that feel?
I mean, it's not
Break
my
even.
peak. I peaked at 1.22, I think.
Okay.
Back to break.
Same.
And then it's been a long road back.
I had 300K on hand too, and then I peaked at 1.3.
You could have had
And then I backed
4.5 million, but then you decided to have 300K.
I didn't. I mean, I would have chosen for him to fold the river.
Well, not at 280K. He was probably not folding.
He's meaning you just jammed the river.
Yeah.
Kiat Lee hops in, unfortunately doing so at a time where he is dominated by Sean Winter. His 50 is flatted by Sean. Now Unlu on the button, raise and call in front of him with ace-jack offsuit.
How do I have a bluff? No bluffs. I can't jam.
You have
I always
medium,
have it.
right?
Everyone knows.
1-1.
And here's the squeeze versus a raise and call with
Oh,
ace
boy.
jack off.
And it is poorly timed, Rast, as the third scoop to 200,000, targeting Sean Winter's flat behind Kiat Lee's open, which did come from under the gun, by the way. And so this 3-bet is supposed to carry a little bit of weight, but kings are kings. And Foxen in the small blind, using some time banks as he surveys Unlu.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has much of like a 4-bet size here other than all in. Like, would he make it like 450 and you can fold sometimes? That would 400. That would. But yeah, I mean, you probably, if you were going to do that, it would be aces and a few bluffs, maybe not even kings.
Well, there may not be any turkey or gravy or mashed potatoes, but we do have some stuffing. As 1,065,000 finds its way to the dinner table.
And Unlu, I would imagine, knows he's folding here, just kind of.
1,090,000. This is 1 million.
Doesn't matter. Fold it.
No, this is 1 million. 500, 600. Yeah, it's okay. Just your call.
Well, that's a handsome pickup for Foxen, absent having to play post-flop, which
I mean, if you're really crazy wild versus UTG, he's squeezing.
Unlu was never going to be apt to do at that price
Not
point.
crazy wild at all.
I will call his shove or maybe down shove. Like,
I have the same amount.
yeah, but it's different.
Different hands.
Oh, because I'm losing.
Different. Yeah, no. It's like you just flat UTG and that's shove. When I have like, kind of like 10s, jacks, I'm okay with it. But he's supposed to have stronger.
I had kings. You'll see.
Yeah.
Black?
Black.
Damn. I folded kings.
Red.
I thought you
Shut-
had kings or aces.
First
huh?
you asked for
I
black,
mean,
and then you picked black. Yeah, I had the red ones.
So,
Sean
Wow,
can't
my
resist a
bullshit.
good troll, man.
bullshit meter is flying off the hook. Unlu's bullshitting about how good his hand is. It says he doesn't mind 10s or jacks. Obviously minds jacks with ace jack off. Sean Winter's bullshitting now about what he had. These guys are working.
Start with an ace and then you fold it.
That's a good way to put it, isn't it? Sixes now for Unlu. He'll be the opener. Min raise open.
I think it's still actually good for me for you to have an ace.
I think so. I think so. There's like nothing wrong with. Because me having another ace, the probability is super low, but then it jeopardizes their range completely.
The likelihood of you having another ace is way less than the likelihood of it negatively affecting one.
Yeah, exactly.
Or preventing one. Yeah. From having an ace. Especially when it's raised call through there.
Yeah.
Probably only 2 left, maybe only 1 left.
I don't know.
Probably.
Sean's probably peeling like the twos or them, pocket twos or them. Yeah.
There's just, I'd say we're at
What'd you say, Danny?
90% plus that one of them.
We're guessing that you have deuces or 6-4 suited type.
One of those two hands.
Is that why you bet 150? You think that's in my range?
No, no. The last one that you flatted.
6-4 suited would have been a gut shot.
You're on the break?
No. They're just breaking a table, but it'll.
Ace-4 now for Kiat Lee. Folded around to him in the small blind as we lay out to be flies on the wall, as we are always apt to do, listening to the table talk.
Had the queen of clubs on the board.
Kiat just going to jam into Juuso Koskela.
可能 chop 咧，可能贏咧，可能呢個等你自己講啊。
Deeper is better.
Okay, give you 4 of club. Happy? 4 of club. Happy?
No.
Really?
Ace-6 of clubs turns into the nut flush as Koskela did dig in here. And Kiat Lee is going to get showered. This one crept up on me out of left field a little bit, I confess. And imagine how Kiat Lee feels. Ouch. Drawn dead
Great flop.
on the flop. Not where we like to find ourselves. And Juuso sends a member of the Malaysian delegation to the locker room. Meanwhile, back at the other table, Jacks versus Kings. Advantage Adamo, KT in a way here. Out chipped by about a couple of 100K. $2.5 million chip pot.
Thank you. You too.
And KT's fate hanging in the balance. Suddenly violence breaking out here. Early day 2, ace-4 deuce. No heart advantage for KT. You see Adamo's got that covered. On the hunt for a hook. Maybe a backdoor wheel. Instead, the ace on the turn leaves Kanapong with just a 2-outer.
Wow, huge double for Adamo. Or
What was that?
Or
Rast,
not.
this one's on you. I'm telling you, we had one card to come. You said huge double. I looked immediately over at you like, what are you talking about? And, Michael, I'd just like to direct any of your grievances in the kind of complaint department toward Brian Rast.
You know, I was thinking about saying if he fades the last card,
Well,
but then
you-
I didn't want, it was like the card was about to come, so I didn't want to speak over the moment. But, you know, whoops.
Well, Kanapong never got up, never flinched. And now Adamo is left on the wrong end of that one. And Rast, what do you have to say for yourself after clearly being responsible for that outcome?
Yeah, I have to say, black catting outcomes is a thing. You got to wait until the cards are out before any pronouncements. And, you know, I'm sorry.
I thought, you know, most of the Halloween sort of black hat, witchcraft stuff that ended in October. Here we are, early December, and clicking his heels and riding the broom is Brian Rast. Now, one thing that we do need to do, you see us sitting here with these iPads all the time, right? There's no secret magic sauce or anything like that. We are literally playing with the same exact app that free of charge is available to all of you out there, you know, on the Google Play Store, on the iOS App Store. Just download it. What are you doing? It's the Triton Poker Plus app, and ask anybody in the chat who sometimes unsolicited will come out to talk about it being the nuts, as happened earlier today. You've gone on record, Rast, as calling it what?
It's, I mean, you're just doing things wrong if you're watching the stream and you're not using it. Like you said, there is no secret sauce here. We don't have like a special commentator app. We have the same app that you can use, and I just think you're just not doing things right if you don't. Oh, what is this?
Like, I mean, I'm not great at charades, but for those that maybe need a little bit of added help, I don't know. Can we get a shot of that? Now the logo, it looks a bit more like a cactus or a middle finger, I confess, than I intended it to. But I didn't have a lot of time. It's the best I could do, Rastin.
That is what you're doing over there when I see you waving that pen around. He's like making little like child drawings.
That's a really bad Triton logo, isn't it? I mean, I have the pin right here. I should have just traced it. I should have just put it down.
Either making trading notes or writing crazy children's notes. It's okay. I love you, buddy.
I like to keep it light in here. On the topic of keeping it light, unfortunately, looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, there are some increasingly light stacks, one of whom is now down to sub-10 big blinds. Michael Adamo on the receiving end of that one. 8 big blinds in front of him now, 195,000. Obviously, nobody can fault him. Kings versus Jacks, it's just the way the cookie crumbled. Orpin still lingering down there along with Hisu, Dvoris, and Ding Biao. Phil Ivey, 20 bigs, 21 bigs, Ding Biao, 21 bigs as well. A big cluster of players kind of in that neighborhood of a 500,000-ish. So spins eventually are going to be needed as the blinds do go up every single hour of this day, which is going to be a little bit longer, I'm told, and versus day one. But, you know, they're here for it.
Yeah, day one was pretty short, but now everyone's together, and we got to get this tournament rocking. Had probably, you know, a lot of entries, so they still have a lot of what we got, 63 people left.
Yeah,
got to sift through.
Of 96 in total. Touched on the fact that the payouts are going to start at 17 players. It'll be good for 755,000 with over 12 million up top. A little rebalancing effort there as we came back to the desk, and with dust settled, this is what our features look like now. Unlu, mayor at Redville, Texas Mike, the governor of the entire tournament right now, up at the very tippy top of the chip counts. 3.8 million in front of him, trending north on the day. Jessica Teusel here at her very first ever Triton has managed to double the starting stack and be the chip leader over at the tertiary feature, the gold table.
She was another player who, I believe she's Fedor's partner, who I've heard after the fact is, in fact, a poker pro.
Yeah.
But has made it in as, I had no idea who she was, hadn't heard the name before. Not a person you'd be putting on top 100 No Limit Hold'em tournament players lists. But let's follow her as she goes. Should be an interesting story.
I mean, listen, every single Triton Invitational in particular, never mind some of the other maybe earlier events where, you know, people have qualified online or are coming in, you know, and taking a step up and a shot for the first time ever. Storylines such as this do develop, and we love to keep an eye on it because it's part of the magic. I mean, let's face it, at the end of the day, there is an element of any given Sunday to poker, in spite of the level of skill that really influences over the long run success.
Yeah, she's from Austria and has never played a Triton before. Would not be surprised if she's part of somehow of the Fedor crew, as you know, from that part of the world.
You know, the poker code crew, the think tank of poker out there in Vienna. You know, I know Sam Muller, Matthias Eibinger, Fedor. You know, this ilk, Mario Mosbach.
Yeah, Poker Code's probably a better name for that at this point, that group. But,
Petrangelo now part of the GTO Lab group. See him representing proudly alongside the likes of Daniel Dvoris and Orpin Kisichakoglu, among others.
Yeah, he's got a slightly above average stack. Texas Mike, the only person above 3 million, but Patrick now 20K shy of 3 million in second place. Wow, wouldn't that be something? Back-to-back invitationals. It's the most recent inductee into the Poker Hall of Fame. In the latter part of his career thus far, has become quite the tournament player.
Well, quite the benefactor has become one Dana Craven in the chat, who actually has sent us $4.99, Rastin. It's being directed toward the Get Ali a Sharpie fund because my artwork lacked kind of the it was a thin sort of. Thank you for that, Dana. We appreciate it. We will get me a Sharpie, although I'm not sure everyone wants me to have a Sharpie because then I'll just be encouraged to draw more, and that might not be great. Also not great is having Queen 4 offsuit versus 2 queens, which is exactly where Phil Ivey finds himself on a 2-heart board that includes a 4 and excuses to proceed versus this chip leading active Texas Mike, 55,000 follow through with the overpair.
Yeah, he get himself into trouble here. Maybe not too much trouble. It's a pretty dynamic board. A lot of bad turn cards for his hand. It's not really one of them.
No, I mean, it's bad insofar as it might leave him continuing to feel as though there's a reason to hang in there.
Yeah, let's see if Mike goes with like 140, I would guess. Something like that, 130. Yeah, with 130. It's an amount that he could be bet folding. Ivy with kind of a tough decision here. His hand is pretty good and he's not that deep, but yeah, he's going to continue. What he really doesn't want to see is like pairing anything on the board or a queen.
Now the front door hearts have arrived, but the board does pair, which is one of those kinds of cards that you were suggesting could get Ivy into trouble here. He's playing sub 0.5 SPR, and is he being asked for all of it? The answer looks like it's yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was already losing to a 6, so there's just one less 6 in the deck, which is why I said that about board pairing. And, you know, and Mike wouldn't have bet a 3 on the turn, so it's a blank. He has the Queen of Hearts. So he has an above-average bluff catcher at this point. Will Ivy stake his tournament on this above-average bluff catcher? Again, Spotty's not beating value, but he's beating all the bluffs. Queen of Hearts, so he's blocking some flushes. It's blocking some. I would say the Queen of Hearts blocks more value than bluffs for sure. A 4 obviously only blocking value. Although not that many value hands would have a 4 in it, but again, above average bluff catcher. Uh-oh, he's going to do it. This is the look before the call, I feel like.
You know this one?
Seems like, yeah, he's going to one-chip call. Whatever.
Well, it doesn't end there, because if it's a one-chip call, it's then a brisk exit for Phil Ivey, as we can see. And this is sort of the challenge of being up against a high VPIP, active, aggressive player in like Texas Mike. Especially when he's sitting on a chip lead and he can just afford to apply muscle.
He might be talking himself out of it.
I mean, 255 is 10 bigs to fight on with. Is the Queen of Hearts in particular a bad one for Ivy to have in terms of being able to lay it down?
Yeah, look, this is an intimate moment, I feel like. We're kind of watching and just getting a feel for Phil. You can see the emotions on his face as he's changing. He was about to call, but he's talking himself out of it maybe. Yeah, the Queen of Hearts is a bad card for him to have. It's a decent bluff catch card.
How many?
The intimacy ended with the camera changes. He's using a lot of time banks on this.
I mean, that's what they're there for. This is a very pivotal moment in a $500,000 buy-in tournament. He does make the call, though, and that's going to be showers for Ivy Rast. It did feel like he was all over the map with it as he went through those time banks, but the pain is palpable. And all he can do is deliver a see ya and head out of the arena as Phil Ivey has fallen. I suspect that's not going to be the last of the pelts that Texas Mike claims on the day.
Yeah, I'm done with those. Thank you. Yeah. I'll keep the table, though. Thank you.
Are we just doing a moment of silence, Rast?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, I was just lost in thought, but I don't think that'll be the end of pelts for Texas Mike. He's going to line them up like a little trophy case.
Yeah, this is, you know, not a guy who comes with the sniper rifle. I feel like buckshot is maybe more the ammo being employed.
Or
he's equal opportunity. I mean, you know.
Semi-automatic.
Yeah, sure.
Here he is with his, this is why he's called Texas Mike. He always wears the orange Texas hat. Texas University.
You know, you got to be a little careful because you could get confused for a Tennessee Volunteers fan. You know, if that shade of orange fades out or brightens up, I guess would be a better way to describe it. 4.3 million now in front of Monsek as he absorbs the remains of Ivy. Sprinkling some of that urn dust atop what was already a mighty haul on the end of day one. Now, queens have been passed over to KT, who was moments away from elimination himself in the most awful of spots before Brian Rast invoked some sort of strange voodoo. I was wondering why you had that Michael Adamo doll at the desk, just out of view with, you know, that all those pins, Rast. And
listen, you can't give away my secrets in here, Ollie. Okay.
3-bet to 130,000 from KT. Wykin with ace-king. You know, normal circumstances, these ace-kings like to deliver more chips forward, but is the landscape a little bit different given where we are here on day two? 2 million plus in front of each of these guys. The mission to get into the top 17? Apparently so, as Wykin just flats.
Yeah, I guess he's deciding does not want to 4-bet here, which makes sense.
Lower variance option being employed, and Wykin going to be happy that he did choose that line given the lack of ace or king on board. 10, 8, 7, 2 hearts. Over pair for KT.
And over here on my pairing bingo card, Ollie, it appears our first pair is out.
Ivy and?
No, Mario Mosbach and Monica
Zukowicz. Wow,
yeah.
Both of them being showered on the day. Rough. Oh, hello, Queen of Spades. KT chose to check back this flop, by the way. And now, maybe he's given Wykin an excuse to battle on, given the acquisition of the Broadway gutter.
Yeah, let's see if Wykin decides to kind of semi-bluff. He says no. I'd imagine that KT will be betting his hand now. So many one-card straight draws on this board.
$350K deployment on the turn as once again KT goes with a check and then big meaty barrel follow-up. As he did versus Ivy with the 2 jacks having made Broadway. And the ace-king bowing out relatively easily. Boy, what a swing for KT, Rast. I mean, 1 card away from it. And now finds himself very much back in the thick of things. 2.7 million, good for second at the blue feature. This is wild, man. I mean, this is like an essential mix. Where's Pete Tong on Radio 1? Where's Creamfields? I mean, this is... Danny Tang knows a little something about Manchester. I'm dating myself a little bit there. This is, you know, oak and folded. You know, I cut my teeth on that stuff back in the day. But yeah, this is...
A lot of good mixes from the Creamfields. Yeah.
This is something that would get me out to the burn. Like, if I knew that whoever came up with this track was playing, I would be like, okay, Rast, I'm in. I'm in for the burn.
You should
first
go.
time.
What are you? I mean, what's going on? They have amazing house sets at the burn. It's one of the, like, if you actually really like house and electronic music, I mean, that's something. They have unreal good sets out there. Like, that is definitely one of the, that's like one of the things I would most looking forward to going back.
Well, they also famously had that crazy mud storm thing where everyone got stuck. You know, because I got to be honest, like the whole rough it up part.
Well, listen, that's part of it, but you already knew that when you said, hey, if they had music this good, I would go out to the burn. Well, that, I guarantee you they have music that good and better. They have amazing sets.
Do they have
but yeah,
Four Seasons?
You got to deal with, you've got to deal with like being dirty, getting dusty.
What about like an Amman resort?
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
One and only?
If you pony up, you can get an RV where you can take a quick shower in the evening before you go to bed. That's as luxurious as it gets. Okay.
Sorry, did you say RV?
Yeah.
What, is that like a hotel on wheels? Motel on wheels.
Yeah, motel on wheels is better. The hotel is stretch.
What's the food situation at Burning Man, Rast?
It depends on your camp. But, you know, food is, I'd say it's like camping fare, maybe slightly better.
Are there s'mores?
Yeah, if your camp has it, if you bring it. It's kind of like, you know, self-reliance is one of the features of the burn. So it's about what you bring and, you know, how you're taking care of yourself. You are in the desert. So, you know, you need water, you need food. Yeah, you might need sunscreen if you're as white as me, you know, stuff like that.
Well, you might need a pretty good hand to take down Nick Petrangelo here. He's got pocket jacks, making it 55,000 to go. And unfortunately, no sooner did I think music would bring me to Burning Man than the realities of roughing it pushed me right away once more. It's a sad thing. Ace Jack. Looks like it's a tractor beam for Kulev as he is lured in from the small blind versus a cutoff open. Understandable. Now King Deuce for Wykin. This was hand composition yesterday during my time at the desk, and granted, different phase of the affair, that was very frisky. It liked to 3-bet, in particular against late position opens and, you know, flat callers. And here it is doing it again. And walk us through why this particular hand composition has really fallen into favor as a 3-better.
Yeah, I think some of it has to also do with it's like versus a raiser and a flatter in a spot where oftentimes the person who's flatting has a pretty weak range, often small blind button. It can put the original pre-flop raiser in a pretty tough spot. In this particular case, it's not as tough of a spot as if Kulev was in position on the dealer button. Also, Nick obviously has a very good hand that's not going to fold to this action. And we can see he actually just rips it. So, again, like I said, jacks, this part of the tournament, going to be pretty comfy getting in for 40 bigs. But yeah, this is one of these moves that is starting to show up as like the big blind squeeze in some of these spots, and doing with like ace X off, king X off kind of stuff.
It's the big little combo in particular, unblocking the middling stuff, right?
I would say you're normally going to see it more from ace X off, because you're not trying to go super ham, and you can have plenty of ace X offs that you do it with. But yeah, I mean, you know, king X off as well.
So a tidy little pickup there for Pietrangelo, one of the rare occasions on which those jacks do play back, given context. Understandable. And there is Adamo on vapors. Pretty demoralizing. Kings versus jacks beat down. Versus KT. Ace-6 now under the gun. About to take a trip through the blinds, which have just gone up to 15 and 30K. That'll cost him 75,000 in total. So he's going to jam now. A lot of pressure on this ace-6 with the whole field to come.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty happy to get this through the field if he does, or even getting called by this hand if he does.
KT, I believe, has asked for a count, so we're going to give an official tally here. Is this a qualifier, given that KT's in the big blind, a suited king?
Yeah, it looks like it's 6.5 blinds. My guess is he probably calls, but it's close. Yeah.
Okay, so an opportunity for some clawback here. I wouldn't say it's a pound of flesh if it happens, but maybe an ounce or two for Adamo. 435K in the middle.
Yeah, back up to 43.5% of a starting stack. If he were to win this, we'll see what happens. No pronouncements until all 5 cards are out. Voodoo doll away.
Queen 10-5 is cozy. So is the turn.
3 outs, no chops.
Exhale, Mr. Adamo, and enjoy yourself, 435,000. Although obviously that's not going to fill the void entirely left behind after the prior altercation.
Ooh, and it looks like Bryn Kenny just busted.
Yikes.
I think it also depends.
Do you have the particulars?
You have 3 cards.
I think it just needs to burn. Like, I guess at the end of the day,
There's nothing you can do.
I don't, but I will in a second.
Efforting. Meanwhile, Sean Winter will be raising in a second.
Jacks to kings.
He didn't pull a KT, I guess.
No, no, and Artur Martirosyan, the recipient of those 705,000 chips that were once Bryn Kenny's.
And that'll put him in 4th overall.
You could just say 1 stock. I only saw 2.
Yeah, that's like a great ohm. I really want to try to edge this one. It's one hand. It should give me great luck for the rest of the
I was
tournament.
going to say, that's a great way to make yourself way more likely to get colored.
Way more likely for people to like you, too.
Yeah. I've never had that happen before. That's really funny. I don't think I've ever even seen that happen before.
Usually it's one.
I've seen 5 and PLO.
Usually the button gets 1 card.
PLO, yeah, I've seen 5 in PLO.
He might have dealt you first.
Ace-8-10 board here as Yuso understandably defended with the King 10
Yeah, I
suited.
guess I must have gotten the first card off the
Just
table.
fine
yeah,
pesky interaction here, always in a bad way versus
These are
Sean.
kinda sticky.
So my question is, why'd you ask for a chip count?
What?
Why did you ask for
I
a chip
hadn't looked at
count?
my cards yet.
Still, my question exists.
Because I didn't know what to stack. I mean, I'm just starting to prepare my mind.
Just in case you're like 3-7 behind. The old,
I mean,
the old
maybe I
3-7 off.
Yeah.
Sean choosing a large c-bet here. It was at 105 into 165, so it's like 2/3.
Now this deuce of hearts on the turn, making things a bit more interesting for Yuso. After the extra 210 slid in the middle, product of the 105 follow through from Sean that was called. Yuso again checks. 375 in the middle now.
Sean's going to go big again. I think he's choosing a size where he can geometrically get pretty close to all in on this kind of. Wow, he's checking back. It's surprising.
Very surprising, I would say. Queen on the end now. Second overcard to the 10s. Not exactly what Yuso had in mind. Presumably content to check and hope a check back is forthcoming. Unclear, doubtful. Although we've seen Sean do things that we didn't expect, not just on this turn, but across many different spots.
I mean, after checking back, I think this is a pretty clear value bet versus river check. But I'm a little surprised after choosing a big bet size on the flop that he decided to
Penalty again.
not bet a deuce on the turn. I mean, for over pot here, kind of just think we fold king 10 of hearts. I think the minimum bluff catch at this point becomes like a ace. It's very important to block the ace.
你得閒可唔可以 send 一幅你同我嘅合照？越細個。
420,000. As Winter lights up this river. Koskela doesn't appear convinced, and you immediately see the benefits of the check back on the turn by Winter that's left Yuso potentially curious. Sizing has something to do with it as well, of course. The overbets polarize.
Well, I think Koskela is talking himself into the king probably being relevant and blocking king jack, which is true. But, I mean, as we can see, Sean Winter doesn't need king jack to value bet this river. He's doing it with the best one pair hand, so he clearly could be doing it with any two pairs as well. So blocking king jack is relevant, but it's not that relevant. Yeah, so he ends up finding the fold, and I think that's a good fold. You just don't need to bluff catch super wide versus overbets.
The old king jack got there. He folded ace queen too.
Is that obvious?
Oh, people over there saw it.
Second pair is out now, and it is the pair you guessed last time. Surzat Hizu just busted, and Bryn Kenny's out, so that team will not be raking in any cash. Wow, a lot of the invitees are busting now. I believe, according to my records, it's 11 invitees out to 4 pros.
You know, it's funny because when you get down to the business end in the money, oftentimes you, perhaps surprisingly, depending on, you know, what your opinion is of the field, will find that there's quite a bit of balance between invitees and pros at that point. So while it is advantage pros for the time being.
What is it?
I think he gave me one time and I got fucked up.
No, it really is. I mean,
I've never had
at the start of the day it was most of the top 5 or 6 or whatever were invitees,
That's
and
right.
now
You don't
second through 6th they're all pros.
You don't eat aubergine?
Eat what?
Aubergine?
So
Eggplants?
No, definitely not.
I didn't know they
They have nicotine in
I don't eat eggplants either. But I did not know that. Glad I don't eat
Good for your
eggplants.
memory.
Nicotine?
Yeah.
I guess that's
roping.
why I just don't see the attraction to being addicted to anything.
Ace queen now for Foxen. Min raise open. Antonius in the cutoff with king jack.
just flats. I think it's a hand. Wouldn't have been surprised to see all 3 options, frankly.
Fold,
3
call,
bet,
raise.
flat, or call, or fold.
Don't you love easy decisions in your big blind?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here we are with top pair versus an open ender. Heads up after Antonius did choose to flat. 195 in the middle.
Kind of an action flop, isn't it, Ollie?
No doubt.
They're pretty deep, about 60 big blinds effective to start this hand, so I think somebody will bet the flop. I don't expect, if Alex checks, that Patrick will check this back.
$120K, the price to continue.
Basically 60%, a meaty bet. Imagine Patrick's only real play here is to call.
Antonius agrees, making the flat.
Yeah.
And Foxen, did he say something? Okay. Apparently not. I could have swore I heard somebody say all in and I almost fell out of my seat.
It would mess up my stomach.
Not a total blank on the turn. I don't think Patrick can have 6s, but, you know, I think both players can have 8-9 suited. But, kind of, you know, and obviously backdoor clubs. But top pair, top kicker still rates to be the best hand, and Foxen is playing it like that. Finding just under 3/4 pot, so a meaty bet. And starting to put king jack off in kind of an uncomfortable position here. Patrick does have a club. If he calls, he probably bluffs club flushes on the river. Might not bluff spade flushes since he doesn't have a spade. Let's see if he bluffs if a club comes. Here's our chance.
Yeah, there is the 3 of clubs, as Patrick has made significant post-flop investments of 120 and 305 respectively thus far. Swing and a miss, but Foxen unblocking the clubs.
I don't know if after B60 and B75, there's a lot of value in Foxen betting this river. If he does bet, I would imagine it's going to be a block. I kind of expect Patrick to bluff. Feels semi-mandatory given that he has king high, which is really the worst hand he can have at this point, and he has a club in his hand.
In terms of simply context, I would imagine that being a flat caller versus under the gun +1, out of the cutoff, both pre-flop on the flop and then on the turn, there is a reasonable amount of hand composition that would include clubs. But in the face of Foxen betting 665, Rast, is the challenge of bluffing now too great?
It is a daunting task. He would be raising him all in for less than the size of the bet, only 600K. Yeah, it's probably going to prevent Patrick from bluffing. This would be quite the hero bluff if Patrick finds it. And it is live to work, actually.
Yeah, sure. Especially given Foxen lacks a club, but we see
5 of
Patrick
hearts, got
fold. And credit to Foxen, by the way, because had he slowed down or maybe come with something a lot smaller, I don't think
Nice hand, Alex.
Thank you.
that we're going to see Patrick step away.
I agree.
And he would have had himself in a bit of a pickle.
It is pretty hard to find hands that call that bet on the river that he's beating. Like king queen with a club, queen jack with a club, maybe. I mean, you're now starting to get into very specific hands that might
You
bluff
probably
catch, but
accumulated the
pretty
most
ugly.
chips in the tournament thus far.
No, I think Adrian probably.
Really? He had a 1.1.
He had $1 million to start, and I thought I saw him with like.
He had like
2.5.
1.2.
Oh, okay.
You have
I guess I don't know how much I have.
2.7. You start with 400K.
No, I don't have 2.7. I have like 2.3.
150.
Folded around a Winter's small. Jack 7 offsuit.
Hard decision.
Orpin does have a great sense of humor, and I think Winter does bring it out of a lot of people just because he's so animated. Comes with 145. King 10 off for Orpin. 120 back. And I think he's made the call.
You say call?
Yeah, he's got 5 left.
You say call?
Check.
Queen 5 deuce. King high is best, and it's never going to go away if the rest is asked for. Check down. 10 Orpin's going to double.
Nice hand. Fold if I shove flop.
Maybe river.
Maybe.
Maybe never.
I think most of my unique pre-flop hands I've witnessed are with you.
You're not alone, Brandon.
I say eggplant. Yeah. If you said
Can you
aubergine, I
ask
would know
the
what you meant, but like just
service?
barely. It would
Who
take
says
you-
aubergine? And it's like British? Or?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it might be British.
Yeah.
I say aubergine.
You say aubergine?
Yeah.
Well, I say something else, then I say aubergine. I say keji first.
Chinese. Tasty.
Ace Jack for Danny Tang. Up we go.
Don't want to bust my backer.
Oh, there really is nobody like Sean
I'd
Winter
probably be
Rest.
the last person you would back.
Huh?
I think I would be the last person you would back.
Why?
I mean, maybe not the last.
Yellow. I will back you in yellow.
Apparently, Orpin and Sean might be doing some business other than Orpin doubling up. His Kisachikoglu advising he would back Sean in PLO.
Here's Foxen getting after it with
Yeah.
Queen 8 off.
Big blind. 3-bet versus an under the gun open.
All right. I'm going to play this guy, Jared Blesnick, for $3.2 million on Poker Go. Heads up, Philo. We can start the backing there. I'm waiting for him to win from a bunch of other people, and then I'm going to challenge him.
Is that like a TV show kind of thing?
Like a king of the hill heads up.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be out of line for us to start at 6.4, so we'll do the 3.2.
And then you get 2 rematches, right? So you could play for 12.8.
Oh yeah. But then I'll just. Yeah, then I don't know. What
So you have to be ready to, you have to be ready for.
Yeah, you
22
have to
million.
be ready to keep going.
Price is right.
Ace-9 suited now for Alex. Small versus big, as Danny will have another shot.
Danny's got just under 30 blinds. Let's see, he's just coming with like a 3.5x. And he's not going to fold.
So in comes the call, 105 ahead, pot up to 240. Paired flop. Couple of clubs out there giving Foxen the nut flush draw. Already had the advantage. $60K follow through. Just 1/4 pot. Danny hanging in. Jack on the turn. Plenty of opportunity here.
Yeah, Foxen with an interesting decision whether to barrel again or check this. He doesn't get many hands that are better than his to fold. And his hand is good enough with the nut club draw that he can check call basically anything.
So both players check, and there is a chop card on the river.
So realistically speaking, Alex is only beating other ace highs that might check behind. If somehow Danny doesn't have better than a pair of kings and doesn't have an ace, he's going to bluff. So Alex doesn't have a ton of showdown value. He might be able to get a 7 to fold.
It's not just.
So it's kind of a close spot for him. And I actually think Danny has kind of a mandatory bluff if he's checked too. Sort of hard for him to have worse than ace high.
145,000, the requirement for Danny to sniff this one out and chop it up, but the value proposition isn't terrific.
Well, I guess Danny could be beating give-ups if it's checked to him. He has some showdown versus hands like 10 high that are just giving up.
Well, reconstructing this one, blind versus blind, Foxen took it to 105, followed through for 60 on that king-king-7 board with the nut flush draw and the ace-9 high. It went check-check after the jack rolled off. Now here the queen shows up, and Foxen is barreling 145,000 now. Obviously some queen X, I would imagine, would be a part of the equation. Danny's blocking ace-10.
His bet size is a little bit small for what I would expect for ace-10, but yeah, block could have queen X, potentially even a jack.
I think that was like the biggest one.
Yeah.
Wow. Credit to Danny Tang as he finds the chop. And you get a glimpse at what makes him one of the most formidable adversaries that you can be up against in any given Triton event. And he plays them all.
I thought that's what you were betting for.
Reigning Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner. Just given.
You just said we're chopping. Look,
to the Triton player
yeah,
that
I know. Like, no one's falling for that. We know what you were doing.
compiles the most points throughout the course of a season. This Bahamas Festival, the first stop of a new season. Nothing new, however, about our suggestion that you head over to the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker, and sign up today for a new account. Use the promo code Triton_2024 and make sure to score a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. A minimum deposit of $20 is all it takes. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Did you factor that in?
Of course. I thought the game was still going. So.
Should be the other way around.
Depends on how Danny reacts to winning and losing.
You looked in his
You can
eyes,
see-
you know he's going to call you more.
You see he's got an angry streak in him, so maybe losing makes him call more.
If someone stares you in the
Or I thought I
eyes,
could induce
they're going to
from
start
10-8
playing like you.
10-8 of diamonds. Bet call.
King Queen for
That's real.
Brandon. Up we go.
Every time I stared you in the eyes, I played like you.
It's true. I've actually noticed that. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you that.
Why? Stop staring at you.
Folded around to Patrick's big.
It's actually
As
doing
Winter
pretty
and
good
Foxen
when I was staring at you. Maybe I should play
engage.
Until you got it in with 62% and $17 million
70%,
pot.
71%.
750.
That was your big mistake.
You're going to Jeju?
Yeah.
Paris?
No.
You
Can't play EPTs, yeah. I know. There's a small
8,
chance
9.
Chrissy can play them, so
Defends.
Maybe I'll go
Top
ahead.
pair and a gut shot.
be on the rail. Or hire a really good makeup artist.
Checking over. Not the flop Brandon had in mind, so he checks back. Doesn't pick up equity on the turn. Patrick still comfortably in front.
He lost a lot of weight. Like, for a while. But
Yeah, if Patrick is putting Brandon on a very overcard heavy range exploitively,
Juju?
something like
Juju?
half pot, which is kind of a merge of like
I think the
value
fact
and
that you
protection
play
makes
Omaha
a lot of
kind
sense.
Absurd that you don't come, right? Yeah.
It wasn't like.
Yeah, that's almost exactly the bet that he finds.
It really brings like players to Triton. It does because I mean, look. As soon as they added it to the schedule.
90 and take it. Patrick, take a picture of this site, by the way. It's
And you show up for the last few
one where he's not
shows.
chewing.
no, that wasn't. That wasn't-
Antonius, a legend of the Triton
I
streams
mean, it
for
was intentional,
really just
but not.
having a
I would have
a
liked to
constant
have
flow
played
of food down the hatch.
Yes, sir.
You're first.
Yes, sir.
Rast, you've
You
seen it.
didn't want to miss Halloween.
He's a machine.
I like it, yeah. So much nicer.
In all
People
ways.
here are so much nicer than
He does love
And this is actually
Yeah,
not
but
even
then
the
eating
full
Flag.
experience.
while he's playing poker.
My brother.
I just don't travel. I don't like to travel for poker.
Man, if I
Much
ate
Monte
as much
Carlo
as
life.
Patrick does, I don't care how clean the food is.
5K.
Gone
Been
to
to
them.
Monte Carlo.
While I was
Played
doing
that.
commentary or
And I wasn't going to
playing
No,
poker,
right,
I would
that
be
$1 million.
7,000
Oh,
pounds.
yeah.
Screw it.
It's just an ungodly Phelpsian amount of caloric intake that he's got going.
Keep getting this hand.
By the way, I had a chance to hang with
check.
Phelps
What do you think?
recently during the Formula One over in Vegas. He was a part of a little
Or a heads up.
little activation, I guess you could call it. You know, he's a global poker ambassador, and
Buy-in.
700.
he and the Ferrari team, Charles Leclerc and
heads up.
Carlos Sainz and Antonio,
Or Triton.
they all popped into a studio and played a little
See how it goes.
2v2 team heads up match.
Yeah, I think I saw Antonio that evening after they finished,
Yeah,
actually.
No.
Nope.
good times. Meanwhile, pocket fours deemed good enough, and Koskela with 4 deuce suited
No, but it has
finds the easy fold
the biggest
in the
one.
face of the jam.
poker, right?
Yuso with
I didn't- I
25
didn't know that
bigs.
was So 50K would be.
Yeah, I was thinking 50K would be ideal.
50K seems like
3% rate.
Yeah.
Lower rate. Yeah.
Lower rate.
Lower rate.
Well,
like
just
5.5%.
recapping those who have fallen thus far in this particular event, it was Philip Sternheimer, who was out in 74th. Rob Young, Andrew Pantling, Vinny Lingham,
Okay.
Big Al Dicarolis, Nacho Barbero, Charlie Hook, who came in to today's action as the shortest of all stacks, bowed out in 68th. Raul Lozano, James Hopkins, Mario Mosbach,
100 big blind straight away.
Kyatley, Zukowicz, Ivy,
Bryn
Bryn Kenny, Sirzat Hisu, and Ding Biao, the most recent of the eliminations. 58 runners remaining. 17 will make the money. Shortest stack is parked right here
Best of 5 with like 10
Not best of 5.
in front of Orpin Kisachikoglu.
Which part? Just the
Like a
heads up in general?
Like, because you can't just do like 6% reg and
Is
then
that
play heads up
anywhere I could put
and
money
start with
on it?
50 bigs. It's like an,
It's really bad for
yeah, and
like
so
the
they can
bottom
just run
line.
like a normal event.
Can I put money on it?
They still need a dealer for
What, that
every-
a lot of people are going to enter?
No, that such an event will be happening.
Oh, sure.
Seems like there might be some inside information going on here.
No.
Orpin has chosen to jam his pocket threes here. Foxon is flatted. Danny's looking down at a couple of tens. What do you like here? Do we try to collaborate with Foxon to shower Orpin? I mean, maybe if there was a pay jump and we were in the money, we would be more apt for such things, right, Rast?
I think I'm going with this, and I think I go all in as opposed to call.
Are we ever worried about Foxon's flat being in front of the 210s? Apparently
Sure.
not.
Yeah, I mean, of course you're worried about it, Ali, but that doesn't mean, you know, like what? You could be worried about it if you had. You just have to play your hand sometimes. It's good enough. I think tens is just hitting the cutoff to be good enough to play here. Not only are we ahead of Orpin's range, we're doing okay against Foxon. Let's see what Foxon decides here with king queen off. I mean,
I hope so.
Chucks it.
Is that king 10, Danny?
And he had two overcards to both of these pocket pairs. Unfortunately for Orpin, he's in a bad way.
Triple up with threes. It only makes sense.
Not a dollar. I feel like I'm like 85% to win this one.
North of $1 million in the middle.
Now you're 100?
Looking for crabs. And instead, a 7-5 is on the plate.
I couldn't be
You
100.
beat that, not that? Wait, what?
Now Orpin picks up a little straight draw, rather. Courtesy of the 6. Add 4 outs. 6 in total. Can the Turk keep a seat? No. It's a 9 on the end. GG's issued. As Orpin will de-mic and depart. What have we here?
another invitee on the rail.
Here's one in progress between Michael Adamo and Waikin Yong. Waikin was the opener with his 10-9 offsuit off of an almost 2 million chip stack. He made it 65 to go. Adamo chose to flat the King 7 of diamonds. Waikin c-betting, pardon me, with the range advantage.
It's pretty tough because Adamo really can't have very many ace-x hands. So, kind of curious if Waikin just finds a double barrel blast with nothing here on the turn. Wow, interesting. So, another ace. Waikin, who can have a bunch of ace-x hands, a little bit less likely that he does. But Adamo, it's kind of hard for him to have too much here.
Are you surprised that he's willing to get into the weeds off of such a lean stack?
You know, he might be calling in part because he thinks Waikin will shut down more than he probably should on the turn with barrels. Let's see whether Wykin proves that to be true or not. I mean, I think Adamo can't have very many flushes or 3 aces here, but given that he probably raises flush draws a lot on the flop and
Wow.
ace-x pre-flop.
It goes check, check. Now Wykin's got a winner at showdown. 3-10 in the middle. You know, King High feels like it may have enough showdown not to turn itself into a bluff here, especially when doing so would probably require all of it, right?
Well, I'm sure that's how Michael was playing his hand. But on this particular run out, I do wonder whether or not he, decides to bluff.
Now it's just 60 though. Rast, Wykin has heaps. Does he just flick it in and just say, show me if you have a heart?
I mean, maybe it is a very small bet. He's getting 6-1 from the pot. And that could be enough with a 10 to earn a call. Michael is getting a very attractive price on this bluff, and if it works, it's quite the feat. Bluff only needs to work, I mean, 20% of the time, and he's still making money with it. Even if he's called, he still has, what is that, 5.5 blinds left to try to spin.
Boy, Wykin chewing pretty hard on this one.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to come up with a lot of bluffs. He's probably thinking Adamo doesn't float as much as maybe he is pre.
Wow.
On the flop, rather. Yeah.
Credit to Michael Adamo for finding a number that didn't require all of his stack and yet still managed to get the best hand into the bin. Bravo. I think Wykin also just doesn't imagine that Adamo would show up light post-flop there all that often, just given how lean his stack was. There's supposed to be enough interaction with that board, I think, where the 10 on a 4-heart run out, ace high, I guess, deemed not to be performing well enough.
I mean, I think that's what Wykin thought.
Yeah. But kind of leveraging perception, I suppose, is a part of the equation there for Adamo. I mean, you've been down those streets yourself before, Ras, where you know you show up in a particular spot, you have a good beat on what you think your opponent perceives about your range or your holding, and maybe you hadn't set out to take a particular line, but then you do. I mean, on account of that.
Reality is probably the opposite, that Adamo actually doesn't have very good hands very often because he almost never has pocket pair in his hand. He almost never has an ace in his hand. So, you know, I mean, he could have made a flush. He could, but most of the time he actually probably has quite a lot of like king and queen highs.
Now, what is afoot here? We got both Luca and Kate on hand. We're counting down chips. Looks like a table break, I would imagine, given everybody's racked up. They're on their feet. Maybe it's a drum circle. Maybe everybody's just going to break into dance now.
They don't look ready for it.
I don't know. Kate's braids are very Burning Man appropriate if I'm not. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
She's ready.
No, she is.
Kate's ready for a burn.
She needs
what?
Leather
goggles?
Partner. You know, you need other people to join in, and the rest of the crew they look.
Listen, I've seen some real elevations of a synthetic nature, you know, on some videos over at at Burning Man, I don't think people do need partners to dance. There's some dudes way off in the distance just jamming out by themselves with no clue where they are at the burn, man. There's a, do they have a missing persons bulletin board or something at the burn? You know, just, oh, I haven't seen my friend Rast in 3 days. Does anyone know where he is?
Listen, you find your way on the playa. The
4.2.
playa will provide. Okay?
I didn't know it was going to be like 12.
No
at
one's
first.
lost.
That's crazy.
That
More?
that sounds like a James
million per second
Cameron,
would be nice.
so Avatar 3 storyline there. The playa will provide.
Yes.
The tree of life. The music library will provide. Yes. Eargasms abound.
Ooh, Socia Jang just moved over to the red table. She came from that table we just saw break. Seth Davies on the blue table.
Rasty, let go. Let go of the compulsion to describe what's already self-evident on the screen. And instead...
Why? Because that's your job?
I can't do what you do. I know that much. So you can't crowd my lane too much. You'll render me
Fair enough.
obsolete, Rasty. Producer James advising that we're going to have 3 minutes of this. Did the track? Okay, here we
there,
go.
it's back.
It's on repeat.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, on the next break, I'm going to hunt down whoever it is that's responsible for this. I'm going to give him a kiss. And then after that, I'm going to be like, can you send me that track? Now, for those that are getting weird about it, maybe one on the forehead, you know, not even cheek, definitely not lips. But I think it's due, if I'm being honest. Daniel Negreanu, by the way, I'm told, has exited the arena. Rast, 58th place finish for him. The hand that did it came versus, was it Kaihan Mokri? Ace King versus Kings.
Oh, Mokri had the Cowboys. Oh, wow, yeah, and Mokri's in third in chips now. 3.5 million.
That was a big pot, man. 3.5 million chips. It was a Negreanu 3-bet out of the big blind. After Mokri made it 65 pre, Ossi Katola flatted. Mokri then jammed all in, Ossi out of the way. Negreanu would call it off and would not find the necessary help. All of this, by the way, available in the Triton Poker Plus app, downloadable free of charge. As Rast put it earlier today, if you don't download the app while you're watching, you're doing it wrong. Couldn't agree with you more, partner. Did you catch the little... Is there like a Middle Eastern string instrument that kind of comes in? It almost sounds like they break a string, just giving a ding. You know what I mean? That for me, it's the little things, right? Now you got the little piano, I guess, back there.
Of course. I mean, really good electronic house music has a bunch of layers of like different things going on.
It's
normally
that like world
it starts
beat
out
stuff.
a little bit like sparser and kind of builds, adding them in and out as you go.
I don't know how to quantify.
There's a
when you get to
formula.
the climax. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, do not disparage electronic music.
Listen, I've been a
fans.
huge EDM fan for a long time. No disparaging.
Yes. No, I'm
In fact,
talking to the audience.
well, thank
not
you.
Clearly, you're a fan.
I actually think on the last day of coverage, we should burn the desk. We should just light this thing up, man.
Thompson got so lucky
Let's
to
just
make
burn
it,
the whole
they needed
set and
Miami to blow that 1
rebirth
point lead.
in Jeju next year.
I'll do it.
Even
You
if
know?
the guy hit a
We-
couple
I feel like
goals,
we need
Yeah.
front of the game,
probably
That's a
more
awesome
people than just us two to sign off on that one, but
If you're watching in real time, both games had 2 minutes left, and someone's down 7 points with the ball.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Flipping back and forth.
We're making some Sherahan staff real nervous right about now.
Yeah.
Which was still sick.
There's going to be a moratorium on lighter fluid from this point
They don't
forward.
randomly show up against us. They have not played well this year. That offense is bad.
Kanapong in the cutoff here, mulling a7 of hearts, and he has decided to get after this David Jan open. Unfortunately, the timing is poor, given that Jan has ace-king.
Klubnik was a 5-star, and he just won't give up on him. But he's not good.
Exactly. He's just a sick athlete, but
Yeah.
like does not have like the poise of like a sick quarterback, you know. He's like the anti-Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel's like the opposite.
I would take him over anyone.
Gabriel?
Yeah.
He looks awesome.
Yeah.
He looks very, very good.
So poised.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
He just won that game.
Yeah.
Jan has 835 back. He's covered healthily.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a pretty easy continue, probably for just ripping it. Yeah.
And this is not what KT had in mind when he 3-bet, but obviously ace-7 of hearts can't take the heat. And a little capital infusion to David Jan, who,
rewarded for losing to you guys, and they got an easier
as much
road.
as I love
They
that
have
hat, the
another
only
game.
thing that
You
would
guys
make
have
it
a
better,
tough game
Rast,
right
is
away.
style.
Second
is
round,
if you
they're
could put a
playing,
beer
like,
can on either side of it,
you know,
and then, you know, the
in the
two
name.
straws that come down. What was that guy from 30 Rock? You remember that show? He used to wear like a different weird baseball cap all the time.
pretty
Georgia's
advanced.
like the only good team on that side. I mean, unless you think
We're
the
there.
other team's good.
We're there, my
I
friend.
don't.
We're there.
One day someone's going to do it. Someone's going to show up at a Triton stream with the dual beer
That's fine.
hat, and it's going to be Jungle Man.
Ran all over our dude.
Maybe he's
Oh,
the favorite.
really? Jungle.
I don't. Not because I think he
Yeah.
drinks, but
I
just,
think
you know,
they're
he's
awesome.
going to be
They're
playing
good.
one of his
They're good.
characters.
Aaron?
Okay.
Jungle, by the way, MIA
Their
down
offensive
here
line was supposed to be
at
the
Atlantis.
best.
I've not seen him. Have you?
No. Does Jungle do that outside of the 50K Poker Players Championship? Play a character? Has he done it in
He
other?
came to
Jason
North
Fruit.
Cyprus to a Triton and christened himself Tridan
Okay,
in a
so he-
Poseidon-like ensemble that was reminiscent of the one that Phil Hellmuth donned
Yeah.
during last year's World Series of Poker Paradise, where he came out of the sea with a collection of Bahamian mermaids.
Okay. So
Do you remember
yeah,
the march
answer's
across
yes.
the sand? Did you see that video clip?
No.
It was awkward.
Tridan.
Yeah, Tridan was something special. He and he really leans in, by the way, does
He does.
Dan
Yeah.
Cates to that stuff. And you know what's weird? Under normal circumstances, I would be like, dude, don't focus on, you know, pageantry and costumes. Play the game. I almost think he's one of those guys that might be better
They said two
when he's
people
in character.
Yeah.
You know, there's just jungle's gonna jungle. I did spy Jean-Robert Balland yesterday out in the arena. Not in the Triton streets, but got a little mixed game, cash game going with Keith Lear.
Is
and
that what they're
others.
doing?
And, you know, they're playing a little 4-800, Rasty. I mean, not to tempt you away from the booth, but did appear saucy. I don't think during the 5 minutes I was there, I watched a pre-flop hand that didn't go 4 bets. So chips were in motion. $60, says Adamo. As his bid to rebuild continues. Job done uneventfully.
Going. Sick. Probably busted. He's my friend. He's my friend.
You cut like
Last hand, correct?
your legs off from here.
Rast,
I wouldn't be
Sid
able
in
to
the
rip
chat
it
has maybe what would be
Okay,
a little
real
bit of a
talk,
more
like,
kosher
TCA
idea
was- or not TCA, this
to
or so many times where I, like,
signify
saw
the end
someone,
of
I'm not sure who it is.
of this particular
'Cause I
Triton
haven't seen them
festival.
for
A
like 5
wooden
years, or, like,
Triton
I've only seen them
Think all white
logo
people look alike.
effigy, you know.
like usually
we
no,
can
but
manage
here
that,
it's really
right?
hard, you know. It's like most of the time I'm like focused
I
on
don't
the
know if
face, and then they're wearing sunglasses.
By
but
we,
haven't seen them
I
for
can be part of managing that, but I can manage to burn it.
Yeah,
Yes. that
the
one I feel
woodworking
like I
part of
could-
it, you know, the manufacturing might be a challenge, but the burning part, yeah. I mean,
I know you.
unlock your inner pyro, and here we go.
You can't miss me, man. That's it, right?
Does it need to be big, like 100-foot?
Yeah.
You know,
no,
do we
no,
do that?
of course. It actually probably
So one
needs to
more.
be small. so
don't
that
wanna
we could
burn the resort
actually
down.
burn it somewhere. Yeah.
We could
Even
go outdoor.
Even small, I feel like, creates issues indoors. I doubt the
sprinklers come on.
The various security elements of the casino and management are going to be excited to entertain us in this.
Ace, king, 8, 2 spades here is Jan and Kulev. Intertwined, blind versus blind, limped pre. Top pair, way the best of it for David.
Just feel like David needs to get started betting on this flop. He's going to do it a lot. Hand should be over, but.
But what? It's Kulev, and you never know.
No, but it's just, you know. Kulev check back. How can you have a good hand on
Yes,
King
we are
8?
done. It's gonna break,
Can't
bro.
have a
Let's
set. Can't have two pair, really.
Does it actually break? No, but it's break, right? But break? Or just
30 minutes.
redraw and then play?
No, there is break.
Guys, you write all information nice and clearly. VGI ticket inside the
Break now, right?
It looks like they're on their feet there at that table.
Fold.
Break time being bestowed upon the crew, so we'll check in with
Fold.
of our other features where we find Jason Kuhn. There you see.
It's the gold table.
Yeah.
We really haven't been checking in on them.
No, first glimpse.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
On Pardo with the Ducklings. Raise and take. There's Wasserson. He was down the leaderboard earlier today, hanging on. Playing on the invitee side. Kuhn tackling some leaves. They're all still parked in their seats over there.
Here we go.
Unclear. Maybe they love it. Yes. Drop the beat. And drop us off at open season. Because that's where we're going to find ourselves during this break. A complete redraw of the field forthcoming as you get a look at tables that are going to be disbanded.
Oh, wow, complete redraw?
Northbound. And yes, sir. Just 2 levels of guaranteed equalization before we come back with luck of the draw factor. Ali and Rasty back with you here at the desk. Triton Million Invitational Day 2 coverage from Atlantis. And it's been, for some, painful. Obviously, exits for Negreanu and the like, and for others, it's been very fruitful as we take a quick peek inside the overall leaderboard in the Triton Poker Plus app. Fedor holds second behind Texas Mike, who came in as the overall chip leader. Now third, as Martirosian's tally puts him in second. Mokri in fourth, having showered Negreanu, and Ben Heath has entered the top 5. Unlu and Sosia Jang slipping along with boss Paul Pua. And Tony is still lingering there. We are going to have some new features, as we talked about, Rasty. From that first frame, anything standing out of note to you or of particular interest, or standard fanfare mostly?
Not so much with the specific hands and, you know, dynamics that we were watching, but maybe more just in how the kind of the rise of the pros so far today, I would say, in that, you know, the ratio of who's busting, kind of a lot of the invitees are out. And at the start of the day, we had mostly invitees in the top, you know, spots, and that's kind of shifted some. So, you know, maybe just one of the storylines to follow moving forward.
Yeah, one of those pros, along with a few others, finding themselves down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Looking at Michael Adamo, unfortunately, who has bounced off the bottom, but it was 2 kings versus 2 jacks for Kanapong that really left him on the wrong end of that transaction. And also Ibinger, the shortest stack in the field. We're going to step aside. It's going to be about a 15-minute break, but when we come back, continuing coverage of a completely open field, we'll see who ends up where in about 15. Stay close.
guessing that you had deuces or 6-4 suited type.
One of those two hands.
Is that why you bet 150? You think that's in my range?
No, no. The last one that you flatted.
6-4 suited would have been a gut shot.
You're on the break?
No, no, no. They're just breaking a table, but it'll.
Ace-4 now for Kiat Lee. Folded around to him in the small blind as we lay out to be flies on the wall, as we are always apt to do, listening to the table talk. Kiat just going to jam into Juuso Koskela.
可能 top 咧，可能贏咧，可能呢個等你自己講啊。Okay, give you 4 of club. Happy? 4 of club. Happy?
No.
Really?
Ace-6 of clubs turns into the nut flush as Koskela did dig in here. And Kiat Lee is going to get showered. This one crept up on me out of left field a little bit, I confess. And imagine how Kiat Lee feels. Ouch. Drawn dead on the flop. Not where we like to find ourselves. And Juuso sends a member of the Malaysian
place. Wow. Wouldn't that be something? Back-to-back invitationals. It's the most recent inductee into the Poker Hall of Fame. In the latter part of his career thus far, has become quite the tournament player.
Well, quite the benefactor has become one Dana Craven in the chat, who actually has sent us $4.99, Rastin. It's being directed toward the Get Ali a Sharpie fund because my artwork lacked kind of the it was a thin sort of. Thank you for that, Dana. We appreciate it. We will get me a Sharpie, although I'm not sure everyone wants me to have a Sharpie because then I'll just be encouraged to draw more, and that might not be great. Also not great is having Queen 4 offsuit versus 2 queens, which is exactly where Phil Ivey finds himself on a 2-heart board that includes a 4 and excuses to proceed versus this chip leading active Texas Mike, 55,000 follow through with the overpair.
Yeah, he get himself into trouble here. Maybe not too much trouble. It's a pretty dynamic board. A lot of bad turn cards for his hand. It's not really one of them.
No, I mean, it's bad insofar as it might leave him continuing to feel as though there's a reason to hang in there.
Yeah, let's see if Mike goes with like 140, I would guess. Something like that, 130. Yeah, with 130. It's an amount that he could be bet folding. Ivy with kind of a tough decision here. His hand is pretty good and he's not that deep, but yeah, he's going to continue. What he really doesn't want to see is like pairing anything on the board or a queen.
Now the front door hearts have arrived, but the board does pair, which is one of those kinds of cards that you were suggesting could get Ivy into trouble here. He's playing sub 0.5 SPR, and is he being asked for all of it? The answer looks like it's yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was already losing to a 6, so there's just one less 6 in the deck, which is why I said that about board pairing. And, you know, and Mike wouldn't have bet a 3 on the turn, so it's a blank. He has the Queen of Hearts. So he has an above-average bluff catcher at this point. Will Ivy stake his tournament on this above-average bluff catcher? Again, Spotty's not beating value, but he's beating all the bluffs. Queen of Hearts, so he's blocking some flushes. It's blocking some. I would say the Queen of Hearts blocks more value than bluffs for sure. A 4 obviously only blocking value. Although not that many value hands would have a 4 in it, but again, above average bluff catcher. Uh-oh, he's going to do it. This is the look before the call, I feel like.
You know this one?
Seems like, yeah, he's going to one-chip call. Whatever.
Well, it doesn't end there. Because if it's a one-chip call, it's then a brisk exit for Phil Ivey, as we can see. And this is sort of the challenge of being up against a high VPIP, active, aggressive player in like Texas Mike. Especially when he's sitting on a chip lead and he can just afford to apply muscle.
He might be talking himself out of it.
I mean, 255 is 10 bigs to fight on with. Is the Queen of Hearts in particular a bad one for Ivey to have in terms of being able to lay it down?
Yeah, look, this is an intimate moment, I feel like. We're kind of watching and just getting a feel for Phil. You can see the emotions on his face as he's changing. He was about to call, but he's talking himself out of it, maybe. Yeah, the Queen of Hearts is a bad card for him to have. It's a decent bluff catch card.
How many?
The intimacy ended with the camera changes. Using a lot of time banks on this.
I mean, that's what they're there for. This is a very pivotal moment in a $500,000 buy-in tournament. He does make the call, though, and that's going to be showers for Ivey. Rast. It did feel like he was all over the map with it as he went through those time banks, but the pain is palpable. And all he can do is deliver a Sia and head out of the arena. Down. Versus KT. Ace-6 now under the gun. About to take a trip through the blinds, which have just gone up to 15 and 30K. That'll cost him 75,000 in total. So he's going to jam now. A lot of pressure on this Ace-6 with the whole field to come.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty happy to get this through the field if he does, or even getting called by this hand if he does.
KT, I believe, has asked for a count, so we're going to give an official tally here. Is this a qualifier, given that KT's in the big blind, a suited king?
Yeah, it looks like it's 6.5 blinds. My guess is he probably calls, but it's close. Yeah.
Okay, so an opportunity for some clawback here. I wouldn't say it's a pound of flesh if it happens, but maybe an ounce or two for Adamo. 435K in the middle.
Yeah, back up to 43.5% of a starting stack. If he were to win this, we'll see what happens. No pronouncements until all 5 cards are out. Voodoo doll away.
Queen 10-5 is cozy. So is the turn.
3 outs, no chops.
Exhale, Mr. Adamo, and enjoy yourself, 435,000. Although obviously that's not going to fill the void entirely left behind after Biao, the most recent of the eliminations. 58 runners remaining. 17 will make the money. Shortest stack is parked right here
Best of 5 with like 10
Not best of 5.
in front of Orpin Kisachikoglu.
Which part? Just
like
a heads up in general?
Like, because you can't just do like 6% reg and then play heads up and start with 50 bigs. It's like
it's really bad for like the
they can
bottom
just run
line.
like a normal event.
Can I put money on it?
They still need a dealer for
what that a lot of people are going to enter.
No, that such an event will be happening.
Oh sure.
Seems like there might be some inside information going on here.
No.
Orpin has chosen to jam his pocket threes here. Foxen is flatted. Danny's looking down at a couple of tens. What do you like here? Do we try to collaborate with Foxen to shower Orpin? I mean, maybe if there was a pay jump and we were in the money, we would be more apt for such things, right, Rast?
I think I'm going with this, and I think I go all in as opposed to call.
Are we ever worried about Foxen's flat being in front of the 210s? Apparently
Sure.
not.
Yeah, I mean, of course you're worried about it, Ali, but that doesn't mean, you know, like what? You could be worried about it if you had... You just have to play your hand sometimes. It's good enough. I think tens is just hitting the cutoff to be good enough to play here. Not only are we ahead of Orpin's range, we're doing okay against Foxen. Let's see what Foxen decides here with king, queen off. I mean...
I hope so.
Chucks it.
Is that king 10, Danny?
And he had two overcards to both of these pocket pairs. Unfortunately for Orpin, he's in a bad way.
Triple up with threes. It only makes sense.
Not a problem.
I feel like I'm like 85% to win this one.
North of $1 million in the middle.
Now you're 100.
Looking for crabs, and instead a 7-5 is on the plate.
I couldn't be
You beat that, not that? Wait, what?
Now Orpin picks up a little straight draw, rather. Courtesy of the 6. Add 4 outs. 6 in total. Can the Turk keep a seat? No. It's a 9 on the end. GG's issued. As Orpin will de-mic and depart. What have we here?
Another invitee.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Million Invitational from Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu in for Brian Rast here, second frame of the day. And it's significant because things have shifted. Yesterday, a completely partitioned field as per usual. Pros on one side, invitees on the other, Randy. But today, we equalized for the first 2 levels, and now we have ourselves a free-for-all.
A full redraw where you could have a table full of invitees or a table full of pros, or maybe a nice mix, you know? I think this is the part where you really want to be lucky and try to get that nice draw, but unfortunately you are just dealt what you are.
All right, I'm going to give you guys your first glimpse at one of our feature tables. This is the blue feature table in the Triton Poker Plus app, and as you stare at the breakdown here, Randy, do you feel like this is a fair Scrabble bag that we've reached into if you're on the invitee or pro
if
side?
you look at this, there's 6 invitees at this table and 2 pros. So if you're Heath and Bonomo, you would say this is a pretty good table draw.
Yeah, and by the way, David Einhorn, who of course captivated everybody after getting it all in ace-king versus aces, sending Blesnik up to the top of the leaderboard in very first orbit few hands of play yesterday, still in the mix after bullet number 2 was invested. So good to see Einhorn working his way deeper into this one. Let's get a look then at table number 6. All of this available in the Triton Poker Plus app. The red feature table, Elton Sang and company. How are we feeling about this table draw?
We're definitely not feeling pretty good. We've got 3 invitees at the table, but these are 3 very experienced invitees. So I would say this is a pretty bad table draw.
Yeah, this is Putra, Young, and Sang that we're talking about. And then you've got all 5 of the pros in terms of seat position in succession of one another. So it isn't just the breakdown of 5 pros versus 3 invitees that's a little bit, you know, of note here, but the fact that all 3 invitees are clustered right next to each other. And when you consider stack depths and you consider positions and you consider personality types, it all comes together to leave everybody feeling either with the short end of the stick or maybe with a fortunate draw at this point.
Yeah, you know, there's a well, that's kind of funny that you mentioned there was the 3 invitees and the 5 pros. You know, there's advantage, of course, sitting in position against the players you have a perceived edge on, right?
Mhm.
Having direct position, but to be out of position against 4 pros isn't that great of a proposition in itself. So it's hard to say who actually has the best seat, whether it be the one out of position or direct.
Well, the best DJ belongs to us here in the Bahamas. Dropping the beat once more as the bags are unleashed. Everybody finding their way through some new seats. And by the way, it's not just those 2 new feature tables that we're going to give you a glimpse at. Here you see outer tables, how things shook up for Dvoris, Chidwick, Maslach, Foxen, Teusel. What's that? Is that Nick Schulman? Yes, back to us. Brandon Steven there as well. Bads with the Pikachu hoodie.
Pikachu.
I mean, that looks like a bad draw there.
I agree.
No matter who you are, you're not thrilled. There's Blesnik, who was the chip leader day 2. He's got his bones parked alongside Davies, the chip leader. Saya Ono, bad seat draw there, being direct right of the chip leader. And then Juan Pardo on our other side. Tough assignment for Saya. There's Fedor, Ponikovs, Deeb, Vieira, Was. Ooh, that one doesn't feel like it was particularly zesty for ST Wang and company.
This table sucks.
Yeah, that's, you know, Randy,
that's a simple way to say it.
I really appreciate that you went there. And Chance Kornitz was the man beneath the white
Yeah.
hoodie there, just making things even worse than they were, as your assessment is galvanized. That might be the worst draw thus far. My goodness. There's Mokri to the left of Ryan Feldman. Talvidier, Kuhn. Who else do we have?
Nagy?
Oh, Mateos. This is no peach.
No,
Is that
not.
Sean Winter there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tough one, too.
Yuck. I mean, and it's so interesting because you can't necessarily overstate how profound the impact of finding yourself both at a table that's very pro-heavy or very veteran invitee heavy, you know, the guys who are kind of the upper crust of that side of the bracket. And then beyond that, just finding yourself in a really bad spot in terms of who's to your direct left. I mean, it can really play a big role in how things develop from this point forward. As you see the big stacks, Petrangelo, Heath, and Martirosian, respectively at red, blue, and gold tables. Martirosian, number 2 overall in the field. Heath, currently number 5 overall.
Yeah, taking a look at this, it seems like the blue table and the gold table are the 2 tables that have the majority of the invitees. You know, having 6 on the gold and I believe 5 on the blue.
Petrangelo, 12th overall, by the way, so kind of a nice spot that he finds himself in. There was plenty of other tables where he wouldn't have been the chip leader, and instead he's got a little over a 300K advantage over Greenwood.
You know, Petrangelo with chips. It's not what you want to see if you're other players at the table.
No, heck no. Although I got to say, perhaps nobody is striking more fear, especially given the limited amount of experience that our Triton veterans are going to have had versus him, than Texas Mike.
I'm excited to
Laggy.
watch Texas Mike.
I mean, I'm saying. By the way, is it Twins Day here for Boss and Kanapong? I don't know if this was on purpose that they went this direction or not, but it would seem to be an unlikely coincidence. By the way, something that I said at the top of the broadcast before you were here in the booth earlier is we had that same walk through the outer tables when we spied Justin Bonomo beginning the day with $1 million in chips, was the implication that he had been to the rebuy desk to max late reg or re-reg.
Okay.
And I'm being updated that, in fact, Bonomo is on bullet number 1, I believe. Not necessarily a given, but he definitely brought $1 million forward to today. So just a coincidence in that regard. Now, David Einhorn will kick things off. A raise to 80,000 with the blinds at 20 and 40, 56 remaining of our original 96. $74 uniques, 22 rebuys, how we got to that 96 figure. Didn't manage to crack the 100 buy-in level, and you'll have to crack the top 17 to make the money. Min cash about $750,000. Top slot will pick up a cool 12 million. Pua, set mining with pocket fours.
Sorry, did you say $12 million?
I did, Randy.
In the
Yeah.
single tournament?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's the kind of figure that's generally reserved for, you know, I mean, World Series of Poker main event, even though the buy-in, of course, is so much smaller, the field is absolutely massive.
Of course.
Well, once you break the 8-figure mark, I mean, fewer and further between are the events that do that. King 8-8 board here, the fours hanging on, as this pot was three ways. Given KT defended as big, Einhorn does not follow through. And he does find the lead on the turn. Third diamond on board. Both of Einhorn's opponents have baby flush draws.
Good spot for Einhorn to just stab when it likely gets over to him, as he is the pre-flop raiser. Needs to deny equity against the diamonds.
Both Pua and KT checking around to Einhorn. Do you favor a bet here to protect against the baby diamond draws?
Yeah, and also because these baby diamond draws aren't really looking to call, so you might as well just kick them out,
Yeah.
not give them that free equity.
Obviously, the sheer power of the ace is of motivating element as well. Einhorn does barrel and take it. David, another example of the tremendous amount of crossover between the worlds of finance and poker. And it's gone in both directions. Andy Frankenberger,
I remember
guy
that
who
name.
comes to mind, came from the world of finance, went into poker. I believe he's back into finance. Had a difficult bout with COVID, as I recall. Then you have the likes of Vanessa Selpst, who was a poker player and then moved into finance. So showing that people can carve their teeth on either side of the spectrum and then work their way to the other. But, you know, the mindset, kind of the approach, a lot of the thought.
You can't
similar.
tilt, you know, and you got to be able to handle the big swings.
You know, Randy, I'm here to advise you that you very much can tilt in trading. I really am the embodiment of that.
I wouldn't say you're a professional trader, my friend.
No. I'm professional steamer.
You invitee.
Short seller, yeah. I tend to get out in front of the freight train pretty often. Pocket sixes. Lococo taking us upstairs. That's a name that'll be familiar to those who soak up World Series of Poker main event coverage. Deep run put together by the Argentine a few years back.
So apparently he was a freestyler back in the day.
Yeah, rapper.
Yeah.
I've not heard his stuff. Have you?
No, I have not. But he better drop a track if he ships this tournament.
Listen, we've got the beat for him. That's for sure. I don't know if EDM's really what he wants to rap over, but 8-4 suited is that which Ben Heath wants to defend. And he books an appointment with 2 spades, 2 tens, and a queen. Not what he had in mind, of course. Lococo has it checked over.
There's more reason to bet sixes on these paired boards when you can get counterfeited by the other card.
That 60,000. Well,
Little c-bet and take. It's always nice when you don't face resistance, especially given the texture. Can leave things murky from that point forward. Let's flip back over and see what's afoot.
Colored light coming from back there. I can't read the suits on my cards.
It makes the blue and the gray chips.
Yeah,
look
that
the same.
too.
Yeah. It's just over there though.
Ace 10 for Ferdy. We go up. Over to Greenwood with pocket sevens now in the big blind.
You know, there is some decision to actually reshove this from the big blind against sub 20 big blind stack fold equity. Unless you feel that Putra's range is very strong, then you might just call.
There is the request for all of Putra's chips out of Greenwood. He didn't take long to get there either.
This is a very uncomfortable spot for Putra. Ace-10 offsuit. It could be ahead, but then again, could easily be dominated by bigger aces.
I mean, bottom of range for Greenwood to jam over us does feel like it
in.
leaves Ace-10 with some issues. Nevertheless, Ferdy's looking for a spin. 1.14 in the middle as he does make the call. Delighted that he's not dominated and has 2 overcards to Greenwood's pair. 1.5 officially in the middle. Forgive me.
Can't have
got our
Elton
first
wishing him good luck. Elton's
collision.
too lucky.
Here we go.
Putra at risk, and now he finds a lot of ways to win. Ace-10 or Jack would do it, as would the King, which would counterfeit.
Look at that equity.
49% post-flop. Coin flip with 2 to come. And now that 4 puts things back into Greenwood's corner. Ferdy still with 29% to keep his seat. Can the Indonesian hang tough in the million? Yes!
Yep, he
And
can.
he does it the dirty way, Randy.
That one hurts.
I mean, when Elton's supporting you, you should win for sure, right?
Free roll, 1%. 7. Thank you.
Sam looked like someone just swapped his green tea mochi for wasabi. On the end there. Pocket sevens emerging once more, this time for Lococo at our other table.
Raise to 90,000. Fold, fold.
Pocket jacks for Heath. They're sitting quite deep. Default is to 3-bet, but from time to time you actually flat this very deep stacked, especially against an early position raise.
Heath does come with the flat. Seen a lot of conservative approaches from pocket jacks in particular, which is sort of part and parcel to the nature of the hand and also, you know, situationally throughout the course of these first 2 days of play.
Yeah, also it's nice if there's short stacks in the blinds, you get them to reshove, you can call off jacks and protect your flatting range too.
Great point. King 10-8. Heath looking up at just 1 overcard. For Lococo looking up at 3 of them. So he will take his foot off the gas.
A lot of times you would bet this in position, but then again, if you're up against a kind of a crazy player like Lococo, maybe you don't really want to face a check raise.
Check.
Check back from Heath, keeping things cozy. Now he picks up the Broadway gutter, but that ace is an unwelcome sight, even more so than the king before it, given a decent amount of ace-x would take up this posture post-flop by Lococo.
Lococo most likely had intentions to check down the 7s on the flop, but with the ace, there's probably ideas of just trying to rep that and punish the pocket pairs that flatted.
Yeah, he's reaching.
Yeah, this makes sense. It's just understanding when to change gears based on how the board changes. This would be a pretty tough call of 2 jacks. It feels like Lococo often actually does have an ace in this spot. This is nice from Heath. Drops in calling chips.
And this is basically Heath saying, there are things other than Ace-X and King-X in your range that I'm doing well against. This is a very dry river.
If Lococo thought that the 10Xs and maybe the weak kings would fold on the turn, then he's up against an ace most often, and maybe he won't follow through. But if he feels like the 10s might hang in there, or the King Xs, he might fire once more. But Ben Heath's range does contain a decent amount of like ace jack, ace queen, ace X suited. But we do flip it over, and we do see Aussie Katola. He's walking away.
Wow. Ace, queen of diamonds on the turn, nut flush draw along with ace high. It is Wayne Hyung with 2 queens that is hauling in Aussie's remains, efforting, by the way, a glimpse here at exactly how the carnage unfolded.
That's 385,000.
Man, Alejandro he's nasty. He's put in another bet. 285K?
Yeah, it was 140 on the turn that we saw Heath dig in against. And now 385 on the river into 460.
This seems like a very difficult call with 2 jacks. Alejandro.
Flexing.
Sick. He's a tough one.
It's just incredible. He completely disregarded the idea that there are 2 sevens here and just went with context and decided, this is now my board. Maybe I already had you beat on the flop, but certainly on the turn, max pressure applications from that point forward. Very profitable decision. By the way, I mentioned I was looking to see exactly how Aussie met his fate in terms of the action that we caught the tail end of. This was a raise to 80,000 minimum from the 2 queens of Wayne Hyung. Aussie in the big blind 3-bet to 200. A 4-bet from Wayne's queens to 320. Aussie ended up flatting. 5-5 deuce board. He check called 105K C-bet. Then on the turn, he decided to rip in to Wayne Hyung, who made the call. And of course, no diamond,
90,000.
no ace, and no further participation for Aussie Katola, who made waves in Monaco at his first ever Triton a few weeks back. Lococo making more waves, this time with pocket 10s, making it 90 to go.
Again, this is the type of hand that you could be 3-betting. Ben Heath is up against Lococo again, flatting. Seems like his game plan against deeper stacks is to take flops in position rather than get into high variance spots in 3-bet, especially against Lococo. This will give Bonomo an opportunity to come in with king queen off.
Three players, 330 in the middle. King H7 board, top pair for Bonomo. Way the best of what's around as Lococo's 10s fall short.
This board texture should get Lococo into a little bit of trouble against the king queen at some point in this hand.
Round of knuckles and the ace rolls off, now putting Ben Heath in the lead.
Yeah, that's an unlikely spot for Ben Heath to likely take this one down. Now, given the 10s check the flop, it's a strong enough hand where it shouldn't need to turn itself into a bluff on the ace, even though that's more Lococo's card. If he had like a pair smaller than the 7, he probably would consider betting the ace, but 10s is still got enough showdown value. There's definitely merit to betting ace-4 on the turn at this point, getting checked to twice.
2 flush draws out there, both unblocked by Heath. And he's going to take conservative approach and check back. The 9 of hearts doesn't feel like it should be too much trouble. Now Lococo with an opportunity to decide he's got 10 jack instead of 10-10, although I'm not sure under the gun +1 how much opening he would be doing.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to turn the 10s into the bluff, though. I would think. This might just go check around. Heath's kicker is potentially an issue, even though he often will just win if it gets over to him, if he just checks it back. But there's always that little bit of fear that someone can just come out check raising you. For now, though, it is on Lococo. 2 10s. Checking over to Heath. I think ace 10 plus, he's definitely betting. Ace rag seems more in the checking camp. So check around.
Just as you predicted, and you know, even though Heath had top pair there, you just hate to stick a bet out and then get raised, which is never 0 probability.
I think against some opponents, you can safely bet, thinking they're not going to come out check raising all of a sudden and it checks 3 times. But against Bonomo and Lococo, I don't think you can rely on that. Boss, King Jack, +1. Healthy stack of 2.6 million at this stage of the tournament.
Raised 80,000. Fold.
I mean, Boss has put in more volume, perhaps, than just about anybody on the Triton Tour, which is saying something considering the dedication and commitment that a lot of our top shelf pros have to showing up at every festival, playing all parts of the docket, be it 2-card, 4-card, short deck. And
180.
the volume of caches that he has definitely reflect that, as the 180 from Koskela, a reflection of ace-10 offsuit, and Bonomo wakes up with ace-king.
Yeah, terrible timing from Koskela. He was right that his 3-bet would work against Boss, but Bonomo's got the goods. And Koskela actually found a way to kind of save himself by not 3-bet shoving and going for a 3-bet small. Now he can safely get away from ace-10.
Oh.
Look at Boss. Like, hey, you 3-bet fold against me off that stack?
Yeah, that's exactly where the giggle comes from.
You know, the snap fold too is like, oh, you definitely were out of line.
Southpaw in the box.
Does it make a difference for your experience whether they're southpaw or not as a dealer?
I mean,
Maybe in mixed
you're-
games, I don't know.
If you're asking whether or not I think that righties are lucky and lefties are unlucky, I definitely don't.
I heard someone mention it earlier, like, you know, oh, it's a lefty dealer. All right, no, never mind. Silenced. KT. Coming in with ace-9 of clubs. Pocket 3s now for Einhorn. Playing off this 32 big blind stack, you can definitely try and set mine this one. Another opportunity to set mine. Pocket 5s. Look at pocket 10s now. Into big. This is pretty tempting to squeeze.
I mean, you got a raise in 3 flats in front of you here. You have to imagine not all of them can take the heat if you do. And you're sitting 2.7 million deep, covering everybody.
Yeah, he's thinking of proper sizing
Sure.
to squeeze with that time bank. And the thing is, Einhorn and DeBerry's range should be very weak to overflat after KT came along off of those stacks that could definitely squeeze and get in. I'd be happy to just make this maybe 400 or so. As long as you get through boss, you're pretty happy for 2 10s.
410,000.
Boss now in a kind of a tough spot with ace queen. Because it looks like a very squeezy spot, and your opponent in the big has taken the opportunity. And ace queen is quite up there in terms of your range. Feels like ace queen suited would certainly come in as a flat. Wouldn't fault ace queen just saying this is just too murky of a spot, maybe step away.
For boss, having 3 others left to act behind him, sure, you kind of expect that one of them would have been more likely to squeeze if they had something to take pride in. So maybe the ace-queen performs better. And also, it's not lost upon you that Lococo covers the field right now, and he's got all of this dead money, which could prompt him to activate with something that the ace-queen is performing reasonably well against. I mean, there's plenty who would have simply closed the action with a flat with the 2 10s, would they not, Brandy?
This. Boss.
Jams.
Rips it in. This is the one thing you did not want to see.
And note that Lococo instantly giving boss credit for something that could have these 2 10s in a bad way. Jacks plus, of course. What's on his mind? So excellent reshove there.
That takes a lot to do that, and that was the right play. And Lococo, you saw that intention was, I'll get the action against anybody else but the original opener, boss.
That's right. That's right.
Obviously, that's one of the downsides of squeezing 10s in that spot is if that original opener is willing to fight back, you kind of just lost opportunity to see a flop.
That is a tidy little pickup without so much as a flop there for Pua, who definitely came into the day toward the top of the leaderboard, a top 5 stack. After that one, he is now sitting 12th overall.
Yeah, he probably picked up like 800K in chips or
so.
so.
I take that back. 12th was before that one. It's 5th now for Pua as he cracks back toward the top. Even on the button, the 10-4 is an over and out for DeBerry, and great decision for him as Lococo looks down at 2 aces and can maybe look for some vengeance.
Curious to see if he opts to try and trap with a limp re-raise or just outright raise himself.
You know, as good as many of these players are, if given the option, you always prefer to have at least a little bit of clarity, a little bit of sort of narrowing of the range that should be the product of opening the pot with a raise. Whereas when you limp, and then your opponent just checks back, there are so many hands that could just be there, and you don't know. Like, you lack that clarity, that field vision moving forward.
Right. I hear you. Also, I think one of the reasons why you would raise versus limp is, of course, who's in the big blind.
Sure.
Against an invitee, of course, boss is very experienced. They're probably a little bit less prone to raising some of the bottom in their range, so you kind of miss out on the opportunity to pick up some extra chips. More incentive to just outright raise.
Well, we're outright not shy about telling you it's time to head over to GG Poker if you haven't done so already. World's biggest online poker room, offering you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Just sign up with a new account, deposit $20, use promo code Triton_2024, and get yourself in the game. I mean, that's a 2.5x ROI on the initial investment. 20 gets you 50. Randy, you know?
That's a good deal. You got to play the odds game.
I wish every time I opened my wallet I was getting 2.5x on my spend.
Yours goes the other way.
Yeah, I like depreciating assets.
Yeah. Raise and take for Heath. Big blind stack for Koskela. King Queen. Feel like some players actually jam. Min raise is good too. I slightly prefer min raising just because there could be heavy action behind you and it still looks strong.
He agrees. Taking us to 80. Einhorn binning deuces. You know, it's funny, every time I look up and I see that finish flag, Randy, I feel like I should be looking at 2 more hold cards.
Yeah, so you see the King Queen 6-5 right now.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, shouldn't there be a PLO pot brewing right now instead? 2 card streets being entered by the Scandi.
KT's got ace jack up against a min raise from a 12 big blind stack under the gun. It's supposed to be perceived to be strong, but these days players are still min raising off of these stacks. Ace jack. Yeah, I like this.
Oh, sorry. Wrong.
Did he say 125? He meant to go 225.
Okay, so he's being held to the 125, obviously, which is very clicky 3-bet, and now there's plenty of meta if you're Yuso. Because you're going, okay, I know what the intention was to make it 225, but all he really did was make it 125. How will that impact Koskela?
Well, he is getting a good price in terms of just throwing one more big blind.
Of course.
He shouldn't think that he ever has fold equity because KT is 3-betting from a small blind against his under gun. I don't think they're looking to 3-bet fold from 225 when you got so little behind.
Right.
So call and pray for the best. But definitely he had intentions to raise. It wasn't like he wasn't trying to call.
So here we go. Wow, Einhorn would have flopped quads.
Yeah, that's when I walk away from the game for a second.
This is painful. Unclear how much more he would have earned, of course, versus these 2 holdings. But you see KT now coming with 55. Pretty small little bet. Now we got something breaking out here involving both Blesnik and Saya Ono, as well as Juan Pardo. Now it looks like a pot's being delivered to Blez, but it also looks like Ono is on her feet and out of there indeed. Blez moved all in for $315,000. He did so with Queen 9. So short stack looking for a spin. Then Pardo woke up with ace-king and decided to jam over the top. Ono then called off out of the big blind directly behind Pardo. And she had herself king-jack. So sort of an unexpected one for Saya to choose to go with. She did have 685K. So Pardo on the side with the ace-king will haul in some of Saya's stack, and then a triple for Blesnik as he found a 9 on the turn. Flop was 4-3 deuce. Run out was 9-7 from there. So critical for Jared, who was the chip leader very early on day one, now trying to hang around. Meanwhile, back here at the one in progress, it was that 55K C-bet that we left off on. Koskela made the call. Turn card. Puts a third diamond out there. Neither player with the flush draw. KT comes off the gas. Koskela with a snap check back. 5 looks innocent.
This hand is playing out very odd, right? There was the misclick pre. There was this tiny bet on the flop and then check back on the turn. I would think that if Koskela actually had a really big hand, though, he probably would have just jammed it in pre. And now KT's betting 300K of ace-jack. Interesting hand. Feels like KT actually got the maximum somehow with that misclick. You know, he got a little bit extra pre-flop.
Right.
He got a flop bet in there.
You're right. Funny how those things work
That's
out.
Thailand magic.
I'll tell you what, the real magic came when
Thank you.
we took those jacks up against Adamo's kings. I know I've talked about it on a number of occasions,
I've
but
heard
just
about that.
2 outs. And he found the hook on the end. The craziest part about it, Randy, was how Rasty, on the turn, started talking about a big pickup for Michael Adamo and, you know, KT busted and whatever. I looked at him immediately and was like, what are you doing? There's one to come.
The
You
early
shaman?
celebration. Yeah.
And just boom.
I don't think Rast is allowed near the shaman shop. You know, he's got that bad juju with that
Rast,
kind of
yeah, you know, Dwyer might definitely have to put him on the blacklist.
You're scaring away my customers.
DeBerry, by the way, looks like he may have stepped directly out of the Matrix to join us here today. Not since
All right.
Morpheus was rocking those lenses.
All right.
Have I seen that look? Thanks. I mean, if he offered me red or blue pill right now, I would not be surprised. I forget which is the right one, by the way.
Me too.
Gamble.
Gamble.
8-9 of hearts for Heath. He's going to gamble. Taking it up. Getting after Yuso.
I believe he just put Yuso all in. Yuso's getting very short.
Yeah, this 300 is enough to cover his stack. Jack 4, though. I don't feel like...
It hurts because he's actually a slight favorite against 9-8 suited, but he doesn't know that.
No, of course not.
But he's put in the big blind and the big blind ante. If he folds here, he's got 5.5 BBs remaining, and then he has to pay the small blind next. It does seem a bit weak.
I'm not sure if this is a call.
Feels like that 4 needs to be a bit higher.
Yeah, you heard him say, I'm not sure if this is a call, being quite honest. He was a slight favorite. It does hurt, though, because you've got not one but 2 big blinds invested in that pot, which is so chunky compared to your remaining stack. And yet he will step away. We'll be able to just skate through the small blind and look at many more hands. Presumably at least one of them will be better than Jack 4. And we have a new overall chip leader. Texas Mike, step aside, says Fedor Holtz.
How does Fedor just do this every single time?
Randy, if I had the answer to the question, I can assure you I would be turning in my resignation from the booth and I would be out there playing and putting together the sort of resume that he has in what is a relatively short period of time. In terms of his overall career, there's still so much runway left.
And remember, he took a break from poker.
That's the craziest part. Then he came back and decided, I'm not done beating on all of you.
Most people, when they come back, you know, it takes a little bit of time to warm up again, but just straight into deep finishes over and over at the Triton series.
For sure. Suited connector catnip. Leaves KT purring. Min plus a tickle. And now Yuso finds much better than Jack 4. He'll 3-bet, and yeah, unfortunately, while he's found better than Jack 4, Einhorn has found better than Ace 10. Let's see, though. Raise and 3-bet to 225 in front of him.
I would be ripping this one in with Ace Jack. I'm smashing Koskela's range. KT is still going to be open in a decent range that's just going to raise fold. I think this is too good of a spot to skip for Ace Jack.
That 1 million and change in front of Einhorn coming into this hand. Good for 31 big blinds, approximately.
I like this.
Yeah, no PTSD from that Ace-King V Aces. 4-bet to 650. And I think this accomplishes the same thing as moving all in without risking your entire stack.
Yeah, same difference. You know, as long as he committed chips, which he did.
And you see Koskela disgusted in response to being shown an Ace-Jack here. Unhappy camper. Could have that frown turned upside down if a 10 shows up. Spades would work. Maybe some king, queen, jack. Let's see what the deck has in store. There's a king. No queen or jack, though. The 8 and the deuce beside, leaving Koskela in a bad way here. 12%.
Oh, man.
Hello, 10 of diamonds. Now this 575 listing heavily toward Koskela's side of the harbor. And the queen on the end in turn now, snatching things back as Einhorn hits the Broadway gutter.
That was a sweat. That added to the sweat.
That's painful.
That's the worst way to go. You know what? If I'm going to bust out, don't give me that glimmer of hope at the last second, you know?
That's that text at like 1 in the morning from somebody you've been into, you know?
I mean, if you fall,
WID, question mark.
Broadway. I made the
And then you're like, oh, nothing, what are you doing?
What?
It's like, oh, you know, my cat just died. I needed someone to talk to. You're like, for real? Is that what you're texting me for at 1 a.m. on a Friday? Anyway. That one felt like it might have been non-hypothetical, didn't it?
That way or
Yeah,
just like 4-4 right now?
you've been there. Not just once, huh?
I didn't need the turn.
The tease.
You didn't look
You
so
know,
happy on the turn.
It happens.
I didn't need the turn. I could have skipped that part.
So Einhorn
It's a nice swing though.
busted the first 3 hands of the tournament, and now he's sitting here with
This is
1.5 million.
This is already, this is already nerve-wracking enough. We don't need that extra part.
Ace, jack of diamonds. DeBerry raises to 85,000. Oh, and Agent Heath perhaps throwing a glitch into things.
230.
See, the difference here for Heath with Jackson this spot is he's 3-betting a player that he's willing to get the stacks in against, you know. Chad only has 25 big blinds to start this hand, whereas Lococo before was playing like a 70 big blind stack or so. So you can see how Ben Heath's game plan shifts based on his opponent and their stack size. Ace Jack suited is such a nice hand. This would be a nice laydown if he can find it. It's very tempting to try and see a flop, but he is going to make the right laydown. Nicely done.
Avoiding
more time banks.
Issues.
Final table.
Is Chad there, who's been largely quiet during our time at this particular table. Obviously, that time has been somewhat limited in scope But nevertheless, I bring it up as to point out that a lot of times, you know, we look at rags, orbit after orbit. We finally open. Our table image is intact. We seem like we're playing snug. And no sooner do we open under the gun than somebody comes back at us with a 3-bet. Feels like we lack respect.
You need discipline in this game. What can I say?
Yeah, no doubt.
And a head massage from time to time.
Yeah. If not need, want, I think.
And this is all over the place.
The elasticity of Kulev's forehead dermis is definitely being explored here by perhaps a lack of lubricity on the fingertips of this particular therapist. I mean, a little more lotion would go a long way.
And you really are the massage connoisseur.
I mean, I'm just, you know, because we're going to leave a friction. Anyway, I'm not looking for an exfoliant here. I'm just, let's get into the temple. Now, there's this one here who does the lotion on the arm as Ferdy damages a banana. Wow, he really mangled that thing. You know you got to peel it, Ferdy. Did he go in for the skin? I swear to God, I think Ferdy ended up with banana peel. I mean, that's Mario Kart. What the heck? 85 from Wykin. Greenwood. I've not seen Greenwood get a massage, Randy. You ever seen Sam doing the table slide?
No,
I don't
never
think he's
seen
not.
Sam get
Ibinger,
one.
never seen him get one.
Everyone else, I think so.
You know what I would do if I was like an invitee at one of these pro tables? I would comp the massages for the pros, just trying to get them to dial back the intensity a little bit, you know? And I'd be like, no, try it. No, seriously, no, you really want this one. But secretly, you tell the therapist, like, I want you to hit every single trigger point, you know, anyway.
You're like, if there's more chips in the pot, push harder.
2 hearts, 2 tens, and a 3 here. Wykin does not push any harder here after having been flatted by the ace-5 of diamonds. One of those solver bait candidates that will 3-bet from time to time. Not on this occasion, though. Greenwood checking back, finding a wheel gutty on the turn. Still holds the best hand.
King 6 has a sliver of showdown value against, like, Queen Jack and some suited connectors that whiffed. Sam can easily take a free card in the spot. Ace high, gut shot.
That's what he does and finds the ace on the river. Backdoor spade arrival. Neither player with a spade.
Doesn't feel like King 6 needs to turn itself into a bluff. If Wykin was holding like Queen or Jack high, he certainly would be trying to rep that ace. But King 6 is getting quite close. Although he could get some better King highs to fold, and it seems like he is going to reach for chips and probably lose them. Can't really imagine Greenwood ever folding at this point.
150 gets called. Greenwood catches Wykin with his hand in the cookie jar there. Of course, Wykin trying to rep what Sam had. Don't blame him. We saw Lococo do something similar, successfully, albeit, against Heath earlier. Muscling 2 jacks into the bin. And here Greenwood accepting a little upswing as the table accepts Alex Foxen into its ranks, albeit reluctantly, I would assume, as that's not the guy you want parking his bones at your particular game.
Remember what Foxen did last stop? He shipped the title for quite a bit of money over in Monte Carlo.
Three.
2.320.
Yeah, 2.320.
Yeah, to be more precise, he won the 50K for 1.47 million back in November.
How's everyone doing?
Did anybody answer? Did Foxen just ask how everyone is doing and get showered? Man, they're like, well, we were doing fine until you showed up. And he does so sitting with 58 bigs, 2.3 million. Putra now under the gun, ace queen.
Feels like Ibinger's committed. He's only got 175K remaining.
Yep, and in it goes. 3-bet to 160, though, leaves himself 15K back. This is in case of disaster behind of some sort.
He didn't. He's got chips back.
Did Putra inadvertently think that Ibinger had gone all in? We've seen this on a number of occasions, by the way.
Yeah, but I think he's just going to blindly put in the last 15K, whatever flop comes.
Well, it seems as though he actually put out enough chips to move Ibinger all in, which is kind of the good news, I suppose. Ibinger, despite realizing he's up against ace-queen, of course, has to make the call dominated.
What if it's ace, ace, ace?
And the wildest part is if he makes a flush before the river, he's got to sweat it out against the ace of hearts.
I'm trying to think if there's any other ones.
King, jack, 10, all spades.
Oh, spicy.
10,
Not
8,
that one.
3,
Not
2
that.
hearts. One clean overcard in the king.
Oh, Elton, you promised.
Any heart will do.
Oh my God! Sell my pilot both ways.
We both hit.
But I got 1%.
Heart on the turn and another heart on the river.
Yeah. That's why he left 160K back, and the 15K was for you.
Well, Putra reached out and touched Elton successfully last time. Ibinger looking to counteract it by reaching for some Elton Juju himself. To the river we go, and it's running tens to bring Ibinger's run here in the Triton Million to an end.
Should have touched Elton.
He did touch Elton. Maybe just not in the right spot.
No, did Ibinger touch Elton
Yeah,
too? Oh,
yeah.
he needed
As
touch
soon
him
as
with two
Putra
hands.
touched him, he tried to counteract it. Two hands?
Two hands.
He needed to put his foot on him. At some point, Elton's going to be like, guys, this is weird. Please stop. By the way, you know, acknowledgement there to that dealer. One of my pet peeves is always the declaration of seat open while the player is still standing there collecting their belongings. Allow them to depart before kind of broadcasting their demise. I think is a nice touch always.
Yeah, I know you've got that pet peeve. You're always the guy that's busting, right, and seat open immediately.
No,
because you don't really stay in tournaments, I imagine.
You know why I'm not the guy busting, Randy?
Why?
Because I'm also not the guy registering. Now, I've busted some buy-ins in cash games, but you get right back in. The re-entry period is forever.
Unlimited. Well, it's supposed to be unlimited unless your bankroll is draining.
That's true. I mean, I guess it's only limited by how much credit you get extended in the game, if we're being honest. Uneventful thus far. Greenwood letting go of ace-6. Well served. He wasn't the cutoff. Petrangelo looming on the button, though, with ace-jack.
95. 95.
Up we go.
I think he said 85. Oh, no.
That's why.
Yeah. It's funny.
Very defendable queen 10 offsuit for Putra. Big blind versus button. Very common spot. Type of hand where the button opening range could easily be dominated by queen 10, so it doesn't hurt to just call.
So Putra's defense brings the pot to 250, and he finds top pair here. More than we could say for Petrangelo. Does have the ace of clubs working with the 2 overs.
A little 3-card straight as well with the jack. Decent firepower to consider c-betting this flop. Especially when you're holding that ace of clubs. Block some of the check call continues. You turn a club, you can multi-barrel as well. 75K to start things off.
你又去對金湖？啊？你去對金湖？
所以彈片爆打床。
我知追邊個咧？邊個贏咧？
係啊。
擺啲大嘅。
75 a man, bringing us to the 7 of diamonds. Putra still checking.
係啊，好似短牌都輸住跌。2000魷魚係啊，唔知點解佢。
Petrangelo picks up a gut shot.
佢嘅打法就得咯。
Is it enough?
A lot of hands that check call flop do kind of contain an 8 with it, you know, like 8, 9, 10, 8. These are hands that will check call again on the 7.
So a check back from Petrangelo, and we see the free river, which does not help him.
It's a tempting card to bluff at the king. It tends to be more in Petrangelo's range. I suppose it kind of depends on what he thinks Putra would do if he was holding like 9x, 10x, 7x. Are these hands gonna consider calling on the river? Instant check back.
Yeah, one and done for Nicky P. Got that free swing on the turn, courtesy of the C-bet on the flop, but was unable to find a winner as Putra hauls that one in. And we started this frame, Randy, with 56 players, but we've lost quite a few. Now, we saw the demise of Katola, Ono, Ibinger most recently, but there are some other big names that have been dispatched from this millie.
Yeah, we lost Juan Pardo in 49th. Danny Tang also out in 47th. And I believe the way Juan Pardo went down.
Yeah, it was particularly zesty. And it was against Texas Mike, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Juan Pardo had aces. Texas Mike had king jack suited.
Okay.
Went to a flop. Jack 7-4, 2 diamonds. So Texas Mike had top pair and a diamond draw. And they got in 2.1 million chips on the flop, all in, and king on the turn. And aces was out for Juan Pardo.
Wow. Pre-flop, Pardo was the raiser to 80. Texas Mike just flatting, of course. Blez was in there for a minute out of the big. And yeah, they just piled in heaps. It went bet from Pardo of 100K, 375 from Texas Mike, 700 from Pardo, and then the jam and pucker up, unfortunately, for the Spaniard.
270.
It was adios. Mess with the bull. Sometimes you get the horns even when you have the aces. And Texas Mike.
He's back to the chip lead.
Reclaiming his spot at the top, indeed. Short-lived was Fedor's tenure
like
up there.
A little more. Thank you.
Foxen, meanwhile, facing a 3-bet out of Greenwood's ace-jack. He's got 2 sevens and a decision for another 170.
Plenty of stack to play for. Makes the call.
Đi cái gì hả Bùi?
打完呢度就去咯。
我咁快。
係啊。
我17度。
仲早我。
One overcard, 2 to 7s,
15我冇打。
which is best. Greenwood, though, ace-jack with the jack of spades. Could be helpful. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Also has the betting lead. Oftentimes you'll see players c-bet on the smaller side. These dry textures.
佢淨係喺即係佢本身係豬住佢豬入邊，佢諗住每日 guarantee 幾多 qualify 已經蝕咗幾百萬。
130K from Greenwood. And against this small bet, Foxen should be check calling here. Just from the pure pair value of the hand and the price he's being laid.
Are you going like here, direct from here? What day?
I haven't done yet.
Maybe I follow you there.
No, I didn't do it, but I'm gonna run one. So.
Yeah.
Clean turn card for Foxen.
Check called 130. Let's see what's on Greenwood's mind if he wants to lean more heavily against a stack that has him covered.
I wouldn't think he would be two-barreling too often on this turn card.
I mean, let's face it, this is a man who opened and then called our 3-bet pre-flop and has check called on this Queen 5-3 board. Concerns quite clearly, and yet the lion heart beats in the chest of Sam Greenwood as he roars for 350.
Now this is a very tough spot for Foxen, now that Greenwood's bet 350,000, because if Foxen's behind, he's drawing to 2 outs, whether it be an overpair or Queen X.
And it does set up a potential jam of, let's call it 2/3.
You need at least like 5 houses.
That's what I'm saying. House is not efficient.
And the thing is, this turn card is not expected to be barreled light, and he does lay down the best hand. Nicely done, Greenwood.
You know, it's just incredible not to make a meal out of something that maybe is such standard fanfare for, you know, the players that we observe at this echelon. But those spots where you have that kind of natural, mortal reflex to just go, all right, a barrel here is treacherous. Let's just check back. They conquer those fears so often, and they do so profitably, as Greenwood demonstrated just moments ago. Now, Randy, Rasty and I really indulged ourselves in the drum and bass during the last frame. Potential visit to the Playa and Burning Man, if I can be guaranteed cuts like this. Are you in, Randy, for a burn?
Okay, maybe. I've never been, but that sounds like a lot of fun.
It sounds like a lot of unshowered, you know, crunchy granola-esque sort of individuals.
I'm not so sure how you would do out there, actually.
The problem is money can't solve my problems out there. You see what I mean? Not that I've got more of it that I know what to do with, but, you know, if I'm like, hey, man, I need a hot shower and a filet mignon, you can't fix that at the Playa. It's this, anyway, I don't really understand it, I'm being honest. Maybe some burners in the chat can step in. How well would Randy and I do at Burning Man is really the question. We could probably do a Triton spin-off, me and you at the burn.
We don't have to sleep in the tents or anything, right?
Could we run a cash game? Or is that against the spirit of Burning Man?
I just find
to give away chips, you know.
You need a Sherpa.
It's a friendly environment.
Would we have to play for like feather boas or like how? I'm not. Anyway, maybe we shouldn't burn.
No,
Well, probably not.
The more I think about it, I think it's a bad idea.
You know, like I don't want to be a Squid Game contestant, but remember the dudes that came in and they were betting on it?
At the end of the trip,
I mean, yeah, they were a little bit weird, but I'm more, I think, one of those dudes. You know.
All right, yeah.
Not that part, but just, you know.
Okay. Yeah, you're one of the Squid Game bettors.
I guess
those aren't good people, my friend.
I was just gonna say, am I a scumbag?
Yeah, those
I think I'm
pretty
a scumbag
people up there.
Not
Damn it.
on the side of a mountain.
Maybe without the scummy
Especially
part.
a helicopter on the side of a peak.
I think it's pretty scummy to bet on people, you know,
dying.
how far they're gonna make it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That
sucks.
Although I would bet on you on how long you can last in Burning Man.
In Japan?
Take the under, Randy. I promise it's the right side. Greenwood makes it 110,000 to go here with King Jack on the right side of that exchange versus Foxen moments
Elton,
ago,
next time
earning it.
you know, you win like 5 million cash or whatever, find the big loser and say, okay, you need to be my chauffeur. You don't need to pay, just follow me around.
Queen Jack played as a flat from the button by Wykin. With these blinds at 25 and 50K.
No, I'll stay home. Too much to add for not that many tournaments.
King 5 suited for Elton.
I don't like it.
It's also, yeah, it's not very nice.
He's out.
Yeah,
Bad
you know,
setup.
typically doesn't shy away.
Look, if it was a cash
things
game,
like
he'd be
that.
throwing
Yeah.
chips in there.
Well,
Part of the
Foxen's
city
going to be throwing
That
chips in
part of the
here,
city
and we know why.
Is not great.
Number one, pre-flop.
Small 25K is, the 50K is sick.
Pays him a visit.
Problem for him, of course, is his opponents don't have too much
I don't
to
like
contest
names
with.
anymore 'cause they're so long.
Takes it up to 475, and yeah.
Just Well, we didn't have these,
Grapes turn to raisins.
like huge trips all the time. They're like 2 weeks long. So I used to play everything, you know.
Maybe it's successful. Maybe it works exactly.
I can't raise if you call. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like I would
Alton's
never
call
play
is
one,
so
but I
strong.
would
Yeah.
go play, you know, a 6-day main.
Shout out, by the way, in the chat, Randy, to a name that hasn't crossed my lips on a stream for so many years, but I'm so delighted to read it off. Brad Booth.
I know. It's not.
Apparently watching the stream right now. I mean, this is a man who famously piled in $1 million in cold hard cash against Phil Ivey pre-flop during the old high-stakes poker days. If that's you, Brad Booth, welcome, sir.
Hello, Brad Booth.
In Japan.
That's a legend.
Yeah.
Never been.
For sure.
It's really good.
Amazing thing.
Yeah.
I think before Jeju.
Throw him on the invitee side of a bracket.
Yeah, come find me.
I mean, it's already pretty dangerous on the
You
invitee
see a lot?
side. Yeah, he would
Yeah,
spice
they're
things
all
up
winter.
to the
Oh,
max.
Oh, yeah.
Ace-king now for Wai Kin Yong.
Yeah,
He'll be seasoning
He's really good, right?
this dish,
Yeah.
which Kulev cooked up courtesy of Jack 10 off suit
You
in
better than
race.
Soiza? Much better?
I think we're about the same.
Ah, because you're from Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
So you probably did you grow up in snowboarding in Vancouver?
Well, I actually started doing more like just like last 5 years or so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
I feel like it's really hard to pick up later in life. Like I started.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can
Oh, if
do
you spend enough
every
time, I think
thing
sure.
fine.
I taught myself how to ski when I had a place in Banff.
It's not like you
It
can
wasn't that bad.
just
I had
reach
bet and take it.
I mean to get like really good though. No, I wasn't really good, but I got like.
Yeah.
You can get up and down the mountain. Yeah.
Learning
Just like 5 years ago.
When you learn as a kid, you fall and like it doesn't hurt as much, and you're fine, and then like all that stuff is fine, and then like now as an adult, like I just.
Like you can.
I'm not like
Like do skills or jump.
I don't even ski that much anymore, and even as a kid, like I skied, you know, maybe 10 times a year or something.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, I guess.
But
My thing with skiing
but like
is
you
that-
just it's just like whatever, like you just back into it right away.
Yeah.
It's
There's no like I hate the whole involved in it either.
yeah. There's no fear. There's no nothing. Yeah.
He's Jack now for
Wai
Waikin.
mountain bike like 100 out of 100 times.
Oh, wow.
So then,
Yeah,
just don't
why would you
care.
ever ski that?
Yeah. I learned because one of my best friends had a bachelor party in Switzerland. I had to ski for.
Sounds brutal.
And that was the last time I skied.
Sounds like you're pretty good then, huh?
I mean, I don't do it that much anymore, but yeah, I you have two.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Bachelor party in Switzerland? Do tell,
Some
Nikki P.
skiing party.
I just like
That
going
sounds
really
like
fast.
a well-heeled friend. By the way, you know, our producer James Dempsey spends a lot of time,
I remember when I was like,
and perhaps all of his paychecks
wanna
on
say 15 or
skiing in the
16.
Alps.
I hit this jump that was like it was like a launch, and I thought it was a kicker, so I took it with like a ridiculous amount of speed, and just got like realized obviously as I'm like, you know, going up the ramp, and it was just like way too fast. I went like over the landing ramp, and my body's trajectory just like took me like in like a slow front.
Oh shit.
So I just fell from I don't even know how far, just like face first, like straight down on the, and I was like, all right, I'm no more of this.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's where your risk of injury just goes absolutely through the roof, and the enjoyment that I get from it is not significant.
I'm just trying to have fun.
Yeah.
Pardo's out.
I'm not trying to get myself injured.
Yeah, I'm probably really close to getting injured regularly, but
no.
So he broke his arm. Overshot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Overshot the landing.
I broke someone else's arm skiing once.
I can't even have fun on the bunny
They
slope.
tried to take my lift ticket away.
You can have fun with the bunnies, though,
My
Randy. I can
sister-in-law
tell you that.
as a kid, like blew out in separate incidents the whole individual parents' knees by cutting in front of them.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
Yeah. You guys really have to try Japan if you really like deep snow. Like
Yeah.
crazy.
My favorite place in the U.S. so far is Big Sky in Montana, which is like, I think somewhat similar in terms of the what's it called, the snow type. because it's just like very cold and.
It's not only that. Like last year when I went during January, I went there for like 16 days.
Okay.
It snows for 14 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's that, and it's like that regularly.
Yeah, it's like like when we are there, it's like if it's not snowing, we'd rather not go out, you know, because it just
Elton.
snows that often.
Wow.
Wouldn't be snowing if
the
he
day that
fired
it's
here.
It's like a rest day.
As he's got himself a
Yeah,
gut
sick.
shot straight and flush draw. The product of 105K open and a Kulev big blind defense. Alex just has the gutter.
Yeah, but Kulev also has that 3-card straight, which he perceives to have a 3-card flush. I mean, to have a little extra added equity, 1 overcard to the jack. Imagine he would be continuing against this 100K bet. Whether it be check call or check raise is unclear.
$100K c-bet being mulled over as the delts and perhaps the buy and triceps now being explored. Oh, and the check raise being explored by Kulev here as he takes it up to 300,000. Elton with 1.2 back, he is the covering stack. And this is a very significant investment by Kulev here on wet texture. Just not giving Elton credit for interacting, holding that key 9 of diamonds. And Sang just says all of it. Alex wastes no time laying it down. And that was a harmful blow dealt by Sang.
Yeah, 300K gone just like that. Kulev didn't expect Elton to rejam on him, letting him realize some equity on that turn. But didn't get to see it.
Randy, I've got breaking news from the chat.
Okay, I trust chat.
Ben Dean, some time ago, granted, wrote in to say, you can shower every day and eat like a king at Burning Man.
Oh? Where can we sign up for that?
Eh? This is truly possible?
So we just have to bring in some good goods to trade as commodities?
Yeah, what do we trade? Triton pins or something?
Triton
Patches?
pins.
People be like, oh yeah, that's cool, man, that gold logo. Be like, yeah, dude, this is special right here.
I mean, Raz seems
gonna
to have
need-
a lot of them in his
I gotta
pocket somewhere.
I gotta find the highest, richest guy I can and be like, look, I'll trade you this patch for your RV. And then, you know, no takebacks. I mean, it's the rules.
Yeah, it's no refunds, right?
Rainstorm says that you would survive, but I might not make it out, though. So maybe, I don't know.
No, if I'm going, you're going with me.
Yeah, but I might go down, and then what are you going to do? Every man for himself? Foxen, suited and connected. Took us up to 100. Poocher flats and under reps these hooks. He did take a passive line with Queen 10 versus Petrangelo some time ago. More of the same here. Looks up at a single overcard as Foxen bookends the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, this Jacks is very under rep to not 3-bet against the hijack open from the big off of 40 bigs. But it's should be favorable for him in the sense that he's going to get Foxen to c-bet this flop with such little equity. Of course, that 1 overcard to the Jacks is a bit pesky, but clearly Fox is going to have more than just top pair to bet, as he's betting just air. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with that 8.
Cool.
So 80K, bet call, and now all of a sudden Foxen could find himself another excuse to barrel once more after this Ferdy check call. Once more Putra checking, facing a second overcard. Foxen could obviously rep the king or the queen quite credibly as played.
Yeah, I would think that Foxen always bets his turn card with this hand. He's got 9 high, but he's got a semi-bluffing hand with equity 21% to be precise. He can rep the king. The king is very in his range. It's very rarely in Poocher's range unless it's like king-queen or king-8. Really like this turn barrel. Now the problem for Poocher is with 2 jacks is some of the semi-bluffs often contain straight draws, and he's blocking that. You know, hands like ace jack, jack 10, jack 9 that would double barrel this king. He's going to lay down the winner, and that's the problem with playing your hands passively is you find yourselves in spots where you fold the best hand.
To be fair, though, Randy, when, you know, we're this far away from the money and that bubble's going to be thick, $750,000 on the right side of it if you can finish 17th or above, you know, there is a mission here for Ferdy. He's keeping tabs on the app, no doubt, looking at some of these smaller stacks out there, sub 20 bigs. Is he scrapping and going, I don't need necessarily to take risks sitting 18th in chips before that exchange?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. I do think we're still a little bit of a ways, you know, from the money to kind of adjust, make such a heavy adjustment.
Yeah, he can't coast his way there.
No, he
not
can't.
off of this stack depth and not with as much play as we're still going to have to experience. Kulev going to jam with ace-9.
Lions and Antes going his way.
Yep. Always nice to button raise and take it.
It's always a little scary for the masseuse. It's like, all right, please don't call. I want this
Yeah,
to extend.
don't get showered. Again, the forehead just really being torqued in ways that I'm not sure are emblematic of relief. You know, you ever get the Indian burn where a friend comes up and then they twist your forearm in 2 different directions? You remember that?
That's old school.
Old school, bro. I mean, maybe that's not allowed anymore on the playground, but that was... That hurt. It's a little bit of an Indian burn-esque. Anyway.
Yeah, he's making it more difficult for him at this table. You know,
Right. He's like, I can't see. I thought I had Jack 10 suited when I opened last time, but you drooped my eye down.
Sevens. Min raise. It's going to give Elton an opportunity to come in with ace-8 off.
Big blind defense, presumably imminent.
On.
Reshove from Elton.
Snap. I mean, saying just putting Kulev to the test. Alex, of course, ready for it. The good news for saying is that 8 is actually an overcard to the pair that he's facing off against. So 6 outs to ruin the Bulgarians day 2.
This is as good as it gets for Elton once you get snapped off of ace-8 to still have 2 overcards.
So 1.8 million plus in the middle. No ace, no 8. No problem so far for Kulev. Poised to take down a double with cheese. 10 is cozy. Let's just keep the needles and the snowmen at bay. Compliance from the deck.
Pot over to Kulev and the masseuse. Continue on.
I don't know if the masseuse has a piece per se.
Look, she's getting more as he's still in the tournament.
You
right?
think like the gratuity is on a sliding scale based on performance during the massage? I mean, just emotionally speaking.
Sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, it should be based on how well you're running.
I mean, I'd like to think that the tip is the tip regardless. But, you know, as much as we like to think our pros don't get emotions in the way of their pre-flop hand selection and navigations. Perhaps when it comes to the gratuities, it's a different story.
But look, usually it doesn't go down for gratuities, but it might go up if you happen to
Okay,
go
so you
lucky.
got the baseline, 15, 20%, and then all of a sudden, if while you were giving me a massage, I spun my stack up 4x.
There we go.
Now 30, 40%
Especially if
is
you
in
like
play.
2 outs on one, yeah. That would feel good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I wonder if in the training manual for the massages, there's like a don't sweat. Because I've seen a few of them that like are really invested in the hands. You know what I mean? Like they might be taking all of the money they make and going back to the room and just firing online and load up the GG client.
Yeah,
You
they're
know?
playing the weekender for sure.
Yeah. I think they're allowed. Anyway. Maybe everything that we just said is complete bullshit.
9:45. You all right?
I mean, yeah, that tends to be
As long as
what
this
comes
is
out of your
funny.
mouth.
I take responsibility.
Yeah,
Randy.
thank you for dragging me down.
I do. Yeah, no, I'm here for it. Meanwhile,
I was well respected at one time.
9-7 offsuit. Respectable enough for a limp, says Elton, after being dealt that blow from Kulev. By the way, it wasn't insignificant. Forgive the obvious, but now it's saying sitting 870. Check back from Foxen, King, Queen, Deuce board. No pair anywhere.
It's always dangerous attacking Elton, especially when you just saw him reshove ace-8 in a spot that might have just called. Hence why Foxen didn't attack pre-flop, and even this flop, he might not be enticed to kind of bet against his opponent. So he checks it back.
Jack on the turn does provide a dusty gutter to Elton.
You know, that gutter is actually a little bit more clean than normal because he limped off of that stack, and Foxen has a lot of incentive to just jam like ace-x pre-flop. So if he hits a 10, he should feel very good about his straight.
Two checks. Post flop in front of us, an 8 high. Foxen with an opportunity to lay claim if he seeks.
So the board is... We got 9 high versus 8 high at the moment, but
they're both
they
playing
would
the
chop
board.
it up, right?
Yeah. Courtesy of that deuce on the river after the Foxen check back on the turn.
Elton doesn't want to share. I mean, I don't really see how Foxen could call in this spot. Kind of feels like he's getting milked. There we go, Elton saying. It's these little pots that are very important.
Yeah, fire the 50K and avoids having to play sharesies. Randy, I got another Burning Man update from the chat. Nathy Katzoff, who, by the way, I've played poker with and is an incredibly talented artist, a woodworker. Encourage you to look him up. Apparently soaking up this Triton stream. And he says a lot of the camps, because I guess there's camps, are very bougie.
Staring at these cards like crazy now too.
We need to find a bougie camp.
Can't even think about what
Camp bougie. You know what I mean? And you're not allowed to judge us because it's Burning Man, man. So, you know, peace and love.
Peace and love, man.
But also, you can't come in until you shower. Ace 4 of clubs as Petrangelo increases the admission charge.
Is Burning Man over for the year? Is it? We got to go
What
next
do you
year?
mean? It's not a full year event. It's I think it's like a week or something.
Oh.
I don't know, man.
It's not year round.
No. And this is not a Petrangelo lead, although he does have the better backdoor clubs and the wheel gutty. Greenwood with bottom pair. Edging in front.
85.
Quite a decent fight between these two hands. Both players with the same backdoor club draw. Bottom pair versus the gut shot. As for now, seems like a mandatory check call. See what develops. Oftentimes, though, Petrangelo will be double barreling a lot of turn cards with his type of holding.
$85K a man, bringing us to the turn here. Again, Greenwood checks. Now we saw Petrangelo shut down 2 streets versus Putra. And a heads up open versus big blind defense spot earlier. Of course, this one a bit different.
Still see him double barrel discard despite not picking up equity. The thing is the jack overcards the rest of the board, which is very fearful for a check calling range from the big blind. And the big blind has a wider range, so they have like 3Xs and 5Xs that doesn't really want to handle a double barrel and, of course, potential third barrel. Gonna take the free card. And the 10 is a great card for Greenwood.
Yeah, Petrangelo choosing not to leverage that which you pointed out, attributes of the Jack of Hearts. 465 in the middle.
For Greenwood to check in the spot, he often does have 5 and 3X, but the board right now is relatively clean. Petrangelo has a little bit of showdown value against a similar type hand. If he's betting in this spot, he's trying to represent the 10.
$470.
Wow. Look at this. Petrangelo rising up and putting maximum pressure upon Greenwood. Now remember, Greenwood found a call with an ace high versus a king high earlier for 150 on the end out of wide kin. A very different situation, granted. But let's see whether or not you can make the big call once more.
Yeah, Greenwood knows that Petrangelo is trying to rep that 10 with that full pot-size bet, and it's very credible to check back the turn with the jack coming in. The thing is, Greenwood not betting the river makes it seem like he rarely ever has a 10 himself, so it's not like he's got a very strong range in this spot.
Yeah, Petrangelo very much targeting 3X and 5X to muscle them out of the pot as potential candidates, given there weren't too many draws. Granted, there could have been some strange straight draw, 4-6. You know, we're blocking a lot of that stuff with that 4 of clubs in hand. So well done there by Nicky P as he manages to push Greenwood out of the pot. And apparently, Randy, you and I have managed to fail to understand the spirit of Burning Man. More on that later as we take a minute to remind those of you who have yet to sign up at GG Poker to get involved and be a part of the world's largest online poker room and earn yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender in the process. Sign up using promo code Triton_2024. Minimum deposit of $20 and a whole earful of saxophone.
I got it. Our goods and commodity is the Triton _2024 code at Burning Man.
There's
They
no
can all
value.
get in the Weekender.
No, we have to come up with a special like Triton _BM, you know, promo code.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to make that for us, so we
And
have to
then-
use this code.
Is there internet at Burning Man? Like,
Oh.
are we? Is there Wi-Fi? Is it high-speed internet? What's the deal? Is there like a hamster on a wheel that runs for half the day, and then that's how we get dial-up? I really don't know. You know what I mean? These questions may seem ridiculous for experienced burners, but anyway.
They're going to be disconnecting, aren't they?
I thought that was the point. You know, Gnome's saying in the chat says that, I know you guys are kind of kidding, but if you're trying to go to Burning Man and eat well and shower well, then you're kind of missing the point. I know you know, but, you know.
You don't
now
know.
I feel
You don't
bad.
know us.
Yeah. Yellow Dart says that we would get robbed at Burning Man, even though they frown on that sort of thing. You'd end up trading your Balmain jacket for like a sandwich. That's how desperate we would get. Jack 8 deuce, King 7 is behind. It's Pietrangelo. This time the defender himself versus the Elton Open, the pocket fives. Turn is the king as Pietrangelo smashes top pair for the lead.
What's happening? What's happening? How bad is it?
Makes sense that he's checking over to pre-flop raiser. This is more so Elton's card. He may try and rep it. He can pick up an extra couple chips. If that's the case.
Goes check, check. 8 on the end.
Now, given that Elton didn't bet the turn when the king arrived, Pietrangelo probably is thinking that Elton's got a lot of checking down range, whether it be small pocket pairs like this or ace high.
8 million. Put you for
Yeah.
or not? Is this a foot of
Gonna
dinner?
try to get value himself. He's gone big.
One for dinner? You want? I want to ask them to buy food.
He's got it in normal hands
Yeah.
too.
Hmm?
He got all his chips in like mostly normal hands.
Then that's okay.
Yeah.
What's nice about this bet is it's supposed to be 8x or nothing, but he's merged it with King X.
The 9-5 suited hijack versus under the gun slot.
Yeah, I would do that. Yeah.
Let's hope the three of us still.
In polarized spots, maybe these fives feel like they have a chance to win this pot.
You've not ordered too much.
Normal enough.
Look at Elton, man. He's become such a thoughtful player, you know, doesn't just have that reflexive, okay, I've got fives, there's a king and a jack on the board, the 8 is paired, let me just throw it in the bin. Even in the face of the overbet of 300,000 from Pietrangelo, he's really exploring ranges, trying to compile what falls into the I beat it camp and makes sense and what falls into the I lose to it camp. And are there more line items on one side of the ledger than the other?
Elton deep in the tank. One more look. Flicks it in. Great value bet from Pietrangelo.
Yeah, and you know, I appreciate the fact that he employed the sizing that he did versus Elton in particular, because he understands that Elton is willing to take big chances, is willing to kind of go with a read, and so we don't have to come with something milky. We can actually come with something larger against him, and that's not a critique of Elton by any stretch of the imagination, because we've watched him click call there and be right on many occasions. So unfortunately, he is trending in the wrong direction, and that 300 was about 33% of his remaining stack, down to just 12 bigs now, is saying as Pietrangelo ascends to 2.6 and 50-plus bigs.
Do 1.7, right?
Ace 6 suited, Greenwood. Clicks it. On the puck.
You'll take it.
Nobody defending.
The line.
You know how we could find an excuse to go to Burning Man, Randy, as if it was a Triton stop.
Triton Burning Man. Okay, yeah. That'll be nice.
I mean, I don't know how they'd feel about a $500,000 buy-in on the playa.
Do we just burn all of the prize pool after? I mean, what do we do?
Oh my God, like the Joker in The Dark Knight. Chaos.
Yeah, that would be one hell of a burn.
You know what the scary thing is? I feel like our player base could afford it. They just decide we're going to burn the prize pool. Meanwhile, Elton could be deciding it's time. 620 in front of him. It is an under-the-gun open from Wykin, but nevertheless, the 620 is deployed by the ace-king.
This one should get snapped off by the 2/8s.
Yeah, you just look at 1.8 back. Wykin will ask for a count just to verify, but another $500,000 obviously could comfortably be invested by Wykin, and he doesn't take long to do just that. So Elton looking for a spin now after this southbound trajectory for the bulk of this frame, left him with just 12 bigs. Does Elton have to touch himself? Yeah, there he's doing it.
They knew.
I was not at risk. Life was not at risk yet.
1-3-6-5 in the middle. Can Elton find the ace or king? Yes! King of hearts.
Never win him in a flip anyway.
No finish.
Wykin. Still smiling, saying I can never beat this man in a flip. Still 2 to come, though. Snowman would melt the smile right off of Elton's face, although it really wouldn't. It would just bust him. But that's a guy who always has positive attitude, win, lose, or draw. Elton feeling a little bit of pressure with 1 to come here. Can he fade the 2-outer? Yes.
So this Elton touch thing is real. Is what I'm trying to learn.
Well, I wouldn't go running away from the commentary desk to try to rub him out of left field here, you know.
Look, I'm not all in. I don't need to at the moment.
You touch yourself this time.
Yeah.
I thought it might have canceled out when you gave him a pound too.
You know, touch yourself is a complicated way to express the literal kind of thing there. But we definitely discourage touching of oneself, you know, at least on stream.
Fist to fist, okay?
Anyways, Randy, let's talk about Burning Man some more.
Holly, yes. Hit me up some more Burning Man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to last 15 minutes. No, if the music's good, the weather's right, the food's 5-star, and the accommodation. What kind of thread count do you get on the sheets out there? Just out of is it Egyptian or Pima? What sort of cotton do they use?
Gosh, you really are something.
I'm going to open the first 5-star resort at Burning Man. And there's going to be protests, you know, and I'm going to charge a lot.
You're not supposed to charge at Burning Man. That's what we learned.
No. That was Burning Man 1.0. King Jack, Greenwood charging, 110. Wykin paying the price with the little suited connector. Out of the big, 295 in the middle. King 10-9, all Greenwood. Top pair, Gutty. Action checked over.
This one should be over rather quickly. Top pair, good kicker with the gut shot. Not much for Wykin Yong. 100K sprinkle. Good enough.
Yep. One
哦，
third
我試
pot
過
and
個
take it,
30
Mr.
萬
Greenwood.
多30萬，屙你又唔
可能
啊？
應該唔係。
屙60變咗唔該30變咗90，90屙你未必嚟。
未必用。我前位嚟㗎。
Greenwood currently sitting 41 bigs deep.
牌都唔一樣，講呢啲魚缸冇。
Grinding, chiseling. Such a different situation now here, let's call it midway through day 2, than it was at the top on day 1. You know, I mean, it was an unbelievably deep 1 million in chips that everybody began with the blinds a far cry from where they are now. And you just saw so much speculation, so many light sort of 3-bets, you know, feeling each other out, pawing at each other a bit. And now we're not at the business end per se. We're not even on the march to the bubble, as you pointed out earlier, in terms of making adjustments or having it make an impact. And yet more on the sort of typical scenery in terms of the poker that fills our screen at this point.
Typical scenery is, I think, the right way to describe it. Is we're at the stage where a lot of players have 40 to 50 big blinds. Some big stacks out there. Greenwood with 44. They're very comfortable with these stacks. The pros, I think this is where they really shine. Whereas at the beginning of the tournament, we had 1 million chips. They had a 333 big blinds apiece. Of course, that's where even the invitees are much more comfortable, used to playing deep stacks. So players like Pietrangelo, they really shine at this phase, you know, whereas the invitees, and sitting on like 20 blinds or so, it's hard to navigate when you don't play that stack too often.
In presume, you know, at the risk of presumption, of course, I was going to say this phase where you're talking about Pietrangelo and the like shining, is it one that heightens the disparity between, on average, the invitee skill level and the pro skill level?
Yeah, I would say so. And even more so when we get to the very end, when we've got the pay jumps and stuff like this to consider.
Sure. ICM heavy.
Onto this hand, Pietrangelo opens ace-king suited against 8-7. Not much for either player, but of course the pre-flop raiser will have a significant advantage of just taking it down often on this flop.
Check fold with ease from Foxen. Randy, I feel like my business plan to start what I thought would be the only and first 5-star accommodation at Burning Man has been disappointingly discouraged by those who've stepped in to advise that the millionaire tech bros that go to Burning Man aren't staying in Dumb and Dumber dog cars while they're out there.
Dog cars.
That was a sweet car, by the way, especially when it caught air over the hill and the ears popped up. Kulev, Queen 10. I thought I was onto something. I thought I had a great idea. It's not the first time.
No, it's not the first time you've had a terrible idea.
6s for Foxen. Let's see what kind of idea he's got in the small blind here. Not looking to bin it, presumably.
Should be looking to play this passively as a flat.
Just set mine it.
Set mine, it has a little bit of pair value as well. 8s for Greenwood, slightly better.
Yeah.
2 pips.
Do we squeeze? Is it enough?
It depends on how willing you're going to get it in against the opener. 34 big blind seems a bit much. Also against a +1 open, which is a strong range. Flatting seems pretty good to reduce variance.
You know, Kulev has shown us a willingness to get out there with all manner of kit from all manner of positions through the years as Foxen finds the set of sixes here. Greenwood looking up at just 1 over card. Swing and a miss for Kulev, 2 checks in front.
So the small blind flats do contain a lot of these pocket pairs that would hit this type of board. If they are check folding, it's some kind of weaker broadways. He is going to fire 115K. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw.
115K as Kulev politely asks for the pot. We know that Foxen won't be complying.
Yeah, real decision here actually for the sixes, whether to check raise and try to get value against Kulev. Depends on what you think of its c-betting range. But then again, check raising, one of the downsides is you blow out the big blind, who might have a hand that's looking to continue. Yeah, imagine these 2 8s are now out, which could have gave a little action. As is the Queen 10.
So 305 and take it for Alex Foxen as we draw this frame to a close. Second of the day. One that will leave Foxen sitting over 50 big blinds, headed to the break. And there's a look at these 3 feature tables. We'll have a collection of new ones coming your way not long from now. Blinds merciless, going up to 30 and 60K in just moments as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, really just a couple of guys that don't belong at Burning Man back here with continuing coverage of day 2 of the Triton Million Invitational. This is really, I'm having too much fun with that theme, aren't I?
There has been some pretty good poker today, but I can't really remember some of the hands because you talked about Burning Man so much this last hour. And I'm happy to go with you sometime.
Exactly, Randy. We're trying to keep it fun in here, obviously. Listen, the play has been tremendous, as usual. We expect this out of our Triton pros and, for that matter, out of our invitees. Now, one thing that we didn't really want to spoil was a peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app at who has reclaimed the chip lead and then has extended it by a wide margin. I'm talking about Texas Mike Monchek, 8.5 million in front of him. We're going to seed the desk, or at least I am. Henry's coming back in. You'll be here. I'll let you guys sink your teeth into how exactly he got there when we come back in about 10 minutes' time with continuing coverage. Stay close. The sort of resume that he has in what is a relatively short period of time in terms of his overall career. There's still so much runway left.
And remember, he took a break from poker.
That's the craziest part. Then he came back and decided, I'm not done beating on all of you.
Most people, when they come back, it takes a little bit of time to warm up again, but just straight into deep finishes over and over at the Triton series.
For sure. Suited connector catnip leaves KT purring. Min plus a tickle. And now Yuso finds much better than Jack 4. He'll 3-bet, and unfortunately, while he's found better than Jack 4, Einhorn has found better than ace-10. Let's see, though. Raise and 3-bet to 225 in front of him.
I would be ripping this one in with ace-jack. I'm smashing Koskela's range. KT is still going to be open in a decent range that's just going to raise fold. I think this is too good of a spot to skip for ace-jack.
That 1 million and change in front of Einhorn coming into this hand. Good for 31 big blinds, approximately.
I like this.
Yeah, no PTSD from that ace-king v aces. 4-bet to 650. And I think this accomplishes the same thing as moving all in without risking your entire stack.
Yeah, same difference. You know, as long as he committed chips, which he did.
And you see Koskela disgusted in response to being shown an ace-jack here. Unhappy camper. Could have that frown turned upside down if a 10 shows up. Spades would work. Maybe some king, queen, jack. Let's see what the deck has in store. There's a king. No queen or jack, though. The 8 and the deuce beside, leaving Koskela in a bad way here. 12%.
Oh, man.
Hello, 10 of diamonds. Now this 575 listing heavily toward Koskela's side of the harbor. And the queen on the end in turn now, snatching things back as Einhorn hits the Broadway gutter.
There's a sweat. That added to the sweat.
That's painful.
That's the worst way to go. You know what? If I'm going to bust out, don't give me that glimmer.
Did anybody answer? Did Foxen just ask how everyone is doing and get showered? Man, they're like, well, we were doing fine until you showed up. And he does so. Sitting with 58 bigs, 2.3 million. Putra now under the gun. Ace, queen.
Feels like Ibinger's committed. He's only got 175K remaining.
Yep, and in it goes. 3-bet to 160, though. Leaves himself 15K back. This is in case of disaster behind of some sort.
He didn't. He's got chips back.
Did Putra inadvertently think that Ibinger had gone all in? We've seen this on a number of occasions, by the way.
Yeah, but I think he's just going to blindly put in the last 15K, whatever flop comes.
Well, it seems as though he actually put out enough chips to move Ibinger all in, which is kind of the good news, I suppose. Ibinger, despite realizing he's up against ace-queen, of course, has to make the call dominated.
What if it's ace, ace, ace?
And the wildest part is if he makes a flush before the river, he's got to sweat it out against the ace of hearts.
I'm trying to think if there's any other ones.
King, jack, 10, all spades.
Oh, dicey.
10, 8, 3, 2 hearts. 1 clean overcard in the king.
Oh, Elton, you promised.
Any heart will do.
Oh my God, sell me by both ways.
We both hit.
But I got 1%.
Heart on the turn and another heart on the river.
Yeah. That's why he left 160K back, and the 15K was for you.
Well, Putra reached out and touched Elton successfully last time. Ibinger looking to counteract it by reaching for some Elton Juju himself. To the river we go, and it's running 10s to bring Ibinger's run here in the Triton Million to an end.
Should have touched Elton.
He did touch Elton.
Oh? Where can we sign up for that?
This is truly possible.
Do we just have to bring in some good goods to trade as commodities?
Yeah, what do we trade? Triton pins or something?
Triton
Patches? People be like, oh yeah, that's cool, man, that gold logo. Be Be like, yeah, dude, this is special right here.
I mean, Ras
I'm
seems to
gonna
have
need-
a lot of them in his
I gotta
pocket
find
somewhere.
I gotta find the highest, richest guy I can and be like, look, I'll trade you this patch for your RV, and then no takebacks. I mean, it's the rules.
Yeah, it's no refunds, right?
Rainstorm says that you would survive, but I might not make it out though. So maybe I don't know.
No, if I'm going, you're going with me.
Yeah, but I might go down, and then what are you gonna do? Every man for himself. Foxen, suited and connected. Took us up to 100. Poocher flats and under reps these hooks. He did take a passive line with Queen 10 versus Petrangelo some time ago. More of the same here. Looks up at a single overcard as Foxen bookends the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, this Jacks is very under rep to not 3-bet against the hijack open from the big off of 40 bigs. But it's should be favorable for him in the sense that he's going to get Foxen to c-bet this flop with such little equity. Of course, that 1 overcard to the Jacks is a bit pesky, but clearly Fox can have more than just top pair to bet, as he's betting just air. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with that 8.
So 80K, bet call, and now all of a sudden Foxen could find himself another excuse to barrel once more after this Ferdy check call. Once more Putra checking, facing a second overcard. Foxen could obviously rep the king or the queen quite credibly as played.
Yeah, I would think that Foxen always bets his turn card with this hand. He's got 9 high, but he's got a semi-bluffing hand with equity, 21% to be precise. He can rep the king. The king is very in his range. It's very rarely in Putra's range unless it's like king-queen or king-8. Really like this turn barrel. Now the problem for Putra is, with 2 jacks, is some of the semi-bluffs often contain straight draws, and he's blocking that. You know, hands like ace-jack, jack-10, jack-9 that would double barrel this king. He's going to lay down the winner, and that's the problem with playing your hands passively is you find yourselves in spots where you fold the best hand.
To be fair, though, Randy, when, we're this far away from the money.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Atlantis here for continuing coverage of Day 2 from the Triton Million. We've worked our way down through half the field, 43 players left. I'm stepping in for Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and I see the man that bagged the chip lead on day 1, Texas Mike Monchek, with an overwhelming chip lead. I mean, Randy, he has pretty much average for final 10 or 11. What's this guy been doing?
I mean, Texas Mike is that guy that's willing to play big pots. He's on the invitee side of our bracket. You know, he played a huge pot against Juan Pardo, got in a king jack against aces, right, and got there for a massive 4 million chip pot or so. And then it seems like he also won a big pot with 10s against Seth Davies for another 4 million chip pot. So that's why he's the overwhelming chip lead.
Mate, I'm absolutely buzzing for this one. We're just moments away from throwing it down to the main stage for more action. The plan, I think, is to play down to the final table today if we get there. Obviously, working our way through the bubble. Those $1 million payouts going to be handed out on the final table. And, of course, that top prize of $12,070,000 to look forward to. I know you're excited, Randy. I'm excited. I hope the fans and viewers from around the world have been enjoying this. It feels, I must admit, a little bit strange, given that we've shown up for a Triton and we're immediately in the Invitational, you know, just kicking off with the huge buy-ins from the get-go. But there's a buzz around, man. I mean, everyone knows what's going on. There's 12 million up top. We're down to 43 players. I mean, one of these final 43 is going home with an 8-figure score, and there aren't many people
in the poker world that can brag about having one of those on their Hendon mob.
You're right about that 8-figure score. You can scan the QR code up there. Follow all of the action on the outer tables. And don't forget, we also have massive main event coming after this event. So plenty of poker these next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that is right. All the PLO high rollers are in town as well, as that 100K PLO kicked off today. I saw the likes of Yonne, Yukamayan, and a few other PLO regs in town. I mean, you got that 100K No Limit Hold'em main. But for now, our attention, of course, on this. But let's not forget, Randy, we got that 25K GG WSOP Super Millions main. I mean,
it'll be big.
50 million guaranteed in that one. That's more than the prize pool in this, and this is a 500K. As things stand, chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Blinds going up to 30K, 60K. So for the likes of Jared Blesnik, Daniel Dvoris, and Taylor von Kriegenberg, on those sub 20 big blind stacks, need to get moving sooner rather than later. At the other end of the leaderboard, Fedor Holtz chip leading the blue table, Texas Mike bossing it around on the red table, and Elias Talvitier with the chip lead over on the gold table. Let us know, as always, whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Who do you want to see take this one down? Who do you want to see make it to the final table? And yeah, let us know who's been impressive so far. You know, it's always interesting to see when the buy-ins get this high, who still has the cojones, Andy, to pull the trigger in the big spots where it matters, knowing that the entire poker world is watching, with over 12 million up top. Strap yourselves in. The next 2 frames gonna be fireworks as we work our way down into the money. 17 places paid in this one, mint cash of $755,000. See 11,000 of you watching over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Shout out to everyone watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, as well as Twitch and Facebook. And if you haven't already, do please take a couple of seconds out of your day to just drop us a like on YouTube. It helps push the stream to a wider audience, and you kind of help support Triton on their journey to just bring the highest stakes poker coverage to the world free of charge. Let's go.
Like it was like a light blue, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And it just like exactly matched these.
At WSOP also the green chips, if you throw it in a, there is like green part of the table, you cannot see it.
So it looks like we've got quite a few people rooting for Ryan Feldman. Got Matthew saying he's watching from Pasquet. He's rooting for Jessica. Some people tuning in stateside, of course, wanting Yan and Xie Jiang to final table. There we go. Natasha down there saying Norway, rooting for Mockery, of course. Enjoy the show, ladies and gents. There we go. Chance Corneth, one of the chip leader coaching end bosses, raising it up with the 9-8 of diamonds. And
that
well,
timing.
Yeah, tell me about it. The blades for Dvoris, sub 15.
No problem.
It kind of feels like he probably will come in
This is
with a
legal, right?
small 3-bet.
I think they don't want you to look
flat
on the
This is
TV table.
spicy.
You know?
Hand one.
Daniel?
Coming back from break.
Yeah, but if you not in the hand, before and after is okay. But
John Vieira just asking how much Daniel's playing.
Yeah, because most players don't have that wide of a flatting range off the
100%.
15 bigs on the button. Whereas if it was the blinds, more understandable. So I wonder if there's some alarm bells coming for Vieira.
I agree. Look at this. Zhao agrees as well. What would
It is,
normally
right?
be a very defendable hand against the Chance Corner open, with the presence of Daniel flatting off of that stack depth. The Queen 10 just finding the muck, Randy. King 8-4. Trouble ahead, perhaps. for Chance.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see how Chance approaches this. You know, that flatting range on the button has traps like aces and kings. I feel like if it's not a trapping hand, it's something that's not willing to reshove, maybe like a queen jack suited or something like this. It's hard to define because I feel like different players have different ranges in these spots. He checks it back, but look at that turn card for Chance.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. SPR less than 2. Cornuth with 31% equity with 1 to come. And as Randy said, you know, when you remove the obvious traps like aces and kings, those being the only really traps that we're giving, right? Because we don't want to...
I don't think queens is strapped.
Right,
jacks.
Queens or ace-king. You don't want to give 9-8, you know, a free flop. Cornuth firing out 160. Now on a 2-tone turn texture, that was a bit of a tongue twister right there for me. Such as this, when you're holding ace of clubs, ace of spades, does Forrest now announce himself just wanting to deny some equity, plus get some value from these types of holdings?
Yeah, I'd be pretty tempted to raise. I feel like regardless of whatever action he takes, his hand does look pretty strong because he's not perceived to be holding like 8-7 suited, 9s, 10s, these type of holdings. He does make the call. Chance got a free shot at it, doesn't hit.
7-10 out there. Both flush draws bricking.
I feel like you've got to give Daniel Divorce respect in the spot and just slow down with this 9-8. No need to turn it into a bluff. Feels like rarely, though, he's ahead.
Is there any part of the range, or am I stretching if I say a hand like ace-3 of diamonds, or are they just not flatting?
Divorce?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a stretch. Of course, I don't know their ranges in this particular spot off of that stack, but I think those type of hands may still just reshove or fold pre.
Right.
Maybe even 3-bet fold, who knows.
Well, looks like Doris is going to leave 1 chip back, effectively jamming. There it is, 5-9-5, and now action back on Cornuth. Has some calculating to do.
I just don't really see how he's ahead in this spot.
Wastes no time. Just lets it go.
Could have been worse. Had he seen a raise on the turn, he would have to commit chips given how much equity he would have with 9-8 suited.
You know, I really want to pick the brain of Cornuth because for me personally, I think he is one of the best exploitative live read guys out there. I mean, I'm happy to go on a limb and say put him in the top 5, top 10 kind of territory. He's out there stateside, WSOP, you know, playing like 1Ks all the way up to 100Ks. Haven't seen him at a Triton up until this point, at least I haven't personally. And I wonder if he still leans into that intuition, that just trust he has in his ability to read people, or against this lineup, does it go back to the framework of what the solver's doing, because these guys aren't giving as much away in the form of maybe live reads, timing tells, etc., etc.
My instinct is that whatever got him to be in this spot in the first place, he's going to keep leaning on that and go with his kind of intuition live reads if necessary. Maybe he's not getting much out of it, but there's no reason to deviate from that if that's what made you so successful in the first place.
I mean, cue the highlight reel of Chance Cornuth just like staring people down and just soul reading them in the most absurd spots. I want to keep an eye on him in this frame the next, what, 100 minutes or so. We're going to have him here. Has his work cut out. I mean, Ponakov's, Forrest, Vieira, Wang. Fortunately for Cornuth, he is on position of Fedor Holtz, who's the chip leader at this table. as Daniel gets involved once more, this time with the King Queen O. Comes up short on the 9-4-3. I'm just going to put it out there, Randy. If any of the social media team from Chip Leader Coaching are listening, if they could snag me one of those hoodies, perhaps two, one for me and for Randy.
Oh, thanks for looking up, buddy.
That white and gold combo. I tell you what, pal, I wouldn't mind rocking up to a poker table, that kind of merch. Forrest knuckles back. Oh, and spikes the queen. And Forrest on a bit of a spin up. We returned from break. He was one of the immediate short stacks, sub 15, and courtesy of the aces, and now this queen of diamonds on the turn. He's looking very likely to be playing north of 25 bigs.
Yeah, the flats off of 20 big blinds do consist of a lot of hands that kind of connect with the queen. Queen, jack, king, queen come to mind. Queen 10 suited.
Yes. Can I have a sparkling water?
So it does make sense that Fedor's playing defensively on this turn card. For divorce, it is time to go for value. Turn plus river.
Oh, he's going to play this one tricky.
Surprising.
A lot of pot control. Just respecting that under the gun range, knowing that Fedor is more than capable of playing massive hands in tricky fashion. You name it, aces, kings, queens.
Yeah, clearly Divorce's hand is very disguised now with the turn check back. He will be going for value now. Can't be checking this one 3 times.
Question is, what size does he come with? It's checked all the way down to the river.
Fedor's hand looks relatively weak as played.
300.
3/4 pot. Trying to make it look like he's muscling his way to take this one. And I feel like Fedor doesn't expect Divorce to check back a queen a lot on the turn, let alone a club draw that got there. But how thin would Divorce value bet is what's coming to mind for Holtz.
Fedor in the tank, sevens, no club. Would a hand like King Jack turn itself into a bluff, try and fold out some ace highs? That is kind of what the range of Fedor looks like. An ace king, ace jack.
Yeah, it feels like if Divorce is bluffing here, generally speaking, it's like King Jack or King 10, but something that didn't bet the turn, because I feel like at some frequency they would bet the queen.
I agree. There are the time extensions.
A lot of times these players are trying to put in some tricky lines to throw off their opponents. And Fedor is probably having trouble thinking of a hand that would play in this manner, whether it be value or bluff.
Forrest giving nothing away.
What's happening over here?
We'll be right back as we've...
Oh, Shulman's at risk.
Shulman is at risk. Jacks against queens. 2 outs once for the fellow Booth brethren. Doesn't find it.
GG.
Looks like 20 big blinds or so apiece went in as Mockery up to 4.1 million showers Nick Shulman. GG's, my man.
Always disappointing to bust a 500K tournament.
I mean, 20 big blinds. Yeah.
It's cooler.
Jacks against queens. It doesn't get much colder than that. Back on over here. Looks like Fedor found the fold. Well played, sir. Mockery. What's Mockery up to now? Triton Poker plus app. He's up to third in chips, my man. 41 left. How about it?
Yeah, I've been following Mockery's journey in this Triton Million through the app, and he seems to only go upwards. You know, generally a very aggressive player, very fun to watch. Amazing results. Very feared, both the cash game and tournament streets.
Yeah, he's been doing really well the last, I want to say, like 18 months, 2 years.
Well deserved, too. So over on the red table, we got ace-4 suited opening for Chidwick. Always making deep runs. Here comes Nagy.
Yeah, I haven't seen much from Nagy in Monte Carlo. Good to see him out here in the Bahamas, a lot closer to home for him, of course, as he calls Costa Rica home. A couple of red 10s. Does have to be mindful of this under the gun open, showing some respect in the form of a flat call.
Yeah, they're playing, what, 40 big blinds effective. Flat call makes sense. Blaznik, 8-7 suited. Coming in off of the short stack.
Wow, how about this from Blaz? Just peeling it from the button. I guess with that overlay in there of Nagy's flat, feels like he's incentivized. Just try and flop a piece. Hopefully it's not a piece that gets him in trouble as this comes 7-4 deuce, Randy, and this could perhaps be showers for Jared. Top pair against the overpair.
This is one of the better flops for Jared, and off of that 570K stack remaining with 510 in the middle, he's looking to get chips in there. Question now is, Chidwick going to lose a little bit of chips or not? Let's check it on over. It's going to be great for Chidwick. It's likely a Nagy will bet, and Blaznik probably just rips it in, given how much is already in there. If Nagy fires.
I have to agree, and it's pretty unfortunate for Blaz because he probably feels like Nagy is going to overstab once check 2 on this kind of board. Oh boy.
I mean, you can't really flat this and all of a sudden just get away when you flop top pair, so there's only one move, really.
He agrees. That should get rid of Chidwick with this much action
great
in
round.
front of him. Snap call from Nagy shows the red 10s. Blaz in trouble. Looking for an 8 or a 7. Running straight cards to stay alive. It's all in for his tournament life.
Let's see.
Doesn't find it on the turn. 5 ounce once for Jared. And the 500K Triton Million here in the Bahamas. Doesn't find it. GG, sir. He's going to be jumping straight into the PLO, one would assume, as he departs. And Nagy chipping up to 3 million and change now.
This could be the one for Nagy. Love to see him make a deep run out of Triton.
You think
Just
you're
flip it
adding
on
more
over
spin to
the blue
ball or
table.
to the cards when you're mucking.
Sometimes I muck with 0 spin. Just flat
40?
laser.
Same as heating.
Yeah, flat laser.
This is just Fedor doing Fedor
Last
things,
3
isn't it?
times was like
3-bet to 440K with Queen 8 suited.
You played
ST
Pregame?
Ace Queen on the button.
you
He's
played
not going to
Pregame?
go anywhere.
Yeah, played twice.
Question is whether he's going to
How was
call
it?
or put in a 4-bet. ST is one of the more experienced invitees
Okay.
in the game.
No, like, I'm wondering if you were playing on clay court or the card.
Both.
The clay is weird, right?
Clay, if you play on third clay, the
far one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's terrible. It's just sand, and it's too much of sand.
The other ones are like, they're not actual clay.
Yeah, it's not clay, it's sand.
Yeah, but
As
it's
much
like,
as I'd
do you know
love
what,
to
like,
listen to the
polymeric
tennis
sand?
conversation between Ponakovs and co.
Is it like...
It reminds me when you buy for the kids, like
This 3-bet
kinetics.
pot playing out.
Yeah.
Million in the middle.
They also have this carpet under that gives
Very
additional
clean
range.
board.
Yeah,
One that's going to make Fedor want to see bet at a very high frequency.
Yeah.
He's checking over though.
But
Perhaps a
second one was
delayed
way
C
better
bet.
because it's not too much of this surface. Yeah, hard courts are nice, but I don't know why they didn't put zabor.
At the side, or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, you're just losing balls.
I think ST thinks that Fedor is
You hit
looking to
winner
check
to
fold
the
too
right,
often. He is going to bet.
Or you just punt.
Little 230. Okay, ST Wag.
I guess he feels that Fedor always bets the flop. If he's got the goods, maybe, to build a pot.
Listen, Fedor's got a backdoor straight draw, okay?
Yeah, but no backdoor clubs.
Very easy. Canadian.
Oh, I thought you said Brian.
No, Brian never slices.
That's a big win for our ST. Just bet quarter pot, take it down against the pre-flop 3-better on 6-4-4-2 hearts.
Yeah, seems like Fedor was just trying to get one through pre-flop, and when he didn't connect,
Maybe not
against
on
the continue, happy to just give that one
yeah,
up.
Yeah, if he's just like pre-shot the ball and like just trying to get a racket on it, but never like...
Yeah, the break the thing. So next big blind, right? He'll be in the big blind.
Hello.
What seat number is he? No. I'm here then.
That's Sinan Unlu coming in.
But what's happening then?
Nothing, he's
He misses a hand.
and you're the big blind.
Right.
But you don't have to.
But you're a 7-handed big blind.
He has to be moved to the big blind, no?
He has to be.
Not mine.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
I was big blind last
Open,
time.
how can I drink? Yeah, he has to be
Got
single.
Paulie Esfer in the chat saying, new commentators, question mark. How refreshing to not have to hear
but it
about
doesn't
Burning Man
matter.
every
We
5
played
minutes.
all
Well,
the
joke's
hands
on you,
correctly,
Paulie.
and he would come in between
Because
the button and the small blind, so
we
he
all
just
got
wins.
invited to Burning Man
It's the worst possible.
by none other than Jeff
well,
Gross.
it's only pot, right?
So now I'm absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, Paul is very happy to hear that.
I can't wait
Okay.
to get sunburnt
To get sunburned.
and dehydrated whilst listening to crappy dance music.
But this music, though.
This music, mate, this music makes me want to, you know, I'm not even going to finish my sentence. Chip Count's brought to you by WSOP Paradise. Fedor Holt still chip leading on this table.
Nice.
As we are up to almost 15,000 viewers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. And of course, a massive shout out to everyone else watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, wherever it is you're watching. Do let us know, as always, where you're tuning in from. Tail of the tape so far today is a man named Texas Mike, who came from the invitee side of the bracket, is the overwhelming chip leader. I've heard he's a bit of a phenom stateside, as a phenom from Latvia. Ponakovs finds the big blind rejam and takes it down. So yeah, Texas Mike is chip leading. We're down to 39, 18 paid, min cash of $755,000. We're going to be playing down to the final table tonight. And then tomorrow, the champion is going to be walking away with $12,070,000.
No.
A couple of big names in the mix. Alex Foxen in second, Kyan Mokri in fourth. Got Boss Pulpur in eighth, Phil Nagy in ninth, Alejandro Lococo, Argentinian
If you bluff, then I was wrong.
celebrity
I'll put
in
this one or
10th.
this one.
The Thai superstar Punat Punsri still in, Adrian Mateos, Stephen Chidwick, Alex Kulev, Sean Winter, Ike
Yeah, there's
Haxton,
reflection in the
Ryan Feldman,
just like protection.
Charles
If you
Corner,
have your hands in front
Elton
of it.
Zhang,
If I have my hand, it's
stacked,
But like, yeah, if
filled.
you like look
Well,
like this,
If you're super sloppy.
yeah, I can see the reflection. Yeah.
I'm in the booth with none other than Mr. Nano Noko, Randy Liu himself. Had Ali Najad in here earlier on, as well as Brian Rast. Massive thank you to all of you from the entire Triton, WSOP and GG team.
VIP, like this. Very hard to count chips.
Bonkov's Ace Queen, 1.5 million chip stack against +2 open from ST.
All in.
Reshove.
Wow, looks like back-to-back
Yeah,
jams are going to work
not a race. I4.
for AP. Jack Grove saying, Henry, who's your favorite player still remaining? I'll throw out a couple of names. Foxen, always incredibly entertaining, especially with a big stack. As is Fedor and Kyan Mokri. I'd love to see Boss do well. It's been a while since he's had like a
that they're rocket
big,
scientists
deep
if
run.
they're not? I mean, you got to be.
Oh, if they're not.
Or if they
It's
are,
tough,
do they
man.
brag
Yeah,
that they're?
I'm scrolling
I'm a
through.
rocket scientist.
Makita,
Like, what
Charles
degree do you
Gormleth.
have to be a rocket scientist?
Would love to see one of the ladies
degrees, I
do
think.
well.
Right? Like maybe a few
Sophia
degrees
Jan,
or something. What kind of
Jessica
rocket?
Tussle.
Hobby rockets. I can do that. Pocket rockets. I'm a rocket scientist. Oh,
There you go.
That's a rocket scientist with aces on it.
Yeah, you're halfway there. with
Yeah,
the-
I'm halfway there.
How often do you introduce yourself as the CEO of ACR in the first 5 minutes of meeting someone for the first
Yeah,
time?
I usually say I'm kind of a big deal first, and then get into the conversation and say, yeah, I'm that guy. It's kind of the way it goes. I got nothing
Someone
else.
in the chat asking if Spraggy or Gazzy B is still in.
You have good jokes.
Gazzy got it in with
Sometimes.
5
You know,
high.
when you just throw enough shit against
Stand,
the
stand.
throw enough shit against the wall,
Yeah, I
something's
know.
gonna stick.
But if anyone's
Just
going to
keep
do it, it's going to be
popping them
Gazzy.
Here's
I think
Texas
Ike
Mike.
Axon's the only guy
I
I've
like
ever
that we
never made
wrote
laugh.
Texas Mike for his name
That's
as well.
brilliant. That's class, that.
Maybe it's because I just can't see it. I don't know. It's me.
2 pair for Chidwick. He's hoping Texas Mike goes hard at him.
Like usual. So we'll get him. Don't worry.
Trying to leave some rope with a little tiny bet. Instant fold though.
It's also different if he's like trying not to laugh. It might be a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Do you think he's actually from
I
Texas?
know I've made Steven
Of
giggle a
course,
few
that's
times.
why it's Texas Mike.
Are you ticklish?
that got him a laugh.
That is the first time anybody's ever heard that, like at a featured table in a high stakes tournament. Are you ticklish? Let's find out.
He looks like a ticklish man.
He does. He does. He does look like somebody would shy away from being tickled.
Are you ticklish, Randy?
But I think it's a foot thing for him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't touch his feet.
I'm just saying that so you don't have to come over and check.
Randy's blushing, chat. I've got a feeling he's very ticklish. Getting a bit weird now.
Yeah.
All this
125.
tickle talk.
$1.25.
Yeah, back to the poker.
Yeah, it's getting short. Sitting on 13 bigs. It is an early position open. I feel like he's more likely to play this if it was a late position.
He's actually not from Texas, so...
He's not?
How about it?
He's got a hat that has a T on it, which I assume is Texas as well.
Chat is saying that... They said he's from Chicago.
You're getting trolled, buddy.
No, I don't think I am. There's quite a few people saying he's from Chicago.
Texas Mike or Chicago Mike is 3-betting to 405K with ace-4 suit against Haxton.
CT Mike is a +1 open. 3-bet from the small blind. Getting spicy.
Comes in with call.
930 out there. Note the size of the SPR. Byproduct of this 3-bet pot. 874. I mean, it's going to be tough for Ike to continue against any size over third pot.
It's also hard to c-bet this flop because it's not supposed to rate to hit you that much. He is going to reach for chips, which is great for him. Little gut shot, backdoor clubs, 320K. No heart on the board.
Yeah, I was about to get in there with that. I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, I guess there are worlds in which we float and Mike slows down on turns and we get to take it away from later streets.
Yeah, cards that bring a 4 straight would slow things down normally. You know, 5, 4, 9. 9 is, of course, good for Haxton.
I wonder if he just rips because his name's Ike Haxton and he's an absolute beast.
That'd be pretty excessive, especially against a player who's c-betting on 8, 7, 6 after 3-betting. They tend to supposed to have a decent range to be able to call off. Haxton calls.
Oh,
Texas Mike.
What a dirty turn card.
I'd like to see him check this one over, because if your opponent was floating, they're going to try to represent that straight at a very high frequency. And you're supposed to just absolutely hate this card when you're the pre-flop 3-better. Even if you've got like aces, kings, and queens, to see a 4-liner.
.6 in the middle.
It feels like Haxton takes the bait on this turn card and might even jam river. What a spot for Texas Mike.
Is he just going to come to his first ever Triton and shower one of the Triton OGs in one of the biggest buy-in tournaments the last 5 years?
Feels like you just check call here. Let your opponent try to represent the straight that you've got. There we go. Great river card. For Mike. Doesn't change the board in a way that Haxton wouldn't want to follow through with a bluff.
Don't do it, Ike. Do not do it, Ike Haxton.
I kind of think Haxton's going to do it, though. He's told the story that he's got like a straight or 2-pair plus on the turn. And when you bet so small on the turn, you might think these overpairs are going to hang around. There's not much 9x that's supposed to be in the small blind 3-betting range against +1. I feel like he certainly goes for a ace 10.
We're just trying to fold out Jacks plus. Plus ace king. Well, I don't think.
I don't think ace king is calling. But yeah,
Unless it's
jacks
ace king
plus.
of diamonds or ace queen of diamonds, but
Yeah.
if he jams, Ike's out of there, and Texas Mike is going to have more than 10 million chips.
Check.
Saved himself.
Oh, he's found the check back.
Sees the 4.
Yep.
Texas Mike up to 9.9 million chips, close to 10 starting stacks in the biggest buy-in tournament of the last 5 years. Overwhelming chip lead with less than 35 players left. Well, well, well. You can show us your skills, just like Texas Mike. Over on GG Poker, you can sign up today using the promo code Triton_2024. Get that free $50 ticket into the weekender. That min deposit of $20 is required. Don't forget to spam those Daniel Negreanu and Greg goes all in emotes when you bad beat someone. That's my favorite thing to do. I'm playing over on GG.
I was just grooving to the music. I saw
It's,
producer
yeah,
James
no.
grooving as well.
A little bit of jazz going on. Shout out to Frankie B in the chat saying Triton app has all of the hand history. It's all of the hand histories rather. It's really some next level stuff. Love to hear that you're enjoying the app, Frankie. And yeah, don't take our word for it. Listen to a fellow viewer. He's downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app. I personally think the best thing that can come from it is watching the outer tables whilst watching the stream so you don't
That's
miss a
awesome.
thing. As
So it's like
Jessica
2K
gets
for a
busy
lap dance is what you're saying.
from the cutoff.
Maybe with a tip. Yeah.
Like, that sounds like a bargain.
I got a good joke in there as well.
Who was it you had to make laugh?
You probably won't know him. His name is Nabil.
I was hoping for some action now.
Okay.
Maybe it was a million.
Feels like a bad beat. No action here behind me.
Yeah, right.
22 bigs for Jessica Toysel.
WSOP bracelet winner. Love to see her here in this 500K.
And I was like, why did this guy cross the road? Because there was a dollar there and he's a fucking bitch. And then that got everybody. Maybe I just have to make anyone laugh. I don't even remember. Like, the whole table, anyone laugh, and then I don't have to pay the penalty. You know?
It's awesome.
I think this table, if I just gave a lap dance,
You keep talking about lap dances. We're going to have to speak later. You didn't bring the family, did you?
I did. Oh, but that's okay. My wife is chill.
We'll hang out.
She also plays some poker or no?
Not these days. Maybe.
But you try it a little bit? You try it a little bit? Did she learn
No,
it?
it was more like she played before we met. Didn't have too much time. But probably, like in the near future, a little bit here and there. But not. I don't think it's, going to try to make her a grinder or something.
Yeah.
Tens were good for Nagy just before the last break. Busting Blesnik. Deep stacks.
That was this frame.
Oh, was it this frame?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was
just the very
about-
beginning.
about
Sorry.
15 minutes ago. No worries, mate. I know how these days can, hours can feel like days. Oh.
Clash.
Here we
Incoming.
go. Ike going to be flipping for his tournament live.
Yeah. Nagy, of course, is going to be priced in with 2 tens against 11.5 big blind jam.
All in.
How much do you have?
750.
Never folding.
Especially with the stack he's got behind. Not detrimental to his stack. Doesn't seem happy about it,
Big
but
hand?
No.
you got to call.
That's the call. I mean,
there we go.
You've got tens.
Again,
I
tens.
guess the cold 4-bet
It's not light,
Yeah.
basically. But when you're priced in, you're priced in. 1.7 million chip pot, Nagy slight favorite.
Who we got, chat? Is Ike going to double up, or is Nagy going to shower another top-tier pro with 10s? 1.7 out there. Safe flop, no heart in sight. Spades covered by Nagy. Wow, what's going on? He doesn't want to...
Did he turn around?
Mate, I aspire to be that rich. Of 500K. To not even sweat the all-in.
Opportunities and more outs for Haxton.
I mean...
It worked. Because Haxton's done.
Wow. Nagy up to 4.1 million. Didn't want to sweat the run out. Couldn't take the heat. Finds the hold with the 10s.
This is poker.
GG's. Ike Haxton. I mean, the demise starting from Texas Mike. 3-betting ace-4 against Ike's ace-10, and then Nagy finishing him off. Back over to the blue feature table.
That's got to be disappointing. It's good to see KT back at the Triton.
Couldn't agree more. Love to see KT in the mix. Gave us so much to salivate over. His play style in Cyprus, I want to say, what was that, end of 2022? 2023, snagged himself one of those Jacob & Co. roulette wheel watches.
Now, has he made it? 225K? It's possible.
It is, yeah. It looks like a little 3.5x.
Might be confusing Sinan Unlu, who's got ace queen.
It might be a misclick as well.
Yeah, I actually feel like I've seen KT misclick earlier yesterday.
It
or
might
earlier
be
today.
Might be the graphics.
But here's the reshove from ace queen.
It looks like 120K in front of him, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like just a standard min open. Sinan playing, you know, high variance-ish. 33 bigs effective, just ripping it in.
Did I give you time back? No. Do I need? Anyway, I'll give you this.
Mate, if Ponokovs wins his first Triton in a 500K.
What's crazy to me is that he hasn't won a Triton yet, but he has so many huge scores.
I have to ask, Randy. You're here with the family.
120.
Have you been like waking up early and hitting up the beach around the resort, or what's been going on?
Been trying to, you know, been waking up
Trader
late,
start.
but that is the game plan. We did hit up the beach and the pools out here. It's a great spot.
Nice.
Highly recommend Atlantis here at the Paradise.
Yeah, great spot for poker people. All of these poker players, most of them here with their families whilst they're out here
330.
entertaining us.
330,000.
So we continue to get entertained in this spot. 3-bet with the jacks from Vieira. And he's going to just take down the pot, one would have to assume.
10-9 suited out of position. 30 some odd big blinds. It is a smallish 3-bet.
One would have to assume that the 3-bet
Clear all
being
right.
small is a byproduct of the ICM territory that we're heading into, as we've had to run on over to the outer table because Santosh has open jammed his final 5 bigs from under the gun. Mateos has called, and then just 1 seat over, Taylor von Kriegenberg with the 23 big blind rejam.
You okay with this?
Snapped by Mateos, obviously. Mateos free rolling 2 flush draws. Santosh live to the Jack-9.
And you heard he's got a natural 9 right now. It's feeling pretty good. 40% equity against 2 ace kings.
Your ace. I have a heart.
Let's sweat this one out for Santosh's tournament life.
Oh, the deuce 4-7. What? That was my hand.
10 for a sweat? 10 for a sweat sounds fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Changes nothing. Jack or a 9 needed. Otherwise it's showers for the SS Savannah.
That's it.
Queen of Hearts seals his fate. GG, sir, as Taylor and Adrian chop up Santosh's final 5 bigs. And just like that, we're working our way down through this field.
We lost 1.
36 players remain now.
Do we need to wait for the player or not? Yes, 6.
Someone in the chat pointing out that there is an 80-foot yacht docked in the marina called Santosh.
There is. I've taken a photo of it.
I
Have you
saw
seen
it. Yeah. I saw it. Hang on a minute, because we got a +1 open here from KT, a flat from Fedor in position with the 9-8 of diamonds. Called off with 30 bigs. Does he just mash the all-in here, or does he come for the squeeze?
Yeah, both options, of course, viable. Merits. Plus and minuses for both decisions. Of course, squeezing, you induce action a bit more. Just outright jamming, you know, cuts out some hands I might play back at you that's flipping with you. He is going to go for the squeeze to induce, hopefully from worse ace-X type hands.
Yeah, not surprised to see Chance taking the 3-bet option with his image, expecting people to perhaps play back against him, just baiting them in there with hands like, you know, ace queen, ace jack, maybe an ace 4, ace 5. KT might be a bit frustrated at getting pushed around, you know.
Yeah, KT isn't shy of giving action, makes the call, 9-8 suited. Can close it out. Fedor would have position if he opts to play this one. Post flop. Nine-8 suit is hitting the muck. Sometimes a straight draw like Jack 10 comes, but you hit a queen and opponent's got ace king in this manner, so makes sense.
Let's see what the flop brings. This pot crucial for both, not to state the obvious. Both with 1.4 million back. 10-6-4, just 1 over to Canapon's 8s.
Decent flop for KT. Chance, though, you know, he's got the type of hand that can fire flop in lots of turns. Plenty of turn cards that can really give him added equity. He's going to check it over, but I don't think he's looking to just check fold if KT opts to bet.
Canapong declines. Checks through. And how about that for an action turn card, Randy? Corneth has picked up nut hearts. Canapong still ahead with the 8s, but now that added gut shot. That's back up.
Feel like Chance gets a better hand to fold if he bets a turn. And he can have... He has a hand that can defend himself by playing passively. You know, given that he's got hearts and 8s high. I do like this check, and maybe your opponent tries to rep something and you get there. But as played, it does seem very likely that KT's got the best hand with 2 8s, and maybe you want to deny equity against 2 overs.
That's 325,000.
I'm honestly on the edge of my seat after Canapong bet this, because all of the options are on the table for Chance. Could very well just see him mash it in here.
Yeah, if he mashes it in here, it would put KT in this incredibly tough spot. Comes in with call. 34% for Chance.
Massive river incoming for both players as it bricks out clean for Canapong. Chance checking it on over, and one would have to assume that Tanarachakor is going to check back as he does, and he's going to get shown the ace-king of hearts. And the black 8s are going to win him the pot. He's up to 2.9 million. By the way, Randy, I have to ask, that was a battle of the nose tape between Canapong and Corneth. Are you informed on the subject? I would have to assume it's to assist one with just, you know, nasal breathing, making it perhaps easier.
If that's the case. I didn't know KT was part of that
Yeah,
club. I thought you were using that Thailand bomb thing, remember?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Don't be throwing me under the bus. He's got a little nose tape thing going on. I'll bring you some. I've forgotten the name of it. Fine. I'll get you some. I'll get you some.
Yeah, that was stuff. So I'm surprised KT
I've
has
got
pivoted
some.
over to the nose strip.
Yeah. I've got some in my hotel room. I'll bring it back.
We need to get the nose strips going on in the booth.
Yeah, maybe we do actually. Where can we get some from? Apparently it's GTO. I mean, no, not the Tiger Balm, Francis. It's the other one. I can't remember. It's like the herbs, the Thai herbs. I'm not on the strips, Jules, but I might be. I mean, if it's GTO, why not?
Blind versus blind. 20 big blinds to start for Potakovs. In with limp.
Yeah, wants to just play a pot. Against Canapong, shades on. Feels like a range bet board for Potakovs.
Yeah, a little bit more ace-X in his range. Strong king X's can value bet as well. It's got 6 high. 3 card straight. Little sprinkle. Min bet.
Two backdoor straight draws. Jack high.
140.
KT's come to play.
Hold on. Hold on, Randy, because I'm out here seeing backdoors. Kanapong's just like, hang on. Let's just do something crazy now. And the crazy thing is that the hand's not over yet because Ponokov's isn't someone to just say no to a sword fight.
Floating out of position against the raise of 6-4 high because KT is not supposed to have a hand worthy of a raise on ace king 3 after checking back blind versus blind.
Complete airball for Ponokov's. Floating with the intention to steal it away from Kanapong on a future street should he slow down on this turn.
Yeah, it feels like Ponokov's game plan is
just
KT's on those one and done on the flop. He'll check the turn at a very high frequency. Then he can stab the river and steal it. We'll see if Kanapong wants to, you know, sell the story that he's got the goods. He did pick up a gut shot. He was representing like an ace. Maybe like a random king 3 offsuit that hit 2 pair on the flop.
There's some Muay Thai going on right now from Kanapong. And the crazy thing is that 6 high hasn't hit the muck yet. It's a sizable bet.
It has to at this point, right?
Wow. Fair play. The Jack 4.
That was nice from KT.
Yeah, he seemed to just know exactly what was up. That Ponokov's was just limping in with a lot of trash from the small, trying to take it away on that board.
Oh.
Well, well, well. Blinds going up. 40K, 80K.
I mean, I can change, but if you don't
Down to 36 players. Sorry, 35. Texas Mike still the overwhelming chip leader with almost 4 times average. Average stacks 34 bigs. He's got 121. He's the only player with more than 100 big blinds.
Not
Heading
planning
into
to use
that,
this
you
one
know,
until-
ICM
So,
stage of the tournament, if you will.
strategy, yeah?
17 players paid. 35 left. Elton Sang, Cornuth, Bonomo, Bads, Ryan Feldman, Alex Kulev, Nick Petrangelo, Sean Winter, Stephen Chidwick. All on the shorter end of the chip counts, but room to navigate and spin up a stack.
All in.
Good luck, sir. That's going to get through. Cornuth back up to 15 bigs. Randy, let's get ourselves in trouble. Chip counts brought to you by Triton Poker Series. Texas Mike, chip leader on the red, Fader on the blue, Kai and Mockery on the gold. Got David Paredes in the chat saying sunglasses and hoodies should be banned in an event of this magnitude. Thoughts? Are you a fan of sunglasses and hoodies, or do you think it's kind of spoiled the game a bit?
I feel like if someone is willing to put up $500,000 to play, they kind of should be allowed to kind of feel as comfortable as possible. That's my take on it. What about you?
I personally can't run bluffs without sunglasses on because it's all in the eyes, Chico. You know, I give it all away. I mean, yeah, just night and day, people staring into my soul, and I just get a bit anxious. But, you know, put the shades on, feel a little bit more comfortable. I think it's something that's been around for so long now. I want to say, you know, post moneymaker boom, let's say the last 20 years or so, that it would be extreme to suddenly start, you know, saying, okay, because where would you draw the line? You know, because you have someone like Mosbok who doesn't wear hoodies or sunglasses, but he wraps the, you know, the scarf around the neck kind of thing. So, yeah, I think we end up getting into murky waters if we start saying, okay, sunglasses aren't allowed, but
you know, back when we did the Triton Million in London, at the final table, we actually had it that they had to wear jackets for that final table. I believe sunglasses weren't allowed. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Okay.
But there were no hoodies for that specific $1 million buy-in tournament.
have to wear like blazers, like look
Yeah.
smart. Oh, that, I mean, that makes sense, right? Million pound buy-in.
Yeah.
For sure. I can get behind that.
That
Jack
was the
Groves.
very first invitational, actually, now that I
Yeah.
think about it.
That was, I mean, I remember when that happened. It was just a massive game changer. Jack Groves saying, Henry, which player is the coolest that you've met? Honestly, this is going to sound super cliche, but it has to be Daniel Negreanu. First time, and now it's going to sound like I'm bragging. First time I met D-Negs, we took a helicopter from the airport to Rosvedov together, did a little interview, then shared a taxi ride, and he was just so down to earth. And he's always chatty at the table, so I wasn't really knowing what to expect, but we shared a cab. And the entire journey, it was about a 45-minute taxi ride, he was just giving me life advice and career advice on the commentary and the poker and where he thought I should be putting in my time and energy. I was like, holy shit, man. I mean, you know, this is D-Negs, and he's taken the time to just, you know, share some wisdom. He's been there. He's done that. He knows what is ahead of me in this industry. And I just thought, for me, it was a very kind of pinch me moment. And he was just so cool to chat with. And, yeah, always a pleasure to see D-Negs. I really think he is one of the few OGs that he just loves the fans. He does a lot of it for the fans, and I really respect that.
Meanwhile, we do have a pot developing here. Sinan Unlu, ace 7 of hearts. Was the pre-flop raiser. Check called against KT with 2 overs to the 4s and a nut flush draw.
We're seeing some, you know, I don't want to say massive pots, but we've seen some larger pots than you would assume with some holdings.
I mean, you throw KT in the mix. That's
You throw
what you're going to
Sinan
expect.
in the mix as well. I mean, he's no stranger to playing big out-of-line pots. Interesting run out now. I mean, the backdoor clubs. Feels like Sinan has to bluff at this, but holding hearts isn't great. I mean, you kind of want KT to have hearts, right?
I'm curious to see if the ace 7 hearts wants to find a stab, but what a spot for KT. Checks on over to him with 2 4s. 4 overcards. I mean, he's got the best hand. With position. All he has to do is say check.
Just
He
say
wins.
all in for the fans, Cannapong.
Whether he says all in or check, he wins the spot. For the fans, I suppose.
They keep bricking flush draws against him. His pocket pairs keep holding.
There we go. KT's on the spin up, isn't he? What is he on the leaderboard now?
I mean, he's top 10, that's for sure. Up to 3.6 million.
I like the return of KT, and he's making a big run in this 500K buy-in. Stacking chips. Oh, I was missing the Thai chat. I do see someone in there. Noom Normal KT. I guess he's a fan of KT. We put it in his name.
All right, say Sawadee Cap.
Sawari cap.
Sawadi
cap.
There we go.
Yeah.
You just said hello in Thai.
Oh. Because usually we see all the Thai fans come out when putting up puncheries on our stream.
Unless one of the tables or
KT's the
stuff
OG.
He is.
actually playing
He's
slow.
done a
Otherwise, you
lot.
just
I
play the
mean,
slowest pace always.
there's the Thai poker media team
That's enjoyable for everyone.
that he kind of bankrolled, I believe, like his kind of project, and they're interviewing Thai poker players, and they're traveling around to all of these stops around Asia, venturing out to Tritons with camera teams and media teams, just putting out as much content as they can in Thai for the Thai fans. So yeah, great to see them obviously doing what they can to grow the game.
Ponakovs, ace-4 suited, jam and take. Yeah, we're getting to a stage of the tournament where there's short stacks looking to open jam.
Trying to find the name of the Thai poker team. 10 attack. 10 attack, yeah. 13k followers, been growing the game. Pom mi kwam suk makrap.
I don't know what that means.
That means I'm very happy to have the Thai people here in Thai. Just, small flex on my part.
Nice.
That's literally the only sentence I know.
It's okay, man. You don't need it.
Okay, don't start like trying to see if I speak Thai. Okay.
Yeah, can you call to action on his hand in Thai for me? Corniff, min raise, similar stack right behind on Ponakov's ace jack. Good pit spot. He reshoves.
700.
There we go.
7.
It's got to be annoying for Corniff. Expecting his undergun range to be respected.
There's a couple of guys on sub 20, the likes of Chance and Ponakov. If they can just spin up a bit of a stack, Randy, get to that 35-40 big blind territory, could be an absolute force to be reckoned with. Massive shout out to all of the viewers around the world. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. It's coming up to 6:30 p.m. local time, so have to assume that there's some people in Europe putting in a late night shift on the Sunday grind, hopefully grinding over on GG Poker. Good luck to all of you grinders out there. We'll see everyone stateside enjoying this in late afternoon, early hours of the evening.
Million.
Fedor Holtz looks down at a couple of Cowboys. He's dropped down to sub 4 million, was up to 5.5 at one point, but hopefully Kings can help him on his journey back to the top, and it's going in the middle, Randy.
Yep. This is definitely going to get action from Chance. He knows Fedor's opening wide on the button. Ace Jack is a slam dunk all in. Unfortunate for him that Holtz has got the Cowboys.
All in and pull. All in and pull table 1.
Chance going to be at risk. 2.14 million in the middle. Needs that ace.
Well, 29% of the time, He's going to double up. 71% of the time, Fedor's kings are going to hold. He's going to be back up to over 5 million, and Cornuth is going to get showered. 5 cards to come, and there's that ace.
There you go, Cornuth.
Irrelevant jack of diamonds on the turn. Cowboy needed. But Fedor doesn't find it, and Chance Cornuth has bounced back up to 2.1 million.
What a lucky spot there for Chance. Unfortunate for Fedor. Would have been back up to 5 million or so.
Randy, we got New Zealand in the chat. We got Boston. We got Portugal, Moscow, South Africa. We got whole England. Shout out. Belgium, Somalia. Someone in the chat saying across the world, Henry, not around the world, because the world's flat. Thanks for that one. Norway, Hungary, Jamaica. Good morning from Thailand.
And you've the fastest one.
Someone's around my mum's house, apparently.
Then the second fastest.
That's cool.
Say hi to my mum. She's probably having a late night cup of tea or something, watching EastEnders.
Fast, like a turbo and not fun.
Yeah.
But Lucas said that it will pause eventually.
I got it.
I mean, in Texas, Mike plays so fast, and he's like has all the chips, so I'm sure it's just.
No, but he said that he's not. We're not gonna play to the pace of the slowest. If we always wait to the slowest one to catch up, and they have 2-3 big pots, then we're playing 10 hands a level or something. He said that's not ideal, obviously, but also not the pace of the fastest one. That's almost impossible, because then we would have to play at his pace. And if you have a chip leader, let's just get the bubble, then we're playing way too many hands. So he said he's gonna try to find an average of just stopping once in a while. So now they are catching up, but the clock is stopped, so that's really nice, I think.
Oh, they're catching up now. Oh, and the
So we don't play.
That sounds like Javier is doing our job for us by explaining to the players how it works. Oh, someone's at my dad's house as well. Wow, man. Having a family gathering without me. What's going on?
3-bet rip. Gonna be a bit rich for divorce. Mocking.
Tal VTA with the jam. It's 3.2 million. I forgot, yeah, Australia's just waking up. Oh, good morning, everyone out in Australia, New Zealand, Eastern Hemisphere.
Waking up to the good stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, 12 million and change up top in this
I
one.
never played, so I don't know.
Sits on the Hold'em or fold. I mean, it's
But
very.
it exists.
Playing
It exists,
down to
but
the final
I
table
mean,
today.
everybody plays perfect, so what's the point? to play?
35 left with
It's
17
really easy
paid.
to play perfect, right? Hold'em.
I would guess so. 5 BBs, but
There is jackpot involved, right?
at Winamax, you mean?
Jason saying a great time to be off work, wake up, get to watch the 500K. Good morning from Perth. Enjoy the show, ladies and gents. Drop us a like, click the subscribe button as always. Randy, we're almost at 300,000 subscribers, which is absolutely absurd to me because I remember Madrid 2022 when we were celebrating 100K subs, which was only, what, 2 years ago. And the journey we've been on since then, Jason Kuhn going from 3 titles to 10, Danny Tang, Player of the Year, you know, however many titles he won in the span of 3 seasons, sorry, not 3 seasons, 3 stops. It's just so many moments. I mean, how do you pick your favorite from everything we've had over the last couple of years, man? It's
But
been
you
insane.
say we're almost at 300,000. We're not
almost
there yet.
You're right, actually. We're not there yet.
so they can help us get there.
They actually could. We've got 16,000 people watching, and we need 5K subs. So if just a third of the viewers click the subscribe button, as we've gone back over to the gold table because Sean Winter, with the very aggressive 19 big blind rejam from the small against the +1 open, you kind of see that side from Taylor almost as if to say, like, bro, why are we flipping here for 20 bigs each? It's high variance line. See if it pays off. Not looking likely on that board.
Needs a 5.
2 outs
I hope
once
you took so long because you had a bad throw.
for Winter. Doesn't find him. Showered in 35th. And Taylor von Kriegenberg, who, by the way, when we returned from break, he was one of the shorter stacks that I called out, was in need of a spin up. He's up to 4 million, Randy. Good for 50 big blinds. Jumping into a top 10 stack.
Stained glass.
One more. Right here. Sure.
I don't have a mic. Do I? One more.
No.
It's fine. Just give it to the dealer.
And that's the end of Sean Winter. Taylor doing great for his first Triton. Stop.
There we go. Back on over to
I bubbled
the blue
that turn,
table.
so-
You did?
Yeah. Oh, so that's what
He
you
did bubble.
Ah, okay. So that's what you were discussing.
Bubbled
I was
Monte
just
Carlo.
randomly answering yes, no, and yeah, I did. Yeah.
Back to the blue table. Sinan Unlu, pre-flop raiser. C-bet of 235,000 with the gut shot.
Yeah, no shit.
Backdoor spades,
Sure it does.
KT.
It
Check
was
calls,
really quick,
the big
but
bet.
Killed everyone.
Really? Is that the one he won?
I think so.
Yeah.
What a turn card for KT, in case he had kicker issues.
I mean, it feels like a hand that Sinan might continue to fire here. Just really lean on flush draws, maybe a 4x, a weak king x. Has kept him honest.
Yet a 7 doesn't rate to improve the big blind too often. Does check it back. Needs to spike to 10.
You played million dollar event?
Pretty solid
No,
riff
that's my
card
biggest
for
ever for
KT
trading.
because if his opponent was holding a weak ace, their kicker would improve on the 4 and you can get a
First
lot of
statement.
value against that.
First statement, not the first statement,
Yeah,
obviously.
I knew.
And rarely are you up against ace
I mean,
king given the
500K
turn check
closer
back.
to you, so you have to.
4x doesn't rate to be in the cutoff range.
Next year, coming.
Wouldn't surprise me he goes like,
Schedule.
yeah, towards pot. 750K.
I might not.
I like it. Once he gets the fold.
High chance I'm not.
Yeah, I think I'm currently planning on doing
34
button
players
rips on
remain.
both JJ's, but I haven't booked
We're getting closer, Randy. Almost down to the final 4 tables.
You can even mix with Paris, like just flying
The
there.
pressure's going to to be really getting on once we get down
I
to
have
3.
my, like,
17
spring
paid in
vacation
this
with my
one.
daughter and family right before. Spring break vacation right after, so I'll literally go from like mountains to Jeju to the beach.
Getting asked.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool little.
Favorite
fun for me.
Muay
I
Thai
just booked
fighter?
skiing vacation as well.
It's Chadwick.
In early February.
I really want to take my daughter. She's never been.
Currently,
Mm-hmm.
Super Leg.
She
Why
gonna
would
get
somebody from
coaching?
Latvia have a ski
Love Super
vacation?
Leg.
Huh?
Why would
Yeah,
somebody from Latvia have a ski vacation? I would guess you would go to.
Small blind?
I'm confused.
And it's already cold there.
raise, 160,000.
Fedor looking to recoup some
I
chips.
said so because the bubble moment was like nobody realized it was bubble. Like, we did all in, something.
Even I didn't know it was a bubble.
I didn't even know.
Really?
Ace king for
We were
Jao.
close it, but just like well played.
Similar stack size. Big blind versus +1.
It was like consecutive.
Yeah.
And we're moving to the outer table because there must be something developing.
Looks like 1.4 million apiece. Cut off against under the gun. Sub 20 bigs. Cayenne in rough shape here. Fortunately for him, has 3.4 back to play with. There's some chop outs. Does remove one of the 3 winning outs for Mockery, but a jack or a 6
Probably not.
would chop it. Doesn't come, as Daniel Dvoris has spun the wheel magnificently over the last hour. Up to 3 million. Dude, what's been going on the last 30 minutes? It feels like we've had an infinite amount of all-ins and big collisions.
Yeah, that's the nature of when you get to these 15, 20 big blind stacks is players taking reshove spots and needing to defend. Back to this hand. Vieira, 3 bets to 600K with ace king. Back over to Fedor in +1 and not going to play this one. Offsuit. Feels like tournament's been pretty smooth for Vieira so far.
I mean, one of the greatest players to emerge from Portugal over the last decade.
Oh, right. I actually saw that. I counted 8 here.
Focus today, huh?
Hopefully that's the biggest mistake.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for all of the tables to be balanced in terms of hands played.
Depends. If I just like
Take
shove
this moment
aces in a spot where I should just like trap.
to tell you all to head on over to Instagram,
Trying to get full equity out of your
Twitter.
cups. It's not gonna work.
Check out the Triton Poker Series on Insta. Got a ton of behind-the-scenes
Sometimes it's enough.
interviews with some of your
Depends on
favourite
which
players, likes of Daniel
If I get to,
Negreanu,
like, 5
Phil
degrees
Ivey.
and you fold something, it would be amazing.
Of course, the WSOP team,
It won't happen.
the Poker Org team. I've
We'll have a
seen
big stack
Jeff
as
Platt
well.
doing a ton of work out there interviewing some players. Abby Poker as well. She was in here today interviewing Ali. They're doing a bunch of stuff. The WSOP team. Got one of my favorite people in poker, Auntie Chardonnay, aka Sarah Herring. Also out there doing a bunch of work with Poker Org. It's been fun, man. I mean, everyone's out here in the Bahamas
Where do you live?
putting out content.
Where do you live?
Yeah, check everyone out
Oh, cool.
on Instagram, on Twitter. Where can people find you, Randy? I mean,
parks.
where I know you're a bit of a you lurk more than post, but
I am more of a lurker.
You do post some Triton-related content.
But yeah, you can find me at Nanonoko if you can spell
How
that.
is it?
It was way better, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try.
One of the greatest.
Nanonoko
Yeah,
chat.
There we go.
Not anymore.
Just Google it.
Maybe
And
like last 5 years.
click around.
I aspire to be that famous. Just Google me. Chat and see a bunch of stuff pop up.
I've never been to Cyprus either.
Ponnikov did raise, and
Yeah.
not much for ST
More aware of Cyprus.
to continue if a C-bet does come in. But although these middle pairs
There's
tend
also
to check
focus
back a
on
bit
before that.
more, but with the strongest kickers, you may throw that into
110.
the betting range. 100, he announces.
You live in Vegas?
I used
Some
to-
people
110.
spelling it in the
years
chat
ago,
for
we
you,
moved
mate.
to
Oh,
Nashville,
thanks.
Tennessee.
Chat's looking out.
Yeah, I don't know where. Yeah, Nashville, it's like the southeast.
I'm
of
more
the
of a
United States.
Instagram kind of guy. I mean, I'm lurking on Twitter, but I'm more in the crypto Twitter space.
If I will be living in US, I will
I'm really in the trenches, just brain rotting.
Brain rot. Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
description.
that's super calm, nice. Yeah, the taxes are pretty insane.
Yeah, taxes insane in California, for sure. Yeah, for that reason, probably it's not good for you. Because at the end, in the end, you're
Big blind and empty, please. 80,000, 80,000.
That's pretty insane, by the way. Each state has its own tax.
Different rules.
Yeah, different rules.
It's true. Nice hand for the small blind. You know, when you pull in the chips, you're throwing in. Oh, you throw in just calling chips. Felt like it was going to raise for a second.
Yeah.
Nine
It's all
deuce.
income.
Candidate to ISO from the big blind, I'd assume.
I get to write off my losses, though.
Yeah, I mean.
Didn't opt to take this
In
one.
the end, you're gonna win, right? Is it calculated like yearly or monthly?
Oh, complete whiff
I
for
just pay
Fedor.
yearly.
It's been a rough
I should pay every quarter because I have like small penalties
couple of
every year.
orbits
but,
for
like,
him.
I mean, it's
not worth that,
yearly.
right?
It's fair because like you'll have some quarters that you're losing and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a sneaky check there from Wang because he knows that he has the best hand a lot of the time here. Just giving some rope to Fedor to either catch up on the turn in the form of a turnt pair or just to start barreling away with close to 0% equity. We can see Fedor is turned dead.
ST now looking to build a pot, especially with his kicker against worse queens and 10x and 5x. Didn't get any action though. So we move on. Flipping on over to Nagy in the hijack, ace-6 offsuit, grabbing chips and announces raise. 175 is the price. Nagy's sitting on 4.5 million in chips. It's good for third place on the overall leaderboard at the moment.
Was it 175?
Dominated 6 for Chidwick. Two gapper. Just enough to continue.
Well, complete whiff for both, but Nagy with what we can safely assume is a range advantage on this ball texture. He's going to lean into that.
Yeah, he knows it. Put some chips in there. Gonna win this one immediately.
I tell you what, that is one of, if not the greatest mustache in the history of televised poker. I mean, feel free to try and find something better than that, but I'm struggling. What you can find, though, is a promo code to get yourself a $50 ticket into the Weekender Triton _2024. Min deposit of $20. Sign up over at GG Poker. Spam away with those D-negs. And Greg goes all in emotes. Tail of the tape is that we're close to the end of level 16. 34 players remain. A field size of 96. $48 million in the prize pool. $12,070,000 will be going to the champion. 17 paid with a min cash of 755,000.
Thai fans are going to be happy about this. Queens for Punsri.
Yeah, he's going to activate as expected. Question is anyone going to find something behind? David Yan is going to be out of here, Randy, unless he can find a 2-outer, because these 9s are going in the middle.
Yeah, they're going on the rocket and going to launch them into the middle.
Well, this scientist is going to have to brew up something special. Haven't seen a 9 folded, by the way.
There's a snap.
2 outs are live. Hearts smothered by Punsri's queens, but spades do work for Yan. 2.4 million in the middle. Can number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list find the hold here? Vault up to 4.4 million. He will do 81% of the time, make that 90% on the King Jack 10 2-heart board.
That's an awful board for David Yan.
Dead on the turn, drawing to a chop and a chop only. Doesn't find it. GG's offered to the rest of the table as Yan departs in 34th. Put up Punsri up to 4.4 million.
There we go.
He moves up to 5th in chips.
26K max late also for this.
Back on over here as Ryan Feldman finds himself all in, hijack against big blind, ace high flop. Randy, what is going on, man? I mean, it feels like every hand has been an all-in for the last half hour or so.
Sure has. There's a sweat.
Yeah, Mateos has somehow turned equity. Now needs Ryan to improve to aces and 5s. Doesn't. Feldman back up to starting stack.
Nice to see it for the Triton newcomer. Million in chips. Not really out of the danger zone just yet.
$160.
160,000.
Oh, this looks like trouble for Ponikov's. Min raises pocket 9s under the gun, which just did David Yan in. Now KT's got pocket kings right behind him, next seat over.
Well, if there's ever a world in which Ponikovs gets away from this, it's going to be in this setup under the gun against +1, and especially given that Sinan has found ace-king out of the small. I wonder if Unlu finds an exit here. I mean, note the positions, Randy.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't put in more chips with ace-king. He might even just outright jam. Because
longer time.
30.
KT could be 3-betting a range that's willing to get in against a 20 big blind stack, but maybe not against like a 35 big blind stack. So it doesn't necessarily mean that KT only has the very best of hands. Like I could see KT doing this with like ace queen, ace jack, possible. And when Sinan likely wakes up with a 4-bet, feels like Ponikops can get away.
Unlu with the rejam out of the small. Ace King O, in it goes. Ponikov's asking for a count, but this feels like, I don't want to say posturing, but more of a, you know, let's just make it official. See what's going on. Also gives him a bit more time to just process everything that's happened in front of him.
Yeah, I don't really see how nines can continue.
2-8.
This action is very heavy. It's undergun open, +1 3-bet.
2-8-35.
2-8-35.
Here we go. Kings versus Ace King. KT double checks and calls.
Good luck, chaps. Monster pot. If Thanatracal can hold here with the Cowboys, he's going to be up to second in chips, Randy. And to think that in that 3-bet pot against Chance Corneth, just like an hour ago, they only both had 1.4 million apiece back. Now he's 5 cards away from a 7.3 million chip stack.
Oh, wow. What a flop for Sinan. Unlu.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Just kidding.
Queen Jack 10. Oh, hello.
I see it.
So you're saying there's a chance. Live to a win, drawing to a chop as well. Doesn't find it as Unlu gets incredibly lucky in the biggest buy-in tournament of the last 5 years at the right time.
That's possibly the biggest pot of the tournament so far. 6.2 million. Unlu got there.
You know, Randy, been doing this for a long time. But in a 500K, it still stings, even from the booth, man. I mean,
In
we've all
another
been
life,
there.
we would have been poker staff. Like floor.
You saw the
Do you have anything?
the shot clock,
Do you have
saw
anything?
I had something, but I wouldn't.
When you're focusing,
You have it or you don't.
If you would have more, I call probably.
I have the most.
Hmm?
One of the most.
If you would have
underrated
like
skills.
4
The
million,
ability
I
to
call.
Yeah.
Never talked about
He's gonna
it.
be out, that's why.
Rarely you say, oh, he's good because
He's gonna be folding, that's why. More open.
he's shit because he's like.
I have my reasons.
Can I just let you know as well? After you come back from the dinner break, we will be on my left.
Down to dust. 14 big blinds. That hurts.
It sounds like they've moved the dinner break? No? Yes? No, I'm confused. I'm looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. Yes. They are going on dinner break, but obviously with the power of technology and really splicing the delay.
All in. They're all in.
Chance just ripping.
Oh.
Wow, so Sinan up to second in chips.
Sinan is one of those guys that only shows up for our invitationals. And then he bounces. So this could be the one for him. And he did really got a deep run over in Monte Carlo, finished 10th in the 200K Invitational. So he's looking for a better finish here in the 500K.
I don't know if that's that hand's a shove or not.
Hmm?
So I don't know if my hand's a shove or not.
My hand is a fold.
I'm just sucking it out.
Against race, I defend it. If it's under 4.5 BB race.
160.
Race 160,000.
Well, it makes sense. He's going to use these new chips to open up in the cutoff of 9-8 suited.
Potakov's turn to look down at Ace King.
The hand of the orbit.
All in.
We're all in.
There's the jam. KT going to get out there, as will Unlu. Crucial pickup for Ponakovs. We're still working our way down to the final 4 tables. It's Texas Mike with the chip lead. I mean, is he just going to go wire to wire, Randy? You know, he took the chip lead early in day 1, maintained it throughout the day, into day 2. Chip leader, I think he'd lost it for like, I want to say 30 minutes or so to Fedor at one point, but then bang, took it back with that King Jack against the aces of Malacca style.
Look, rarely do we have situations where someone maintains a chip leader throughout, but he still has that massive lead. It is possible. Feels like the last time I've heard things like stories like that were like WSOP main events, like Jamie Gold, you know, just chip lead the whole time.
Yeah, going wire to wire, that was pretty insane.
How much?
What do you got now?
100?
He's for some reason less than I thought.
So how about this?
Never mind.
1-6. What?
Your big blind.
Queen 9 offsuit, just about 20 big blinds to start this hand for Ponakovs.
160.
Race 160,000.
Gonna attack.
It's
3 reds, right?
Yeah.
Very playable. And the big for Vieira.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
Better.
All in.
Never want to
This is cool.
win this way, but whatever. I don't know if I should. My shove is good or not.
Can't be bad.
Obviously. Can't be so bad.
Can't be that bad, man.
Beautiful hand.
Zhao looking a bit smug there, not going to lie. It's the next red table. We've got Bonomo, Heath, Boss, Purpur. With a bit of a stack. Is that Makita as well that we just saw? Okay.
Right, thanks a lot, dealers in the million. Please take your seats. We're carrying on. Dealers,
So,
stop, please.
hands have caught up. That's the next blue table. And keeping an eye on that.
Should be a fun one. Mockery, Mateos, Feldman.
This has been the table, though.
It's really
hasn't
nice
it?
that they are looking how fast the tables are.
Texas Mike, Chidwick,
Is it every Triton like this? Or
Bonat, Nagy.
They even track like if someone busts in the money, but the table is ahead on hands, and someone busts on another table before they have caught up, then they can get a pay jump and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So they really make it so there's
Also nice.
like no incentive, almost no incentive to stall.
It's really nice.
Yeah, hands are being counted on all tables, just in case play is much quicker on one than other. Could be some catch up here and there. Tens now for Chidwick.
Wow.
Big collision incoming.
What is this? 25 bigs apiece cut off against big blind? I mean,
seems like a pretty standard spot where chips just go flying in for both players.
and it's been that way. It has been that way for the last 45 minutes or so. We haven't had the chance to take our fingers off the pulse because it's been a collision after collision after collision in a 500K. This isn't like a repeat or a stream highlight. This is live from the Atlantis here in the Bahamas.
All in. Call.
There's the jam and there's the snap call, and here we go. Another huge flip.
Chidwick is the favorite with the 2 tens, 56% equity against the 43.
You don't want to watch? No? No? Okay.
Nagy doesn't watch these.
He's bounced, he's out.
Well, look, tens has been the hand that's been working for him.
What doesn't he want?
So let's see if it continues to be the case. And if he can crack them with this ace-king. And it's looking likely on the ace-queen-9. Running straight cards, an option for Chidwick, but 2 immediate outs in the form of a 10. And he finds it! 10 of clubs on the turn, now needs to fade a jack. Where did that 10 come from? Top 2, no good. Courtesy of the turn set. What a time to spike a 2-outer, Randy Lou.
I mean, maybe that's why he walks away, because he doesn't want to feel the pain when you get 2-outed on the turn just like that. And over here, we see Feldman chipping up with 2 kings against Divorce's ace-queen.
Every damn hand, bro. I mean...
Yeah. Let's just flip it on over once again and likely see another confrontation.
Should have shoved and see what happens.
Well, well, well. Stephen Chidwick vaulting up the leaderboard. He's up to 5th in chips. Nagy down to middle of the pack. How about it?
I think you probably cost yourself a double up.
You are not getting away with it.
Yeah, I know. He believes you.
I mean, why should I lie on play? It's gonna be like 30 minutes on stream.
Just lie for an hour to practice?
Yeah.
Not your style.
I'm not that cheap.
I only lie at the TV table though.
I mean, you can lie into the table, but there should be some, let's say, benefit for it. There's no benefit for me to say it might even look stupid to fold 10.
235.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is, but we just don't know.
Oh.
Would you lie at the TV table, Randy?
No, I wouldn't, because then they can verify later, you know?
Yeah, I think that's...
Are you lying at this conversation right now?
Can you add the 100?
The ones that I find really funny
I give 100.
is when someone just makes up the most random hand. You know, we've seen this so many times. We're in the booth and someone like Fedor just calls out your hand and like, oh, pocket tens, over there or something, and then the guy just freezes and doesn't know what to say. He's like, no, 6-5 suited, mate. Like, all right, bro. Can all see your cards.
And I had a million almost exactly when I doubled the ace jack. Yeah, I had $1,000,005 as well at some point.
Yeah. You chipped up.
Profits.
Keep the profits separate here.
Can I raise my profit?
Not quite. I recommend that you use 25K because you're going to buy them anyway.
All right. Somehow I don't know why I'm trying to get rid of them.
Jacks.
160.
Raise 160,000.
Opens it up. Min raise. UTG.
Wow, so brutal for KT. I mean, you're 5 cards away from 7 million, and now you're down sub 10 instead of being second in chips. Tournament poker really is brutal sometimes. So I can confirm that we are going to be going on break. We were kind of hoping to get to the final 4 tables. Not looking likely, unless chips go flying in here somehow.
I like the ST's flatting ace-jack suited. I feel like the suitedness just gives it such more playability post-flop. Ace-jack offsuit, maybe 3-bet that a bit more.
Okay, so last hand before the break, and I've received word that dinner break's going to be about 30 minutes long for the viewers. So perhaps put the kettle on, grab a cup of coffee, some tea, a light snack. I don't know, do 50 push-ups.
What a flop for ST.
I mean, he's got ace high, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
With the nut flush draw.
And also with the 1-over card to the jacks, it doesn't really give chance an opportunity to put multiple streets of betting in there. Could see SC just bet this flop in a lot of turn cards and really put a lot of heat on hands that play passively on the flop. You know, some pocket pairs lower than the king.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing. 150 into 520. Don't think Chance is going to be going anywhere just yet.
No,
especially with this combo, Jack of Spades, Jack of Diamonds.
The turn is where things get interesting in this hand.
That is as clean a turn card as it comes for Chance Corneth. Let's see if ST just knuckles this one back, gets to realize his equity. Although a lot of good things can happen when we do double barrel here. I mean, fold out 8s, 9s, 10s, sometimes 6s and 5s.
Maybe some ace queen.
We
320.
almost never get jammed on. I would say never get jammed on, actually.
Yeah, I would think that's true.
Yeah, so we just always get to see a river.
Especially when you're holding the ace of clubs, blocking the best combo kind of draws. 320. Things are starting to feel uncomfortable for Chance.
I just think Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Spades specifically.
Unblocking the clubs?
Yeah, and, you know, unblocking King Jack suited, unblocking backdoor heart floats like Ace Jack of Hearts. It does make the call. Big river incoming.
There you go.
ST has found the nut flush. It is a double paired board.
Now the 7, of course, is a little bit worrisome, but the thing is, Chance opened from under the guns, so there shouldn't be too many 7Xs in his range to open off of that stack. Still, ST can value bet against King Queen, King Jack, King 10. Especially with how strong of a flush he's got. Oh, he checks it back, though.
John's gonna get shown the ace jack of clubs, wang up to 3.3 million.
You saw him wince a second, like, oh, did I potentially miss some value?
Yeah, interesting choice to actually check that one there from ST Wang. It's like betting when he didn't have it, and then he got there and didn't bet. So kind of a weird one, but hey, who are we to judge? He's out there up to 3.3 million in a 500K buy-in. So 33 remain. 17 paid, min cash of 755,000. I'm sorry, I do apologize. 32 remain. As we had an elimination on one of the outer tables, it was Wayne Huang who got his final, what was it? 10 big blinds in with ace-5, running into the ace-king of Makita Baziakowski as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. So final 4 tables, and it's the same story at the top of the chip counts, Randy. Texas Mike, who we got to see do the dirty on Ike Haxton. He's up there with 105 bigs. I mean, is this guy just going to go wire to wire, my man?
I mean, he's definitely trying to. He's sitting on 8.4 million chips, over 100 big blinds. That's hard to do in a format like this against the very sick pros out there.
Now, what's going to happen is 30-minute dinner break for us. Players coming back, final 4 tables, arguably the most interesting part of any tournament because 17 places paid. We're going to get to see who really wants to go after it, put themselves in a great spot to take down that top prize tomorrow of $12,070,000. Brian Rasser is going to be stepping in. Randy's going to be stepping out. We'll see you on the flip side of this dinner break in about 30 minutes' time.
All in. Call.
Let's flip back over and see what's
the
afoot.
Colored light coming from back there. I can't read the suits on my cards.
It makes the blue and the gray chips.
Yeah,
look
that
the same.
too.
Yeah. It's just over there though.
Ace 10 for Ferdy. We go up. Over to Greenwood with pocket 7s now in the big blind.
You know, there is some decision to actually reshove this from the big blind against sub 20 big blind stack, fold equity. Unless you feel that Putra's range is very strong, then you might just call.
There is the request for all of Putra's chips out of Greenwood. He didn't take long to get there either.
This is a very uncomfortable spot for Putra. Ace 10 offsuit. It could be ahead, but then again, could easily be dominated by bigger aces.
I mean, bottom of range for Greenwood to jam over us does feel like it
in.
leaves ace 10 with some issues. Nevertheless, Ferdy's looking for a spin. 1.14 in the middle as he does make the call. Delighted that he's not dominated and has 2 overcards to Greenwood's pair. 1.5 officially in the middle. Forgive me.
Can't have
Got our
Elton
first
wishing him good luck. Elton's
collision.
too lucky.
Here we go.
Putra at risk, and now he finds a lot of ways to win. Ace 10 or Jack would do it, as would the king, which would counterfeit.
Look at that equity.
49% post flop. Coin flip with 2 to come. And now that 4 puts things back into Greenwood's corner. Ferdy still with 29% to keep his seat. Can the Indonesian hang tough in the million? Yes!
Yep, he
And
can.
he does it the dirty way, Randy.
That one hurts.
I mean, when you're Elton supporting you, you should win for sure, right?
Turning in my resignation from the booth, and I would be out there playing and putting together the sort of resume that he has in what is a relatively short period of time. In terms of his overall career, there's still so much runway left.
And remember, he took a break from poker.
That's the craziest part. Then he came back and decided, I'm not done beating on all of you.
Most people, when they come back, you know, it takes a little bit of time to warm up again, but just straight into deep finishes over and over at the Triton series.
For sure. Suited connector catnip leaves KT purring. Min plus a tickle. And now Yuso finds much better than Jack 4. He'll 3-bet, and yeah, unfortunately, while he's found better than Jack 4, Einhorn has found better than Ace 10. Let's see, though. Raise and 3-bet to 225 in front of him.
I would be ripping this one in with Ace Jack. I'm smashing Koskela's range. KT is still going to be open in a decent range that's just going to raise fold. I think this is too good of a spot to skip for Ace Jack.
That 1 million and change in front of Einhorn coming into this hand. Good for 31 big blinds, approximately.
I like this.
Yeah, no PTSD from that Ace-King V Aces. 4-bet to 650. And I think this accomplishes the same thing as moving all in without risking your entire stack.
Yeah, same difference. You know, as long as he committed chips, which he did.
And you see Koskela disgusted in response to being shown an Ace-Jack here. Unhappy camper. Could have that frown turned upside down if a 10 shows up. Spades would work. Maybe some king, queen, jack. Let's see what the deck has in store. There's a king. No queen or jack, though. The 8 and the deuce beside, leaving Koskela in a bad way here. 12%.
Oh, man.
Hello, 10 of diamonds. Now this 575 listing heavily toward Koskela's side of the harbor. And the queen on the end in turn now, snatching things back as Einhorn hits the Broadway gutter.
There's a sweat. That added to the sweat.
That's painful.
That's the worst way to go. You know what? If I'm going to bust out, don't give me that glimmer of hope at the last second, you know?
That's that text at like 1 in the morning from somebody you've been into, you know?
I mean, if you fall,
WID, question mark.
Broadway.
And then you're like, oh, nothing, what are you doing?
What?
It's like, oh, you know, my cat just died. I needed someone to talk to. You're like, for real? Is that what you're texting me for? Does so. Sitting with 58 bigs, 2.3 million. Putra now under the gun. Ace, queen.
Feels like Ibinger's committed. He's only got 175K remaining.
Yep, and in it goes. 3-bet to 160, though. Leaves himself 15K back. This is in case of disaster behind of some sort.
He didn't go.
He's got chips back.
Did Putra inadvertently think that Ibinger had gone all in? We've seen this on a number of occasions, by the way.
Yeah, but I think he's just going to blindly put in the last 15K, whatever flop comes.
Well, it seems as though he actually put out enough chips to move Ibinger all in, which is kind of the good news, I suppose. Ibinger, despite realizing he's up against ace-queen, of course, has to make the call dominated.
What if it's ace, ace, ace?
And the wildest part is if he makes a flush before the river, he's got to sweat it out against the ace of hearts.
The cards, it's kind of...
That's
I'm trying to think if there's any other one.
King Jack 10 all spades.
Oh, spicy.
10, 8, 3, 2 hearts. One clean overcard in the king.
Oh, Elton, you promised.
Any heart will do.
Oh my God, sell my pilot both ways.
We both hit.
But I got 1%
Heart
there
on
now,
the turn and another heart on the river. Yeah. That's why he left 160K back, and the 15K was for you.
Well, Putra reached out and touched Elton successfully last time. Ibinger looking to counteract it by reaching for some Elton Juju himself. To the river we go, and it's running tens to bring Ibinger's run here in the Triton Million to an end.
Should have touched Elton.
He did touch Elton.
What do we do?
Oh my God, like the Joker in The Dark Knight. Chaos.
Yeah, that would be one hell of a burn.
You know what the scary thing is? I feel like our player base could afford it. They just decide we're going to burn the prize pool. Meanwhile, Elton could be deciding it's time. 620 in front of him. It is an under-the-gun open from Wykin, but nevertheless, the 620 is deployed by the ace-king.
This one should get snapped off by the 2/8s.
Yeah, you just look at 1.8 back. Wykin will ask for a count just to verify, but another $500,000 obviously could comfortably be invested by Wykin, and he doesn't take long to do just that. So Elton looking for a spin now after this southbound trajectory for the bulk of this frame, left him with just 12 bigs. Does Elton have to touch himself? Yeah, there he's doing it.
They knew. I was not at risk. Life was not at risk yet.
1-3-6-5 in the middle. Can Elton find the ace or king? Yes! King of hearts. Wykin. Still smiling, saying I can never beat this man in a flip. Still 2 to come, though. Snowman would melt the smile right off of Elton's face, although it really wouldn't. It would just bust him. But that's a guy who always has positive attitude, win, lose, or draw. Elton feeling a little bit of pressure with 1 to come here. Can he fade the 2-outer? Yes.
So this Elton touch thing is real. This is what I'm trying to learn.
Well, I wouldn't go running away from the commentary desk to try to rub him out of left field here, you know.
Look, I'm not all in. I don't need to at the moment.
You touch yourself.
Yeah, he's been doing really well the last, I want to say, like 18 months, 2 years.
Well deserved, too. So over on the red table, we got ace-4 suited opening for Chidwick. Always making deep runs. Here comes Nagy.
Yeah, I haven't seen much from Nagy in Monte Carlo. Good to see him out here in the Bahamas, a lot closer to home for him, of course, as he calls Costa Rica home. A couple of red 10s. Does have to be mindful of this under-the-gun open, showing some respect in the form of a flat call.
Yeah, they're playing, what, 40 big blinds effective. Flat call makes sense. Blaznik, 8-7 suited. Coming in off of the short stack.
Wow, how about this from Blaz? Just peeling it from the button. I guess with that overlay in there of Nagy's flat, feels like he's incentivized. Just try and flop a piece. Hopefully it's not a piece that gets him in trouble as this comes 7-4 deuce, Randy, and this could perhaps be showers for Jared. Top pair against the over pair.
This is one of the better flops for Jared, and off of that 570k stack remaining with 510 in the middle, he's looking to get chips in there. Question now is Chidwick going to lose a little bit of chips or not? Just check it on over. It's going to be great for Chidwick. It's likely a Nagy will bet and Blesnik probably just rips it in given how much is already in there. If Nagy fires.
I have to agree, and it's pretty unfortunate for Blez because he probably feels like Nagy is going to overstab once check 2 on this kind of board. Oh boy.
I mean, you can't really flat this and all of a sudden just get away when you flop top pair, so there's only one move, really.
He agrees. That should get rid of Chidwick with this much action
great
in
for
front
him.
of him. Snap call from Nagy shows the red 10s. Blez in trouble. Looking for an 8 or a 7. Running straight cards to stay alive. It's all in for his tournament life.
Let's see.
Doesn't find it on the turn. 5 outs once for Jared. And the 500K Triton million here in the Bahamas. Doesn't find it. GG, sir. He's going to be jumping straight into the PLO, one would assume, as he departs. And Nagy.
I think it's a foot thing for him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't touch his feet.
I'm just saying that so you don't have to come over and check.
Randy's blushing, chat. I'm got a feeling he's very ticklish. It's getting a bit weird now.
Yeah.
All this
125.
tickle talk.
Buck 25?
Yeah, back to the poker.
Jan's getting short, sitting on 13 bigs. It is an early position open. I feel like he's more likely to play this if it was a late position.
He's actually not from Texas, so...
He's not?
How about it?
He's got a hat that has a T on it, which I assume is Texas as well.
Chat is saying that... They said he's from Chicago.
You're getting trolled, buddy.
No, I don't think I am. There's quite a few people saying he's from Chicago.
Texas Mike or Chicago Mike is 3-betting to 405K with ace-4 suit against Haxton.
CT Mike is a +1 open. 3-bet from the small blind. Getting spicy.
Comes in with call.
930 out there. Note the size of the SPR. Byproduct of this 3-bet pot. 874. I mean, it's going to be tough for Ike to continue against any size over third pot.
It's also hard to c-bet this flop because it's not supposed to rate to hit you that much. He is going to reach for chips, which is great for him. Little gut shot, backdoor clubs, 320K. No heart on the board.
Yeah, I was about to get in there with that. I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, I guess there are worlds in which we float and Mike slows down on turns and we get to take it away from later streets.
Yeah, cards that bring a 4 straight would slow things down normally. You know, 5, 4, 9. 9 is, of course, good for Haxton.
I wonder if he just rips because his name's Ike Haxton and he's an absolute beast.
That'd be pretty excessive, especially against a player who's c-betting on 8, 7, 6 after 3-betting. They tend to supposed to have a decent range to be able to call off. Haxton calls.
Oh,
Texas Mike.
What a dirty turn card.
I'd like to see him check this one over, because if your opponent was floating, they're going to try to represent that straight at a very high frequency. And you're supposed to just absolutely hate this card when you're the pre-flop 3-better. Even if you've got like aces, kings, and queens, to see a 4-liner.
.6 in the middle.
It feels like Haxton takes the bait on this turn card and might even jam river. What a spot for Texas Mike.
Is he just going to come to his first ever Triton and shower one of the Triton OGs in one of the biggest buy-in tournaments the last 5 years?
Feels like you just check call here. Let your opponent try to represent the straight that you've got. There we go. Great river card for Mike. Doesn't change the board in a way that Haxton wouldn't want to follow through with a bluff.
Don't do it, Ike. Do not do it, Ike Haxton.
I kind of think Haxton's going to do it, though. He's told the story that he's got like a straight or 2-pair plus on the turn. And when you bet so small on the turn, you might think these overpairs are going to hang around. There's not much 9x that's supposed to be in the small blind 3-betting range against +1. I feel like he certainly goes for a ace 10.
We're just trying to fold out jacks plus ace king. Ace. Well, I don't think
ace king is calling.
Unless
But yeah,
it's
jacks
ace king
plus.
of diamonds or ace queen of diamonds. But
yeah.
If he jams, Ike's out of there, and Texas Mike is going to have more than 10 million chips.
Check.
Saved himself.
Oh, he's found the check back.
Sees the 4.
Yep.
Texas Mike up to 9.9 million chips, close to 10.
You keep talking about lap dances. We're going to have to speak later. You didn't bring the family, did you?
I did. Oh, but that's okay. My wife is chill.
We'll hang out.
She also plays some poker or no?
Not these days. Maybe.
But you try it a little bit? You try it a little bit? Did she learn
No,
it?
it was more like she played before in there.
Okay.
Didn't have too much time. But probably, like in the near future, a little bit here and there. But not. I don't think it's, going to try to make her a grinder or something.
Yeah.
Tens were good for Nagy just before the last break. Busting Blesnik. Deep stacks.
That was this frame.
Oh, was it this frame?
Yeah.
Sorry,
It was
just very
about-
beginning.
about
Sorry.
15 minutes ago. No worries, mate. I know how these days can, hours can feel like days. Oh.
Clash.
Here we
Incoming.
go. Ike going to be flipping for his tournament live.
Yeah. Nagy, of course, is going to be priced in with 2 10s against 11.5 big blind jam.
All in.
How much do you have?
750.
Never folding.
Especially with the stack he's got behind. Not detrimental to his stack. Doesn't seem happy about it, but
No.
you got to call.
That's the call. I mean,
there we go.
You've got tens.
Again,
I
tens.
guess the cold 4-bet.
It's not light.
Yeah.
basically. But when you're priced in, you're priced in. 1.7 million chip pot, Nagy slight favorite.
Who we got, chat? Is Ike going to double up, or is Nagy going to shower another top-tier pro with 10s? 1.7 out there. Safe flop, no heart in sight. Spades covered by Nagy. Wow, what's going on? He doesn't want to...
Did he turn around?
Mate, I aspire to be that rich. Of 500k. To not even sweat the all-in.
Opportunities and more outs for Haxton.
I mean...
It worked. Because Haxton's done.
Wow. Nagy up to 4.1 million. Didn't want to sweat the run out. Couldn't take the heat. Finds the hold with the 10s.
This is poker.
GG's. Ike Haxton. I mean, the demise starting from Texas Mike that we're heading into as we've had to run on over to the outer table because Santosh has open jammed his final 5 bigs from under the gun. Mateos has called, and then just 1 seat over, Taylor von Kriegenberg with the 23 big blind rejam.
You okay with this?
Snapped by Mateos, obviously. Mateos free rolling 2 flush draws. Santosh live to the Jack 9.
And you heard he's got a natural 9 right now. It's feeling pretty good. 40% equity against 2 ace kings.
Your ace. I have a heart.
Let's sweat this one out for Santosh's tournament life.
Oh, the deuce 4-7. What? That was my hand.
10 for a sweat? 10 for a sweat sounds fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Changes nothing. Jack or a 9 needed. Otherwise it showers for the SS Savannah.
That's it.
Queen of Hearts seals his fate. GG, sir. As Taylor and Adrian chop up Santosh's final 5 bigs. And just like that, we're working our way down through this field.
We lost 1.
36 players remain now.
Do we need to wait for the player or not? Yes, 6.
Someone in the chat pointing out that there is an 80-foot yacht docked in the marina called Santosh.
There is. I've taken a photo of it.
I
Have you
saw
seen
it. Yeah. I saw it. Hang on a minute, because we got a +1 open here from KT, a flat from Fedor in position with the 9-8 of diamonds. Called off with 30 bigs. Does he just mash the all-in here, or does he come for the squeeze?
Yeah, both options, of course, viable. Merits. Plus and minuses for both decisions. Of course, squeezing, you induce action a bit more. Just outright jamming, you know, cuts out some hands I might play back at you that's flipping with you. He is going to go for the squeeze to induce, hopefully from worse ace-X type hands.
Yeah, not surprised to see Chance taking the 3-bet option with his image, expecting people to perhaps play back against him, just baiting them in there with hands like, you know, ace queen, ace jack, maybe an ace 4, ace 5. KT might be a bit frustrated at getting pushed around, you know.
Yeah, KT isn't shy of giving action, makes the call, 9-8 suited. Can close it out. Fedor would have position if he opts to play this one. Post flop. I need suit is hitting the muck. Sometimes a straight draw like Jack 10 comes, but You hit a queen and opponent's got ace king in this manner, so makes sense.
Let's see what the flop brings. This pot crucial for both, not to state the obvious. Both with 1.4 million back. 10-6-4, just one over to Canapong's eights.
Decent flop for KT. Chance, though, you know, he's got the type of hand that can fire flop in lots of turns. Plenty of turn cards that can really give him added equity. He's going to check it over, but I don't think he's looking to just check fold if KT opts to bet.
Canapong declines. Checks through. And how about that for an action turn card, Randy? Corneth has picked up nut hearts. Canapong still ahead with the eights, but now that added gut shot. That's back up.
Feel like Chance gets a better hand to fold if he bets a turn. And he can have... He has a hand that can defend himself by playing passively, you know, given that he's got hearts and ace high. I do like this check, and maybe your opponent tries to rep something and you get there. But as played, it does seem very likely that KT's got the best hand with 2 8s, and maybe you want to deny equity against 2 overs.
That's 325,000.
I'm honestly on the edge of my seat after Canapong bet this, because all of the options are on the table for Chance. Could very well just see him mash it in here.
Yeah, if he mashes it in here, it would put KT in this incredibly tough spot. Comes in with call. 34% for Chance.
Massive river incoming for both players as it bricks out clean for Canapong. Chance checking it on over, and one would have to assume that Tanarachakor is going to check back as he does, and he's going to get shown the ace-king of hearts. And the black eights are going to win him the pot. He's up to 2.9 million. By the way, Randy, I have to ask, that was a battle of the nose, so I have to assume that there are some people in Europe putting in a late night shift on the Sunday grind, hopefully grinding over on GG Poker. Good luck to all of you grinders out there. Let's see everyone stateside enjoying this in late afternoon, early hours of the evening.
Million.
Fedor Holtz looks down at a couple of cowboys. He's dropped down to sub 4 million, was up to 5.5 at one point, but hopefully Kings can help him on his journey back to the top, and it's going in the middle, Randy.
Yep. This is definitely going to get action from Chance. He knows Fedor's opening wide on the button. Ace-Jack is a slam dunk all-in. Unfortunate for him that Holtz has got the Cowboys. Chance going to be at risk. 2.14 million in the middle. Needs that ace.
Well, 29% of the time, he's going to double up. 71% of the time, Fedor's kings are going to hold. He's going to be back up to over 5 million, and Cornuth is going to get showered. 5 cards to come, and there's that ace.
There you go, Cornuth.
Irrelevant Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Cowboy needed. But Fedor doesn't find it, and Chance Cornuth has bounced back up to 2.1 million.
What a lucky spot there for Chance. Unfortunate.
So if just a third of the viewers click the subscribe button, as we've gone back over to the gold table, because Sean Winter, with the very aggressive 19 big blind rejam from the small against the +1 open, you kind of see that side from Taylor almost as if to say, like, bro, why are we flipping here for 20 bigs each? It's high variance line. See if it pays off. Not looking likely on that board.
Needs a 5.
2 outs
I hope
once
you took so long because you had a bad throw.
for Winter. Doesn't find him. Showered in 35th. And Taylor von Kriegenberg, who, by the way, when we returned from break, he was one of the shorter stacks that I called out, was in need of a spin-up. He's up to 4 million, Randy. Good for 50 big blinds. Jumping into a top 10 stack.
Stained glass.
One more. Right here. Sure.
I don't have a mic. Do I? One more. No. It's fine. Just give it to the dealer.
And that's the end of Sean Winter. Taylor doing great for his first Triton stop. We're moving to the outer table because there must be something developing.
Looks like 1.4 million apiece. Cut off against Under the Gun. Sub 20 bigs. Kyan in rough shape here. Fortunately for him, has 3.4 back to play with. There's some chop outs. Does remove one of the 3 winning outs for Mockery, but a jack or a 6
Probably not.
would chop it. Doesn't come, as Daniel Dvoris has spun the wheel magnificently over the last hour. Up to 3 million. Dude, what's been going on the last 30 minutes? It feels like we've had an infinite amount of all-ins and big collisions.
Yeah, that's
1,000.
Thai fans are going to be happy about this. Queens for Punsri.
Yeah, he's going to activate as expected. Question is anyone going to find something behind? David Yan is going to be out of here, Randy, unless he can find a 2-outer, because these 9s are going in the middle.
Yeah, they're going on the rocket and going to launch them into the middle.
Well, this scientist is going to have to brew up something special. Haven't seen a 9 folded, by the way.
There's the snap.
2 outs are live. Hearts smothered by Punsri's queens, but spades do work for Yan. 2.4 million in the middle. Can number one on Thailand's all-time money list find the hold here? Vault up to 4.4 million. He will do 81% of the time, make that 90% on the King Jack 10 2-heart board.
That's an awful board for David Yan.
Dead on the turn, drawing to a chop and a chop only. Doesn't find it. GG's offered to the rest of the table as Yan departs in 34th. Put up Punsri up to 4.4 million.
There we go.
He moves up to 5th in chips.
26K max late also for this.
Back on over here as Ryan Feldman finds himself all in hijack against big blind, ace high flop. Randy, what is going on, man? I mean, it feels like every hand has been an all-in for the last half hour or so.
Sure has. There's a sweat.
Yeah, Mateos has somehow turned equity. Now needs Ryan to improve to aces and fives. Doesn't. Feldman back up to starting stack.
Nice to see it with the Triton newcomer. Million in chips. Not really out of the danger zone just yet.
$160.
Oh, this looks like trouble for Ponikov's. Min raises pocket nines under the gun, which just did David Yan in. Now KT's got pocket kings right behind him, next seat over.
Well, if there's ever a world in which Ponikovs gets away from this, it's going to be in this setup, under the gun against +1, and especially given that Sinan has found ace-king out the small. I wonder if Unlu finds an exit here. I mean, note the positions, Randy.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't put in more chips with ace-king. He might even just outright jam. Because
longer time.
KT could be 3-betting a range that's willing to get in against a 20 big blind stack, but maybe not against like a 35 big blind stack. So it doesn't necessarily mean that KT only has the very best of hands. Like I could see KT doing this with like ace queen, ace jack, possible. And when Sinan likely wakes up with a 4-bet.
Welcome back to Paradise. Dinner break has been, well, scrumptious, consumed. The 500K continues here from the Atlantis. Brian Rass stepping in for Randy Liu on the flip side of said dinner break, where we find none other than Texas Mike, day one chip leader, still with the chip lead, final 4 tables. And Rusty, for me personally, this stage of the tournament, 32 left, 17 paid, really is kind of my favorite time to jump in the booth, purely because I want to see who's going to get after it as we work our way down to that 755K min cash. 17 paid, 32 left. I feel like now is the time we're going to see some people swinging for the fences.
Yeah, wow. Jesus, look at Mike go, 8.4 million. In fact, there have been a lot of changes. I haven't followed the tournament really since I've been out. I had a nice little afternoon. But yeah, there's been some other changes I'm noticing on this leaderboard. You know, I felt like the beginning today when I was in the booth, it was like kind of the rise of the pros. It was like mostly invitees who were busting and pros were starting to move into the top 10, top 5, and that's flipped. I mean, the top 5 are now all invitees, I believe.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, it's really changed since I've been out of the booth.
Yeah, Fatal was looking like he was going to do what Fatal does best, and he was catching up with Michael, in the overwhelming chip leader from the pro side of the bracket. But then, you know, he just loses a couple of really big pots. Kings against Ace-Jack, for example. And now he finds himself fighting in the middle of the pack as we look to throw it down to the main stage once more for continuing coverage from this 500K Triton million here in the Bahamas. 32 left, 17 paid. It is Texas Mike Monchek with the chip lead. Cecilia Jiang in second. Top 10 on the pro side of the bracket. We've got Zhao Vieira, Punat Punsri, Makita Baziakowski, and Stephen Chidwick looking to get it done for the pros. Long old ways to go, though. Like I said, 17 paid. Main cash of 755,000.
I've been doing work over here with my Hollywood Squares, like bracket team papers.
Go on, what have you got?
And there are 6 teams that still have both members in.
Talk to me.
So Alejandro Lococo is partners with Joao Vieira.
Okay.
David Einhorn partners with Taylor von Kriegenberg. We got St. Wang and Mateos. We've got Tussel and Holtz. KT and Punsri, and then Maslach and Marta Roseanne. Those are the 6 teams that still have both players in.
Let's go. I'll tell you what, Team Thailand was 5 cards away from being tournament chip leader. Kanapong had pocket kings against Sinan Unlu's ace king. All the money went in pre for the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Was a 6.2 million chip pot. The flop came Queen, Jack, 10, and that's all she wrote.
Oh yeah, and KT's super short now, huh?
Yeah.
There he is, 30th.
Are you sure it was actually him, not someone trolling?
No, definitely not someone trolling, but I mean, there's no way to know 100%, but it was pretty obvious that it was him. It looked very much like him. I mean, it's crazy of all the friends he had. Not all the friends, we have friends.
Welcome back, ladies and gents.
Here is kind of wild.
Hope you didn't miss us too much. Grab yourself a coffee, cup of tea, maybe. Got a few push-ups in, light snack.
His main event run was so epic. Just like the way he busted and everything. You know,
He got set over set, right?
Yeah. But it would have been so interesting for poker if he made the final table or if he won or something.
I mean, it was pretty interesting even as it went.
What a legendary main event that really was in hindsight. Him, Negreanu, McKean, everybody that played at Borgata was there.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Tommy.
Tommy was deep in the main?
He got 6 that year.
Big Tommy?
No, Cannoli.
Oh.
Who are you thinking of?
Big Tommy.
Who's Big Tommy?
Super fat guy, Tommy.
No, it's not mine.
He's like, looks like he's a mobster kind of. Slick back, black hair.
From New York? Like Will Frill's friend?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think he just looks like it.
That's what, yeah, I know.
We're on stream, man.
I think he actually.
Nah, he's the sweetest guy.
Happened to him, right? It's 20.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. I didn't remember that was his name, but
yeah,
I knew Will's boy. Yeah, he's actually super cool.
Yeah.
No, Tommy Cannoli, I meant.
Coolest guy I ever met, to be honest. I mean,
yeah. My favorite, one of my favorite people.
Me too. Me too.
Would you leave your wife for him?
I'd consider it.
He puts out.
Wow, the blinds have really gone up, huh? 100K big blind now.
Ooh. Yeah, sorry, I was just really enjoying the out-of-pocket table talk.
Dude, I remember back then, Will was when he was winning like all these chopping all these tournaments. Like there was one at Foxwoods where he was like the shortest stack with like 3 left, and he somehow convinced them to give him the trophy and the most money.
I mean,
he was so good at like making good deals.
That's one way to put it.
200?
Yeah, that's one way. I agree. Well, I don't know what he was doing, but yeah, I just know the titles were important to him.
I'll see that from Tal VTA, who raised us up from +1 as Feldman was asking Foxen if he would leave his wife for some guy called Big Joe, Big Sam, Big Tommy?
Yeah, Big Tommy. Originally, he was talking about Tommy Cannoli.
Yeah, came 6th in the main.
Yeah, but then
Summer, first time I met you. When
Alex
first year I
was
met you.
actually thinking about a different
That
Tommy.
house in Vegas, and you were like sleeping on the couch. That nasty ass house with Nick and.
Oh yeah, it was like 2015 or 16.
Yeah, maybe 15.
Yeah.
14 maybe. No, 15. No, it has to be 15. Yeah, it has to be.
First time I played WSOP.
Yeah, yeah. And Mike Wang.
Yeah.
And who's that other guy? That was like no teeth or something. Joe Morneau or something.
Holy
Is that his name?
mackerel, dude. I just looked because Sophia Jiang is the chip leader, and I clicked on her little thing that you can do in the Triton Poker Plus app, which you should all download. And 4 hands ago, she had 2.9 million. Or 3 hands ago. Then she wins a hand. She's up to 4 million, where she beats Foxen with King 3 of spades, makes 3 of a kind. The next hand, she's up to 6.5 million, where she beats Foxen again with Ace Queen off. I guess she makes 2 pair.
Wasn't Mike like 10-to-1 dog in that or something?
Foxen's at this table.
And then then she beats 6s versus 5s and eliminates Maslak.
But it couldn't have been against Foxen because Foxen's here at the table, so I'm not too sure. But we'll get back. We'll get back to it as Kulev flopped the flush draw against the ace high and open ender. He's turned top pair and he's found the hold. He's back up to 1.5 million.
Now I have more for the cockpit.
That's the plan.
That is the plan.
So there we go. Kulev back up to 15 big, still has his work cut out. How about this for a table? Feldman, Cayenne Mockery,
Oh, and Doobie was
Foxen.
that too.
Feldman's chatty. I like it.
Okay, apparently these hands happened right before dinner break, and then that table broke. So that's what happened. So
that would make sense.
Yeah, that's why.
And then since dinner break, she's just eliminated Konstantin Maslak.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 31.
I mean, it's a crazy string of like 4 hands where she went from 2.9 million to nearly 10 million. Talk about your good run right there.
Tournament poker in a nutshell. Yeah, pretty tense out there. Understandably so.
Lucky chips.
Right.
Yep.
Think so? You think so?
I think so, yeah. The Henry Pustinen.
It's a fake Henry.
You guys know this is Button Clicker's brother?
Yeah. It is.
There's only one family of players in Finland.
Him. Look.
I don't know what symbolize. I don't get it, but I just know it's not true.
They're from the same country and they look like 10 degrees similar.
No,
That's
no,
racist.
no, that's not true at all.
We didn't say that. He doesn't look like.
No, dude, it's a mostly white country. You can say whatever you want.
Oh, then you're right. True. There's no racism.
No
there.
such thing. They reap all the privilege.
We got some good players in Finland, huh?
They're the best.
It is a very high concentration of great players.
And the other guy that played this, what's his name? On the rec side that played this year?
Aussie.
Back on over to the outer table, as engaging as that conversation was. Blind v blind, Canapong It's all in with the best of it. Team Thailand, but no more on the Queen 10-5 as Vieira has flopped top pair. What a brutal turn of events for KT. I mean,
two pair, but doesn't change the outs KT needs.
Ace or a 5, which he finds. 5 of spades on the river. Bright smile on the Thai superstar's face. Rivering trips to stay alive. Got it in good pre.
Oh, now he has fucking allies.
And it seemed like the live pairs were dropping off because Maslak, who just went out,
That's funny.
was one of the live pairs, and so was KT.
Yeah,
we were
like
about to go
I
from
don't
6
know
to
what I
4,
took
but that
by
5 on the river changed things up.
Dude, you know what really tripped me up? Walking out of, like walking out of the hotel, I had like a 6 a.m. flight or whatever. So like I hadn't slept, and it was like 3:30 in the morning. I'm like going to my car, and they had just finished setting up the big Christmas tree in the lobby, and they had like little elves under it, but like they looked very realistic, and they were dressed the same as like Aussies people. But they were just like frozen there, and I was like, why are these guys like not moving? Like what is happening?
It's like one of those street performers who just
yeah. I
So you
like,
went up to him and you were like, "Yo, where's Aussie at?"
Well, no, I was like, it's like one of those things where it's just like cognitive dissonance or something, where I'm just like,
So random.
Oh, KT is all in again. This time with the worst hand, but at least for his sake, his cards are live.
Yeah, he's taking the rejam spot. Connected with the 10, but Kornoff has top pair.
Oh,
hello.
It's a lot of outs.
Would be a dirty way to do it. Doesn't find it. Kornoff holds with the ace-king, back up to 35 bigs, and I tell you what, Chance Kornoff was the man that I was calling for earlier on to run up a bit of a stack, because you give that man 50 bigs, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Just too many outs. 5. He was able to get the job done, but not with, I don't know, whatever that was, 13. Classic case of too many outs.
So a couple of eliminations post dinner break. Konstantin Maslak and Kanapon Anaratrikul.
All in.
Left and right.
Ben Heath rocking the double patch, Phenom Poker and GTO Lab.
Makita's got a bit of a stack now as well. He's up to 5th in chips. Alejandro Lococo in 6th. Chidwick in 7th. I tell you what, this one is shaping up to be a classic, Brian.
Mark it off on the bingo cards. And there's Makita with quite the bright outfit. I mean, that is a yellow that
Dragon Ball Z
stands
style,
out
bro.
and grabs you. Boom. You're not going to miss him across the way at the poker table. Wow, Marta Roseanne just flatting the offsuit ace-queen here. Versus a cutoff open, so.
Well, it's allowed Makita to outflop him on the King-8 deuce.
Yeah, and I think Artur definitely takes one off here. Probably versus this size, even if he didn't have a heart, but most certainly with the ace of hearts. And I don't think he finds check raise with ace-queen specifically. You'd much rather have like ace-5 with the ace of hearts and 5 of diamonds or something.
Hello. Jack of hearts making things interesting because we know Artur's not going anywhere now. Broadway gut shot, nut flush draw. 750 in the middle.
It's an interesting turn card because probably slightly better for Artur's range as the big blind defending versus min raise. He has more suited combos, so he has a flush more often. Even though he also has more like deuce and 8x type weak stuff, but Makita checks back and a blank on the river, so my guess is this goes check bet. So Artur probably thinks he has enough showdown with the nut ace high, and as played, I think if you're Makita, you find a value bet on the river versus a check. Oh my goodness, Artur's not going to check.
Oh, this man is something else. 1.1 into 750. How'd you like your King 10 now, Baziakowski?
Well, I guess we're going to find out. But Artur pretty much just repping flushes here. As played. Because as I said, he has a lot of flushes in his range and overbetting the river. Oh.
Oh, he's called.
I guess he likes his king.
Here we go. Makita with the hero call of the day. Up to 6.2 million, moves up to 3rd in chips. Oh, dude, we've been calling for the Makita deep run in one of the bigger buy-in Tritons. You know, for the newcomers to the Triton brand, as a byproduct of our association with WSOP and GG during this event here in the Bahamas, 2 years ago, Madrid, it was tied. Jason Kuhn, Makita with both 3 titles apiece. They were the guys with the most Triton titles ever.
Was it 3 or was it like 4
3,
or 5?
No, it was 3 apiece in Madrid. Makita claimed title number 4. One of the first 5 events there. Kuhn, last short deck event of Madrid, clutches the 100K, 150K, so they tie for 4 apiece. Fast forward to 2024, Kuhn has 10, Makita trailing with 5.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's been a while since we've seen a Makita deep run for the gold.
Yeah, Kuhn's just ripped a bunch off 6-1 after it was 4-4, right? Yeah, no, Makita is a beast. I mean, I feel like at the last stop, he kind of had a couple deep runs,
He
but
did.
just ran kind of bad in some spots.
Yeah, he cashed just the 150K.
Like, had the best of it for his stack and lost, you know, 2 tables left, start of the final table.
Yeah, so the 200K invitation, he came 6th for 1.2 million. The 125K main, he came 10th, so he final table bubbled that. And then the 150K, he came 12th.
Yeah.
So, like, soft bubbled.
And at least in one of those, he was like a solid favorite in his bust out hand. At least one of them.
Yeah, I agree. In the 200K, that was crazy. That was with Patrick and Gambledore.
What? Okay. Good hang.
Will Ben float here? No.
Making that.
What?
Just a moment. That's what happens when you get old, you know.
I feel like it's happening to me already.
All in.
Oh, you sicko. I don't know how I feel about this, you know. 13 bigs from +1. He's going to get a lookup from Alejandro Lococo.
Yes.
When I say I don't know how I feel about this, by the way, obviously, the jam itself is absolutely fine. It's when we see the jacks, when we get called, we know we're in rough shape. Best case scenario, right? We're up against 9s or 10s.
Yeah, the look on his face. Let it be known he was not happy.
The boss, Paul, with a bit of a stack himself. 5 cards to come. Justin needs to pull the chance corneth. Absolutely no help on the 8-6-4-2 clubs. Smothered by Lococo's jack of clubs. Well, you're saying there's a chance. Some opportunities for Bonomo. An ace and an ace only to double up.
GG.
Which he does not find.
Nope.
Alejandro Lococo up to 6.2 million. Number 2 on the all-time money list. Justin Bonomo showered 13 off the money. Now Lococo vaulting up the leaderboard to 3rd in chips.
Thank you.
So 29 left. So here's Zhang out in front. He's got 93 bigs. And we've got the tunes. Sign up today at GG Poker using the promo code Triton_2024. Get your free $50 ticket for the Weekender. A deposit of $20 required. Have some fun, ladies and gents, as we have some fun here in the Bahamas. Little 500k action for your viewing pleasure. As always, let myself and Brian Rass know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from, who you're rooting for. Some big names this star-studded affair.
10 seconds.
As expected.
All right, well, there are 29 players left, and 17 pros and 12 invitees.
Sorry, say that again?
Out of the 29 remaining players,
yeah,
17 pros and 12 invitees.
Okay.
4 duo teams still alive, and we pay 17.
Is that what you've been doing over there?
Yeah.
I love you, bro.
I'm just gamifying this a little bit. I want to really get in and gamify it.
You're one of my favorite humans on the planet. I absolutely love that. That's brilliant.
Yeah, actually, the sheets didn't match up, and I had to figure out who I didn't scratch off on one of them. So that's why what I've been doing for the past few minutes, where I've been a little quiet.
I thought you were putting together a new commentator bingo card or something over there.
No, that's for the fans.
Yeah, the fans came in clutch in Monte Carlo. There was some really solid commentator bingo cards. Got Venice Beach, LA in the house. What's up, Venice Beach? Let us know as always. I know had some Australians, New Zealand in the house, waking up Monday morning, jumping in for a little 500k action on YouTube. Obviously clicking that like button in the process. Carl Spackler saying the structure seems a bit rushed given the amount of the buy-in. Well, the fact that 96 players opted to pony up the 500k for one of the biggest tournaments in the last decade. I'm going to have to agree. I joke, I don't agree with you.
Well, I mean, listen, Triton, you know, in general, the structures are a little turbo-y compared to others. We're getting this done in 3 days. But
yeah, 3 days, bro. I mean,
the players, that's what they want. I mean, you know, a lot of the business guys, they don't want to play like a 5-day tournament here. You know, they're in and out. I mean, look at when this started. It started on Saturday. Day 2 ends Sunday, kind of playing down close to the final table-ish. So it's like some of these business, you know, guys who are in business, the invitees, it's like, yeah, you only come back if you're top 10 or final table for Monday. Call off whatever you got booked. You can be in and out on the weekend only.
you show up Friday night, and you're back in the office Tuesday morning, $12 million richer. What's not to love about this event?
It should be 20 after the race.
After a race, 20 seconds. Opening is 10 seconds.
All right, Makita here. Let's see how he plays ace-10 off. 3-bet, definitely an option. And this should get through.
I'm telling you now, Makita with chips is one of the toughest no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world.
Wow, Heath is going to gamble. This is a significant pot. Heath is deciding we're far enough out of the bubble.
Land.
Yeah, that it's dicey. I think there are other players that would fold here, so it's a very interesting decision by him.
Yeah, there are players that wouldn't 3-bet the ace-10 as well, so it's like
a
lot of fun stuff going on. This is a fun flop, by the way. 10-8-4, one club. Top for Makita. Gut shot, backdoor clubs, as well as the over for Heath.
So yeah, I wonder how Heath will play it here. I mean, I don't think he's going to fold. So does he call or does he jam? Jam will not work, as we can see. Makita's way too much hand to let it go.
Just comes with the call. 1.8 out there with 1.3 back.
Makita has a pretty comfy turn jam on a lot of turn cards.
Not that one, I mean.
No, this
Deuce of diamonds, what's going on?
No, this is pretty comfy. I mean, like, what sizing? How do you size less? Like, what, you're going to bet 600?
Oh, sorry, Makita.
Yeah,
my apologies. I thought we were talking about Heath going with it on
No,
certain turns.
Makita's OOP here.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I mean, it's about 70% pot jam. It's kind of hard to figure out how you would two-street it from here. But let's see if Makita comes up with something different. I mean, if you were going to two-street stuff for value, you'd think it would be more like 10s or 8s if he played it this way. Not like a good but vulnerable hand like top.
I agree.
450.
Wow, he is doing it.
25% on the turn. Makita, you sick pup. Opting to play this across 3 streets. Bats is up to 7 mil. Seven starting stacks with 29 left. Oh, here we go. We're going to flip for Feldman's tournament life.
Right, like, yeah, I mean, I think if you say no to anything over like
Taylor's not going anywhere with the 9s. Good luck, chaps. It's a fair fight. Absolute classic, as Adrian Mateo said. Feldman's been bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, Negrano's partner. It's all in. A little bit behind.
Yeah, ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving. He's been all in multiple times, managed to survive. Can he win another flip? Let's get back up to 19 bigs. Okay, well, it's not looking great, is it? Reduced to just 4 ounce across 2 streets. Oh, hello, King of Clubs.
Didn't even hurt.
Hold on. Now needs to fade the spades. Which he does. Ryan Feldman, take your seat, sir. It's back up to 19 bigs.
I had an alternate king.
I had an offsuit ace. I had a non-spade ace.
You know, I was thinking about that last hand. I'm like, so why does Makita? Because I love learning when someone does something I don't expect, right? Like, why did he do it?
I'd rather.
You know what? The deuce was the diamond, so there was no backdoor flush draw that came in.
It was rainbow.
Probably increase. You know, you don't have to worry about someone picking up a backdoor flush draw and now giving them a really good price by betting that. So that might have been it. Like maybe if it was any of the other three suits, he jams. Maybe, maybe not. We'll never know.
You want to survive.
It's just like you don't want the ride to be over, you know. But it's
that's what I mean by survive.
I just don't.
But you're kind of thinking that many of the draws fold now.
Change one?
I'm just used to like, all right, reload.
You don't mind 3-streeting against value hands, because they have 5 outs or less.
Only one a year, it's different.
It's more than 1 year. All it takes is 1 tattoo. That's true.
It should be like a Triton promotion. Like they give away free entry to this thing if you get a tattoo of Triton on your head. It'd be a good like challenge for like just the average person out there.
Ryan needs to be at every feature
I
table.
think you'd have like 10 people.
Sorry, there will be people who do
maybe
it.
more.
I'm saying nobody in this field will do it, but a
Wow.
random person will do it.
Talvidi. Covered by Mateos, going for the 9-7 suited 3-bet off of like 35 bigs. This is also a little bit risque, as they say.
Yeah, Talviti is
it works.
one of a kind. Online beast.
Actually, if you made that offer to the public, you might get like
No, that's what I'm saying. Public, you'll get someone for
like
sure.
100,000
Yeah,
entries.
you will get so many people. Dude, Eric Person offered $300 to get a tattoo of Maverick Gaming, and he got like 100 people to do it, or 50 people to do it. Like,
It has to be visible or
was
just
only-
anywhere?
I don't know what the rules were, but it was only $100. It was only $300. Like, how much does a tattoo cost? Probably $200.
Well, I assume he paid for the tattoo.
I don't think he did. I think just people
Well,
are
then,
nuts, and they just did it for for fun. Maybe he did. I don't know. But even if he did, $300
Doesn't
to get a permanent
People
tattoo.
don't value themselves very much, is the moral of the story.
Well, the people that do that don't. Yeah.
Well, that's.
Asti, how much would it cost for you to get Triton tattooed on your head?
On my head?
That's what the conversation was, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, it was getting tattooed somewhere on their body.
No.
Head?
But before that conversation started, Ryan was asking how much it would cost for someone to get Triton tattooed on their head.
So does neck count as head? Like, what's head?
I mean, dude, we're getting into the weeds a little
Well,
bit
it
here.
matters. It matters.
It
It's like
does. You're right.
forehead
You're not
versus
wrong.
back of the neck is a difference.
Look, I'm going for the little, like, you know, Triton, just see on the side of the temple.
Side of the temple. I mean, some of these questions also get into like net worth, right?
Of course, we're
but
getting
my
really
numbers for that is very high. Like, I need a number that matters for me and my net worth, because this is like an embarrassing thing I have to carry around for the rest of my life. Like, that number is gonna big.
Not for me. You know, 10
I'm not gonna say
Bitcoin.
it on stream.
10 Bitcoin.
Yeah, my number's higher than that.
I've got
I
some
know yours
questions
is.
about your glasses strategy.
But just here, I'll just put it up here, and I'll just wear a cap.
I have no
Well,
idea.
except
It's just something I decided to do.
Making an
Right,
action
blended
that
in
he
the side of the head.
It's because
do anything afterwards.
no, it's like a
and then
read or
putting
whatever,
it on.
read thing, whatever. It's just like I don't want to look at my cards with them because
Yeah,
it's
that
like
part.
harder to look at them. That's all. Oh, this rail's better at least.
Feldman on a bit of a spin after finding that 4-outer. Now has 10s and 22 bigs to play with.
There's no strategy.
Yeah, I know.
You had a good one?
It's just when we got, Mr. Winamax at the table, you know what I mean?
You have a good one? Good hand?
Stares into your soul and then he just knows exactly what the answer is.
Can I run the...
Right?
Yeah?
He told me he's a field player, you know? Of course, I am. You stare at me, I start crying.
One hand or... one hand?
It sounds like my my bid was too high.
Have anything to come to LA for me?
10 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
People will do it for 4K.
Yeah. I guess you go to Vegas.
People in the chat.
Yeah, maybe
I
one
guess
time.
my bid for $1 million.
I just wonder if people will play if you play, because it's like that's the only problem is like it would be cool, but at the same time, like I don't know that our players.
I feel like my real number is somewhere around the like 20 to 25% of my net worth.
Hold on, because
is what I would need to
happened
get
here? Chance Cornuth has lost a 4 million chip pot against ST Wang. I'm gonna need to open up the app.
Yeah.
So this
It
was
might not be worth it.
single raise pot.
The bigger games, the tougher it is.
Chance opened from the hijack. ST Wang defended the big. 10-7-8.
Fedor raised, chance flat.
Oh, you're right, sorry.
Fedor raised under the gun, chance flats, ST defends. Triple checked flop, which means chance checked back in position.
With the aces.
10-8-7 rainbow, offsuit 5. Big blind leads out, chance calls. And on the 9 river, the big blind bets 300 into, looks like well over $1 million, and chance raises with aces.
Yeah, it looked like ST blocked for 20% and chance raised to 1.2 million.
Bluffs with the aces.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, ST Wang up to 5 million. Chance Cornuth, shortest stack in the field now. 29 bigs.
It's a really interesting hand. Chance c-bets the flop. It looks like he just wins. Doesn't. Turn is pretty normal. But then the river is kind of wild and interesting.
Fedor with the defend. Squaring off against Vieira, and he is in trouble. Button v big blind. Top pair against middle pair. At this stack depth.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Vieira, I want to play a big pot here. Even 12 out from the money. We're not so close.
130.
Yeah. I'd want to at least have the option to win all 3 streets. I mean, it's going to be run out dependent, but 2 little bricks, and I want to go bet with ace queen here.
Started off with a c-bet. 125K.
Yeah, a little quarter pot. Seems like a pretty comfy call as Fedor. I don't really know what other play there is. Fold seems terrible, and raise seems a bit out there.
Well, that's a turn card that could potentially save Fedor from playing a big pot here.
It's a card that he can lead since he has way more 4x and more flushes. That said, his particular hand is not a hand that likes leading. So, and he doesn't have to lead it. So it makes sense that despite that, Fedor checks. And I'm curious now how Vieira will play. I'm sure he's aware of everything I just said. Might be a little hesitant. Thing is, ace queen's still good a lot. Versus the range that checks could bet, decides not to. Wow.
Oh, Fedor's going to lose the absolute bare minimum here.
Yeah, what a run out.
Maybe even turns this hand into a bluff? Question mark?
I don't think so. I mean, his hand could easily be good. I think it's more likely he does, like, check raise this than bet. Like, it's an interesting check raise bluff, right? But I don't see any reason to bet.
Vieira with the ace queen. This one feels like a check back as well. There it is, checks through. Fedor going to be happy to kind of see that one, the way it played out.
If Alex does it, says Montoy, you say some online kid doing it. But you,
So just waiting for this table to catch up in terms of hands, as they are lagging behind table 2 and table 5. One of the many innovations of the Triton Poker Series and Luca Vivaldi's team is they track every single hand just to guarantee that there isn't a table that plays more, meaning that nobody is at a disadvantage when the stakes are this high. It's even happened where the money bubble has burst, but there's a table that had hands to catch up on, and then during that time when they've caught up, a player has bubbled over there as well, and then they've ended up chopping like the min cash.
Wow, okay.
So it's really cool innovation as Kulev makes the call, obviously, with the 7s for 8 bigs. Nobody waking up with anything behind. Kornuth going to be very happy to see that he's flipping. But he is the all-in player at risk. An equity disadvantage of 12% with 5 cards to come. So we work our way down to that $755,000 min cash. Kornuth has found top pair. Red 7 needed for the Bulgarian. Doesn't find it. What a swingy day it's been for the chip leader coaching head honcho. Back up to 1.8. 18 big blinds in a dream. I believe we have one more hand on this table. Look at this stage, man. How about this for production value?
I want to be a
that
pro.
one through. I didn't think that one through.
This guy's the only one who preferred to be.
I gotta go.
Hurry up. No, I do not. No. That was
Pretty
Sean
sick.
Winter. Sean Winter.
Oh yeah, Sean did say that. That's right. I was like, there's no fucking way.
I was like, yeah, okay, good
He's
for
like,
you.
no, I'd rather be a pro. Then it, that way it's easier.
Massive shout out to the Sharehands crew who worked for 3 days straight to put this stage together. So your viewing pleasure. Chip counts at this table here in the Triton Million part of the WSOP Paradise. And Mateos looks like, is that D-Negs coming over
That's how he thinks of a
to root on his boy? Shout out Daniel, Kai and Mockery. Open jamming the Queen 10 from +1.
Like,
you could just
30% of the time you're just about done with your veggies and the steak just disappears.
Yeah, that is a problem. Actually, they eat all your veggies. They make you get more veggies on your plate.
Yeah.
You work through those.
Finish those, and then
they're like, ah,
they
psych,
take the
no
steak
steak.
away.
It's Jamie Gold.
What's up, Jamie?
Hello.
What's up, man? Sure was.
Sounds like Jamie Gold
Sure was.
is in the building.
Pretty lucky.
When's the last time I saw you? I don't even know. Oh no, I saw you at your event last time.
So is that Ponakov's or It is, yeah. Ponokov's all in. His turn to spin the wheel. To get back up to 26 bigs. Needs to win a flip against João Vieira.
I feel like Ponokov's going to win this.
He's flopped an open-ender to go along with his 2 overs. The good news is he can't be dead at any turn. I'm not so sure now, you know. Ace, king, queen, or a 9 needed for the Latvian. Finds it. Queen of spades. How you doing?
We've been having the short stacks win quite a few of these.
That's been the case, yeah.
All-ins here.
Staying alive.
Tournaments or cash?
Cash. And then I started playing online.
Oh.
2018.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. This isn't a highlight reel, by the way. It feels like the last 20 minutes has been like a highlight reel of hands.
Oh. I was curious whether or not Mateos would 3-bet here. Right. Ace Queen is very tricky in these spots.
When I was playing Bobby's Room, you remember that?
Around 40
you were in
bigs.
your, like,
Right, especially with
league,
ICM.
and you had like $100,000 and you were just walking
Versus
around.
what looks like under the gun 7.
It was 20. I want to say.
The reason being is that when you get 4-bet, it's so gross.
That was probably, yeah, right after the 250.
All in?
I was like paying some people out.
How much?
Talvitier.
Yeah, because Kristen was playing.
Jamming the 40 bigs.
I told her to stay off Twitter and stuff. I don't know if you heard.
I don't remember.
I mean, there has been a bit of a battle between these two. Some light 3-betting shenanigans.
And then I gave her the advice.
I wonder if Mateos knows about the 9-7
Oh,
suited
he's
yet.
got a call. He's made the call, and he's going to get shown the worst news possible. Both playing exactly 3,950,000. This is for Adri's tournament life.
It's pretty grim. 87-12.
How everyone else just went silent. King, queen, deuce. 1 diamond, 1 queen. Mateos drawing live.
Actually, it went from 12 to 13% equity.
Opportunities. Throw 10 on the river for a chop into the mix.
No, I mean about like COVID in general.
Oh! Hello, 10 of diamonds.
Wow. We just really can't bust anybody. Look at Adrian, a huge smile.
I mean, dude, I'm not being funny. Talk about that being one of the highest equity spots in both of these players' careers, right? I mean, 500K buy-in.
Yeah.
They both have more than average. Tell you who doesn't like that. Talvitier.
I mean, he would have been basically tied with Texas Mike for second in chips.
Tomorrow.
Wow. Adrian Mateos. What a life, eh?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's a real... I mean, I don't even know how I feel about that one.
Well, my guess is most of the other people in the tournament aren't that happy about it.
Well, listen,
Mateos could just be out and on his bicycle. And yes, Talviti's good, but I'm sure you'd rather have one of them get a big stack and the other one be out. Just in general, whoever won that pot, right? So I think almost everybody has Mateos in their top 5, maybe even like top 3 current No Limit Hold'em tournament player lists. So I'm sure people would have been happy to see him walk out. with his 12% equity unrealized.
You just play live cash and go from there to
2.5 Zoom when I started playing online.
played a lot with Jake.
What was the screen name?
Jake with a lot of ease. Finnish guy as well.
Jake.
Jake, yeah.
Yeah, I played with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Used to study a lot together. Me, him, and Fiilismies.
I played a lot with him.
Fiilismies.
No, Phil Smith, it was. He was playing high stakes at that time.
Yeah.
I was not.
The C-bet from Adri.
No, I started playing
25% pot. Feldman with the open-ender. Backdoor hearts. Wants to see a turn. Not the turn he's looking for, because that king is no longer an out, as it would chop the pot with Adrian. Yeah, not surprised to see Mateos check this one back against the small blind flat. They will chop it up. That's a small bet. And 25% now from Feldman, and does Mateos just go for the jugular?
He does have the 10 of diamonds, which blocks some flushes that Feldman can have.
Chop it up, gents. Bit of
Everything?
Uno reverse card there.
I wouldn't have loved it.
Not about folding.
Feldman getting bailed out by the deck.
I fold.
Kulev needs to get bailed out with the king 4. He's shipped it in for 8 bigs on the button. Vieira's looked him up from the small, and he's flopped himself a flush draw. His pair outs are also live. King 4 or a heart needed for #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. There it is. It's back up to 18 bigs, and Vieira has gone from 4.5 million to 400K.
Yeah, what was the previous pot he lost? He lost another big pot not that long ago. Oh yeah, the 9s to king queen.
Pocket 9s.
Ace 9 off with ace 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously you're good.
You know, and he lost the queen 8 to KT's ace 5. So I mean, kind of just running bad. Just lost probably the last 3 all-ins he played. All-in EV. Line.
Yeah.
Redlining.
You had the right hand to get me off the chop. Said you had a good hand to get me off the chop with.
All in.
If you knew what I had, you
Gonna
raised.
jam from the small.
Of course, yeah.
It's like every hand has just been all in, all in, all in.
On Jessica Tussel, Fedor's partner, is out. And another, now we're down to 3 pairs.
Oh, pretty brutal as well. Ace 10 against ace 10.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds pretty awful.
Yeah, flush for Phil Nagy. GG's, Jessica. So 28 remain.
Phil Nagy's still in. We haven't seen him in he's in that table, the one uncovered table.
I'll try to show you a tweet. I'm not going to say it, actually. I'll just show you.
Just show me.
Yeah, I'll just show you. It's funny because I saw this. Find it.
How much do you have the most?
So I posted my table draw.
4
or 5 back. I didn't know it was like that, but I just happened to see that.
I'm just like the rest of the world. I barely know he exists. You know?
I can't use these now.
You don't have any time. Anyone who tries to steal money.
These
from
don't.
me
These don't.
tries to make me out to be a bad guy.
Yeah, it's okay.
An absurd person.
I know you went through some shit. I know that other public thing that you had.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I met a few crazy people in the world.
That had to be like one of the worst things, right? Just
It was probably the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying during the time it sucked, right? You gotta defend yourself.
It was challenging.
Because like your reputation's everything.
How much did you pay for one though? Like 5K?
It was challenging, but fortunately,
probably
nobody really listens. Nobody
Especially
that
with
is
this
important
play.
listens to clowns. So
You know, I just realized somebody who's not on these lists. I'm a little surprised. Henry is Dan Smith.
Oh yeah.
He's a guy I'd put at the
it was in the past,
at the
you know,
top. Like he's a potential top 5. Kind of definitely top
Didn't even
10.
play this one, did he?
No, he's not in it. I don't know if he skipped it or he just wasn't invited by a. I'm just saying, if you're like a invitee, he's a guy like
I agree.
I would scoop.
100%. I mean, he took down the Invitational in Monte Carlo. Not last year, or not this year, the year before.
Yeah.
100x the normal person.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. Didn't see Dan Smith.
Wild.
I was just looking and I'm like, oh, who's like missing from this list that's like it seems like a clear like a clear name that should be on there. And he's the one guy I've come up with now.
But it's like I learned over the years to tune out.
You have like 2 kinds?
2.3.
So Putra opening on the button. Foxen flatting from the small. For 24 bigs, Dvorak going to defend, covering both players.
Very rarely do I ever hear anything from someone like that.
Yeah.
Wow, how about this for a flop? Little pair for Dvorak. Open-ender for Foxen.
Yeah, smart.
Time to do that, but then I learned like no one's seeing these comments. Like who cares? Doug Polk tweets something bad about me. You know what I mean? Like that matters. You know what I mean? Adrian tweets something about me. Like that matters. You know. But if Joe Schmo with 12 followers tweets something, like who the fuck cares? Yeah. I just laugh. Block them, move on. I don't even need to reply.
Putra with the mystery hand, going to continue. Oh, Timothy Adams not here as well. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Jungle Man.
I live in the real world.
Brewer, Brian Kim. Yeah, there's a few people that aren't here.
Yeah.
Foxen obviously making the call. What does Dvorak do here? Middle pair facing a bet and a call in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, all great players you just named. But if I can buy a piece of them in a No Limit Hold'em tournament at the same price, I'm buying a piece of Dan Smith, personally.
That might be the secret.
Although, yes, quite a list.
Lose the first hand. Stuck out against aces.
Oh, did he?
No, these are some tournament secrets. He knows.
The second pair for Foxen now.
I mean, I would unlike
Forrest picks up an open-ender of his own on the bottom end.
I thought you might win.
I made it worse.
I was laughing, bro. Watch the stream back. I knew you were gonna win that one somehow. Chop. I knew you were gonna at least chop.
I said on the turn, chop.
I didn't know how you're gonna do it. That's
The flop, you were
that's
so
why it
live.
was fun.
Yeah, you were super live.
Check.
What? You're like 30% flop.
Yeah, minimum.
No, I mean, you're counting your
Man.
luck.
1.1 million out there.
Really got me with me, got you with aces. I mean, just that's it.
Feldman's having a lot of fun chatting away at this table.
Neutralize. I didn't have mine earlier.
Online legend Bert Stevens. Shout out Bert, by the way, truly one of the just greatest guys in the online poker realm. 10 of clubs on the river, Dvoris improving to trips. Check through on the turn. Foxon going to check a third time.
Yeah, Putra had bet the flop as the raiser, but checked back turn.
What I want to see is block from Dvoris, jam from Ferdy. And then just see Daniel throw up. It's not block.
Big for a block. I mean, it's like half pot almost. I mean, if you're Putra here, I think you're really only value raising straights and maybe like king 10.
Never has a straight right after a check through on the turn.
He can. He only has 1.5x pot. I think if you have a straight, it's king queen.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, potentially a hand like nines or 10-9, king queen, king 10. Those would be the hands I'm putting him on here.
Just
for value.
Never a bluff, bro. Show me a bluff here, and you know, what was it you said in Monte Carlo? I'll eat my shirt.
What are the bluffs? Maybe something like queen 9.
Jammed way too quickly.
25.
Way too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not a bluff. I don't think Daniel's really beating any value. No, he's not, even though he has a good hand. Like, I think king 10 is kind of the worst hand Daniel. I mean, sorry, Putra has. My guess is he can have that, but he probably doesn't. It's probably straights and boats.
If Putra just shows up with ace-9, I swear,
that's pretty boss.
Yeah.
Queen 9 or ace-9.
Yeah, just like, you know, I just go out there and be like, you know what, Ferdy? You're an absolute legend.
Or like
man.
queens. Yeah, I'm going to guess he has 10-9. Although maybe actually that's not as like we only got the 10 right there.
I like 10-9 though as a guess. So I feel like 10-9 is, you know, the bottom two pair that would check on the Jack of Hearts turn. 10-9, ace-9. I think, you know, pocket nines, pocket jacks, pocket aces. Probably bet ace-jack. Probably bets. Ace-jack would be a sick bluff, although it feels like it's unnecessary to bluff ace-jack.
Yeah, like you'd rather bluff ace-9 or maybe jack-9 if you checked it.
Yeah.
Queen-9, queens, maybe even queen-jack. Someone else had queen-jack.
Put this one in your highlight reel. It's interesting because had Forrest blocked, I think he ends up calling off here. Had he gone for like a smallish sizing, but given that he bet half pot 3 ways and Putra still come over the top, just really, for me, makes it less likely that he has bluffs here. What's the bottom of the jamming range? Like, is it even King 10, by the way?
I think theoretically, yes, but I don't think Putra has King 10. But I think theoretically you can. I mean, Dvorak is going to have just a bunch of 10x that can all bet half pot, and I would think it's fine.
Because there's 3 straights out there. It's
But,
like, do we really start jamming King 10 for value?
I don't think he is, but I think you can. Yeah, I think it's fine theoretically.
That'd be sick.
I mean, they're not like that. Like, there was over $1 million in there. It's like the jam itself. It's like you could just overbet, value bet it, right? Versus, you know, if it was checked to you, all in for like 1.3 or whatever. It's not. So, you know, Dvorak bets half pot. You're probably ahead of most of that, and he's getting a good price. You know, whatever. I think the bottom of his range realistically is going to be King Queen that checks back, and then boats.
Oh, Dvorak has looked him up.
Got it.
What
Oh,
a
he
sick bluff. 30.
Wow. Sick play, man. That's sick play.
Take a bow, mate.
Yeah.
Everyone just acknowledging how sick of a play that was.
You saved
He
me
got
from
you,
Putra.
Henry. You were short
I think
in
he
the
got
bluff.
everyone, man. I think he got absolutely everyone. That is a sick, sick jam. And I think he found maybe the one player at the table
It's
that
not fun
calls him
when
off
you-
there.
When you bet that texture and get raised.
Holy smokes, what did we just witness? That was incredible. Oh, Putra going out with an absolute bang. What a gangster. Great hand to do it with as well. So we head on back over to the red table. Lococo opening up front with the 8s. Makita defending the big. Ace 4 deuce. Check call to C-bet of 200k. Deuce of hearts on the turn. 2-tone turn texture. Bad's still out in front.
Doesn't seem like a great spot to barrel again. Let's see what Lococo decides. I mean, he doesn't really ever have a deuce. Makita can. His hand can potentially win at showdown versus a 4. Seems like check back and then decide on river versus a bet, but probably fold, but you don't have to type of deal. Makita slides out. Pretty small bet, all things considered. A little over quarter pot. And let's see if that entices Lococo into a call. Does. Makita just really showing his chops. Navigating these spots. Kind of getting the most he could have gotten in that pot.
3 hands, 2 hands, stop. Thank you.
He's
It's so much more credible from me though.
Alex is like trying to find a way to win the hand in hindsight.
No,
Yeah, you're just mad at him for shoving.
stealing my spot.
Did you have him beat?
No,
No, you didn't.
I had
Oh,
Queen
that is-
Jack.
You were small blind there, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way for you.
He's almost caught up to Texas Mike.
What do you
Just
mean?
100,000 chips
Saying if he
less.
folds, you were in check, Jeff?
folds, I was
Makita's in
You were gonna
third.
go for it? You swear, like 100%?
Oh wow, look at this
Pretty decided on it.
confrontation here. I mean,
Maybe just different people. It works.
we're only talking
He's less capped. That's the thing.
less
He's
than
like-
15 blind, so this is going in, and we're going to have a flip here
Was this open?
with Von Kriegenberg's tournament life at stake.
Okay. Right, because he checked back the turn.
Because yeah.
Is that what he right? Turn was check. That's why you're saying, right? I assume that's the main reason.
Imagine Mateos doesn't slow play this just because von Kriegenberg's bluffs have an overcard pretty frequently. Stuff like Jack, Queen, King, X offsuit.
Yeah,
that's the.
Why would he not bet the nuts on the turn?
No, no, but
you don't think he has Jack 10 more often?
Sometimes. It's been nice playing with you.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying though,
thanks.
Jack 10 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
Taylor with the self jinx. Saying it's been nice playing with you, bro. I've got to go.
If I have to go, but I don't like the energy on that. Gambling gods, they're not. Yeah, he's out of here. I mean, I hate to say it, you just can't talk like that. Not to Adrian Mateos. Look at this guy. He just chopped ace queen versus aces. You gotta be more confident.
Yeah. Taylor's had a rough run of it. I'm gonna lie.
You know how you could have really won the max instead of shoving?
Yeah.
GG's was up to 5 million at one point and then just losing every flip that came his way. Had Feldman find a 4-outer on him.
He's more credible if he snap shoves.
You know how it goes, Rasty. You got to win flips to win tournaments. We're down to 25.
Come on.
That's insane.
So,
I mean, you deserve it.
No, we're down to 26.
25 now with the elimination table. App needs to update.
Okay, so
One more
you guys-
elimination.
So you guys-
And we have final 3 tables.
Well, did 2 people bust?
One like quarter of a big blind left or whatever, right?
Sometimes.
How often have you seen it?
Yeah,
where
we're down to
somebody
25,
actually
right?
bluffed
Is that what you
somebody
said?
off that
Sorry.
Last chip, not like a rebluff, but
We
like
good?
someone had value, and then they folded for that one.
Who
chip
else
and someone
busted?
Had a bluff.
30, we obviously saw that.
If anything, it's like a rebluff generally.
Taylor.
Right. I
Now it's
understand that
26.
one.
Value bets.
Or even that. How many times has that happened? Like one.
Yeah, so
Like one.
let's get
less
to
than
that
bluffing.
stage now.
I don't know if I've seen it, but I'm sure it's happened.
One more elimination, and we'll
It's
have
like
3
crazy.
tables
It's
of
like a
8.
dream, right? It's like a Lococo moment.
Yeah.
We're going to play down
Lococo will do it in this one.
through 10 levels.
You have how much to start now?
Pretty sure it's 2425.
Gonna bump things up from the hijack with the ace-5. It's 250k, not 150k. Oh, hang on, what we got going on over here? Looks like the shortest stack in the tournament. Alex Kulev is all in, but in great shape. King 10 against King 7. Looking good on the ace, queen 8. No heart in sight.
King 7 needs a board pair card.
Well, he's now drawing to a chop and a chop only. Doesn't find it. So, Kulev working his way back up. 2.3 million. SD Wang was 5th in chips at the start of that hand. He's dropped down a bit. Sosia Jiang still out in pole position.
It's not like Jack 10 is performing very badly. Playing very short stack.
Yeah, it's vulnerable, obviously.
Yeah. King Queen of Hearts. You
So
don't
what hand
really-
would you check back on a turn?
Like as a trap, aces
Or whatever the reason is.
Yeah, aces or king.
Hello, trip 7s for Dvoris.
Oh wow. So you would never like any.
I mean, Daniel with one of the sickest calls I've seen in quite some time. I mean, obviously in terms of relative hand strength, trip 10s, yada yada, looks easy on our screens, but when you're out there, the biggest stage, this much money on the line makes it all the more impressive.
Yeah, if you're gonna trap some hands, these are the hands. You want.
Pretty interesting pre-flop hand.
Like Queen 8 of Hearts.
I mean, Foxen opening the ace-5 off in the hijack, and then Dvoris who covers him. Now we're getting down to some ICM. Flats, ace-7 suited pre. Very interesting decision as well. Not just his decision to call on the flop. I mean, the flop call makes some sense because he really shouldn't have very much 7x at all. Wow, and I mean, I guess this is working out beautifully for Dvoris. You just call again here. What else do you want to do?
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Foxen on this rainbow completing turn card that Dvorak actually has the goods. There would have been so many flop floats that have to give up on the turn.
And will Foxen go for it here? 5 not really a relevant blocker. Dvorak can't have 8-5. Can't really have these 7-5 suited, and the 7 hearts is out there anyway. Yeah, Foxen gives up. Dvorak won't be giving up, but also won't be getting called.
All in.
Snap fold from Foxen. Daniel Dvorak out of nowhere. It's
How
just
many more hands we have?
up to 6.2 million. To fourth in
Quads
chips.
or
How about
above?
this for a top 5?
Those are my two
Jiang,
guesses.
pole position.
10-8 off again.
Texas Mike,
That's straight, right?
Felt like it.
Straight. 10-8
second.
Could be
Nikita
aces.
Bazikowski in
I
third.
mean, I had an ace.
Oh, then you can't have aces.
Boris
then.
in
Yeah.
fourth and Mateos in fifth.
That's what I was getting at.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
The blocker thing?
I think you owe a time bank, by the way. Did you pay?
Mockery, you snitch.
That's how I knew it was a quad or a boat or better.
Where are your time banks? Oh, I was gonna say, there's no way you're out of them. You had like 78 of them before.
Do you not
Actually,
heard?
I
Snitches
mean,
get
I had
stitches.
13 and now I
Respect,
have
respect.
Oh, I'm gonna have a very good hand now. I
Well,
don't
you're definitely gonna have that beat. That's for sure.
Oh,
You're gonna have 7-3.
10-9, yeah.
What'd you have?
10-9.
Oh, that's like the nuts.
It's like a negative free roll to look.
You have 8. Only have 8.
Oh,
That's
We breaking,
There's someone sitting there.
and then we break the next hand.
Well, it
I
sounds
mean, it's
like
possible.
Yeah.
What happened?
we're breaking.
I wouldn't have predicted if it weren't possible.
Well, we're only breaking when somebody busted.
Yeah, I was going to say,
25th
I'm
player
scanning
bust.
around.
I don't see it
Redraw
yet.
24.
Oh my goodness,
player here?
Benjamin Heath
But they're
is
bringing
now
a player.
Okay, let's
in
do for
25th
play
place.
money. Let's do a side bet on who the next player is.
How did that
Arthur
happen?
Martirosian.
Still 25 players
I'll go with
left.
Sinan.
Who?
Don't worry about it.
Sinan Unlu.
Unnu.
Ah. Unlu.
Not even looking at me.
Said Unlu.
Oh, can I change mine?
Nope, nope. Come on, pick someone. Don't look. Just pick. Pick a name.
I think it's gonna be Nikki P.
As if the gambling, the stakes weren't high enough already, these guys. Just gambling on who's going to get brought over to the table next. That's how things stand here in the main ballroom at the Atlantis here in the Bahamas. Paradise Island, Triton million, 500K buy-in. Could only get into this one as a pro if you found yourself an invitee to invite you over to battle in this one. It is from the invitee side of the bracket. Sosia Jiang out in front with 75 bigs. Blinds have just gone up to big blind 125K. We'll of course step away for a break once we lose one more player. Have a final 3 table rebalancing. 17 places paid in this one. Min cash of $755,000. Tomorrow, one of these final 25 is going to be walking away with 12 million and change.
Partner is Alessian.
Obviously,
He's like a world champion in Alessian. So we are working on that. And it's really big. We are filling stadiums. So it's nice.
Shout out Lococo, by the way. I know he's doing a lot of stuff away from the table to grow the game. They're just saying that they're filling stadiums, apparently, now in Argentina. Bad's up to 8.2 million.
375.
Jack 10 suited here. About 40 blinds. Coco, I mean, you'd think he probably just calls. Looks like that's what he's going to do.
I was sweating it a bit there, you know.
Yeah, just like jam.
Yeah.
Right? you never get called by ace 10 or ace jack, really.
35.
Maybe ace jack calls you. I don't know, ace jack suited, but
35 bigs. Stranger things have happened. Ace queen 7. Nikita with top. No club in sight, but that inside straight draw for the Argentinian. That's going to continue small as expected. Given how polar the ranges are here, blind v blind, especially against the open 3x from the small.
And Lococo has a gutter, so getting an immediate 5-1. Seems like he'll continue, and we'll see a turn. King would be quite the action card.
How about an 8 for
Yeah,
a double gut
offsuit 8.
shot?
Pretty nice. Lococo could now peel another bet depending on how big it is, right? I think if he doesn't turn a double gutter, it's hard to call again, but let's see now. I would expect Makita to size up as well, given a few more draws, and you're polarizing your range a bit more when you bet again here anyways.
800.
Yeah, so he's going like just under 2/3. Lococo has a hand he could call again here. The idea being that he can bluff the river some on blanks, and he obviously has some implied odds. A 9 or a king give him the stone nuts.
Redraw, they go smoke.
Right before your big blind.
He's deep enough.
Yes, I didn't notice.
Throws out a time extension. Looks like he's going to check the itinerary.
We can leave.
See what he's working with behind.
Yeah, we're done here.
He calls, has 2.8 back. Oh, sorry, no, he'd have 3.3 back. It does sound like there's going to be a redraw because we've lost someone in the outer tables, I believe. Lococo's jammed.
Wow, that is a little unexpected. That's a crazy play.
Brian, if Bads calls and holds, he's the overwhelming chip leader with 13 million chips. Lococo's out of there, 7 off the money.
I mean, he's probably going to call. He has a pretty big hand here. But let's see. I mean, if he thinks, oh my goodness, he probably thinks Lococo has to have 2 pair at least.
He just showed 1 card.
No, shaq them.
Wow. Lococo tables the Jack 10. What a sicko. In a $500,000 buy-in, just rips it in with the double gut shot, gets Bads to fold ace king. He moves up to 5th in chips. Blows a little kiss to the camera, says hello. Welcome to the Alejandro Lococo show, ladies and gentlemen. You throw someone like him into the mix and, well, you get that kind of content.
Holy mackerel. Let's find out whether or not Makita steams. Because getting that bluff wheeled in your face when you could just be the chip leader of the tournament if you call. I mean, he had a big hand. Like, ace king, it's blind versus blind, but, you know. Whew.
He's still sat there just
wow,
dumbfounded by that one. I mean, it's not often you just see Bads at a loss for words. He's still got the chip lead at the table, but he just had to click call and would have been one card away from playing 13 million. As it stands, he's going into the redraw break. Third in chips, still very healthy. But what do you know? It's Texas Mike that has regained the chip lead as we welcome you back to the break desk. And he's retaken the chip lead by eliminating Elton Sang in 25th. King Jack against Elton's King Queen. Looks like the money went in pre, and Texas Mike spiked a 3-outer. I need a moment to just soak up that Jack 10 there, buddy.
Alejandro Lococo es loco. Okay, I mean, he just piled it in with Jack 10. That was quite the play. What Makita didn't even go time bank. He just kind of let it go. I mean, wow. He just got him off such a big hand.
Dude,
I mean, it worked out.
Lococo's now 6th in chips. We're 7 off the money, min cash of 755,000. We're going on break. Final 3 table redraw. I mean, I don't know what to say to the viewers. Don't go too far. 10 minutes. We're coming back. We're playing down through a couple more levels, and you've got the likes of Lococo just windmilling bluffs with Jack high and the likes of Makita Baziakowski's face. I mean, it's all to play for here in the Bahamas. We'll see you very shortly.
All in.
Oh, you sicko. I don't know how I feel about this, 13 bigs from +1. He's going to get a look up from Alejandro Lococo.
Yes.
When I say I don't know how I feel about this, by the way, obviously, the jam itself is absolutely fine. It's when we see the jacks, when we get called, we know we're in rough shape. Best case scenario, right? We're up against 9s or 10s.
Yeah, the look on his face. Let it be known he was not happy.
The boss, Paul, with a bit of a stack himself. 5 cards to come. Justin needs to pull the chance corneth. Absolutely no help on the 8-6-4-2 clubs. Smothered by Lococo's Jack of Clubs. Well, you're saying there's a chance. Some opportunities for Bonomo. An ace and an ace only to double up.
GG.
Which he does not find. Nope. Alejandro Lococo up to 6.2 million. Number 2 on the all-time money list. Justin Bonomo showered 13 off the money. Now Coco vaulting up.
You know, I just realized somebody who's not on these lists. I'm a little surprised. Henry is Dan Smith.
Oh yeah.
He's He's a guy I'd put at the
It was in the
at the
past,
top. Like he's a potential top 5. Kind of definitely top 10.
Didn't even play this one, did he?
No, he's not in it. I don't know if he skipped it or he just wasn't invited by a. I'm just saying, if you're like a invitee, he's a guy like
I agree.
I would scoop.
100%. I mean, he took down the Invitational in Monte Carlo. Not last year, or not this year, the year before.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. Didn't see Dan Smith.
I was just looking and I'm like, oh, who's like missing from this list that's like, it seems like a clear, like a clear name that should be on there. And he's the one guy I've come up with now.
I learned over the years to tune out.
You have like 2 behinds?
2.3.
So Putra opening on the button. Foxen flatting from the small. For 24 bigs, Dvorak going to defend, covering both players.
Very rarely do I ever hear anything from someone like that.
Yeah.
Well, how about this for a flop? Little pair for Dvorak. Open-ender for Foxen.
Yeah, smart.
Time to do that, but then I learned like no one's seeing these comments. Like who cares? Doug Polk tweets something bad about me. You know what I mean? Like that matters. You know what I mean? Adrian tweets something about me. Like that matters. You know. But if Joe Schmo with 12 followers tweets something, like who the fuck cares? Yeah. I just laugh. Laugh all day long. I don't even need to reply.
Putra with the mystery hand, going to continue. Oh, Timothy Adams not here as well. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Jungle Man.
I live in the real world.
Brewer, Brian Kim. Yeah, there's a few people that aren't here.
Yeah.
Foxen obviously making the call. What does Dvorak do here? Middle pair facing a bet and a call in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, all great players you just named. But if I can buy a piece of them in a No Limit Hold'em tournament at the same price, I'm buying a piece of Dan Smith, personally.
That might be the secret.
Although, yes, quite a list.
Lose the first hand. Stuck out against aces.
Oh, did he?
No, these are some tournament secrets. Who knows?
The second pair for Foxen now.
I mean, I would unlucky.
Forrest picks up an open-ender of his own on the bottom end.
I thought you might win.
I made it worse.
I was laughing, bro. Watch the stream back. I knew you were gonna win that one somehow. Chop. I knew you were gonna at least chop.
I said on the turn, chop.
I didn't know how you were gonna do it. That's
You're
why
so
it was
live.
fun.
Yeah, you were super live.
What?
You're like 30% flop.
Yeah, minimum.
No, you're counting your luck.
1.1 million out there.
Got me with Nate, got you with aces. I mean, just, that's it.
Feldman's having a lot of fun chatting away at this table.
Neutralize. I didn't have mine earlier.
Online legend Bert Stevens. Shout out Bert, by the way, truly one of the just greatest guys in the online poker realm. 10 of clubs on the river, Dvorak improving to trips. Check through on the turn. Foxen going to check a third time.
Yeah, Putra had bet the flop as the raiser, but checked back turn.
What I want to see is block from Voris, jam from 30. And then just see Daniel throw up. It's not block.
Big for a
it's-
block. I mean, it's like half pot almost. I mean, if you're Putra here, I think you're really only value raising straights and maybe like king 10.
Never has a straight right after a check through on the turn.
He can. He only has 1.5x pot. I think if you have a straight, it's king queen.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, potentially a hand like nines or 10-9, king queen, king 10. Those would be the hands I'm putting him on here.
Just
for value.
Never a bluff, bro. Show me a bluff here, and you know, what was it you said in Monte Carlo? I'll eat my shirt.
What are the bluffs? Maybe something like queen 9.
Jammed way too quickly.
25.
Way too quickly.
Yeah,
for
I
this
mean,
to
it's
ever be
probably not a bluff. I don't think Daniel's really beating any value. No, he's not, even though he has a good hand. Like, I think king 10 is kind of the worst hand Daniel. I mean, sorry, Putra has. My guess is he can have that, but he probably doesn't. It's probably straights and boats.
If Putra just shows up with ace-9, I swear,
that's pretty boss.
Yeah.
Queen 9 or ace 9.
Yeah, just like, you know, I just go out there and be like, you know what, 30, you're an absolute legend.
Or like
man.
queens. Yeah, I'm gonna guess he has 10-9. Although maybe actually that's not as like we only got the 10 right there.
I like 10-9 though as a guess. So I feel like 10-9 is, you know, the bottom two pair that would check on the Jack of Hearts turn. 10-9, ace-9. I think, you know, pocket nines, pocket jacks, pocket aces. Probably bet ace-jack. Probably bets. Ace-jack would be a sick bluff, although it feels like it's unnecessary to bluff ace-jack.
Yeah, like you'd rather bluff ace 9 or maybe jack 9 if you checked it.
Yeah.
Queen 9, queens, maybe even queen jack. Someone else had queen jack.
Put this one in your highlight reel. It's interesting because had Forrest blocked, I think he ends up calling off here. Had he gone for like a smallish sizing, but given that he bet half pot 3 ways, and Putra has still come over the top, just really for me makes it less likely that he has bluffs here. What's the bottom of the jamming range? Like, is it even king 10, by the way?
I think theoretically yes, but I don't think Putra has king 10. But I think theoretically you can. I mean, Devoris is going to have just a bunch of 10x that can all bet half pot, and I would think it's fine.
Because there's 3 straights out there. It's
But,
like, do we really start jamming king 10 for value?
I don't think he is, but I think you can. Yeah, I think it's fine theoretically.
That'd be sick.
I mean, they're not like that. Like, there was over 1 million in there. It's like the jam itself. It's like you could just value bet it, right? Versus, you know, if it was checked to you, all in for like 1.3 or whatever. It's not. So, you know, Devoris bets half pot. You're probably ahead of most of that, and he's getting a good price. You know, whatever. I think the bottom of his range realistically is going to be king queen that checks back, and then boats.
Oh, Forrest has looked him up.
got it.
What
Oh,
a
he did.
sick bluff. 30.
Sick play, man. That's sick play.
Take a bow, mate.
Yeah.
Everyone just acknowledging how sick of a play that was.
He's
can do it.
It's so much more credible from me though.
Alex is like trying to find a way to win the hand in hindsight.
No,
Yeah, you're just mad at him for shoving.
stealing my spot.
Did you have him beat?
No,
No, you didn't.
I had
Oh,
Queen
nice.
Jack.
You were small blind there, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way.
It's almost caught up to Texas Mike.
What do you
Just
mean?
100,000 chips
Saying if he
less.
folds, you were in check, Jack?
folds, I was
Nikita's in
You were gonna
third.
go for it? You swear, like 100%?
Oh wow, look at this
Pretty decided on it.
confrontation here. I mean,
Maybe just different people. It works.
we're only talking
He's less capped. That's the thing.
less
He's
than
like-
15 blinds, so this is going in, and we're gonna have a flip here
Was this open?
with von Kriegenberg's tournament life at stake.
Okay. Right, because he checked back the turn.
Because yeah.
Is that what he checked, right? Turn was check. That's why you're saying, right? I assume that's the main reason.
But imagine Mateos doesn't slow play this just because von Kriegenberg's bluffs have an overcard pretty frequently. Stuff like Jack, Queen, King, X offsuit.
Him?
Yeah, that's the
Why
So
would he
yeah.
not bet the nuts on the turn?
No, no, but
You don't think he has Jack 10 more often?
Look, bro, it's been nice playing with you.
Yeah,
If I
I
have to
understand.
go.
I'm just saying though,
Oh, thanks.
Jack 10 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Taylor with the self jinx. Saying it's been nice playing with you, bro. I've got to go.
If I have to go, but I don't like the energy on that. Gambling gods, they're not. Yeah, he's out of here. I mean, I hate to say it, you just can't talk like that. Not to Adrian Mateos. Look at this guy. He just chopped ace queen versus aces. You gotta be more confident.
Yeah. Alright, Taylor's had a rough run of it, I'm gonna lie.
You know how you could have really won the max instead of shoving?
Yeah. GG's was up to 5 million at one point and then just losing every flip that came his way. Had Feldman find a 4-outer on him.
He's more credible if he snaps up.
And welcome back to the evening shift here on day 2 of the Triton Million Invitational. Ali Najad back at the desk alongside the czar, Brian Rast. And while I like to call you the czar, typically, Rast, that name goes back a long way. Perhaps we need to anoint the man at the top of the leaderboard here as the czar of this million so far. You know who I'm talking about, of course, the 8-figure stack of none other than Mike Montek. Texas Mike, 10 million plus in front of him, just about 25 minutes left in this 50 and 125K level. And Rast, as you glance at the top of that leaderboard, I know Lococo's a name that jumps right off of the page, given some of the savagery we bore witness to out of that seat. But there is some real deliciousness still in store, isn't there, as we march toward the bubble?
Yeah, I mean, we have, you know, the top 6. We have Texas Mike, Jiang, and Lococo there as the invitees, but then on the other side of that, Mikita, Dvoris, and Mateos as the pros, like quite the crew. So, you know, yeah, I mean, the top 10 is rounded out 5 and 5.
Now, let's take a glance as I just scrolled down toward the bottom part of the remaining 24. Remember, 17 paid, 755,000 if you can make the money here. So a thick membrane in store for us. But you got Ben Heath down there on kind of that dangerous sub-10 big blind spot. Of course, you see David Einhorn also there. Einhorn, you know, don't want to harp on this point too much, but he's on bullet number 2 of 2 available after polishing off bullet number 1 in the first 3 hands of day number 1, making a bid to make the money, but obviously has some work cut out for him. Now, with the full redraw going, we do have a couple of new feature tables. I'm going to give you one quick glimpse here at the blue table. That's where Boss finds himself on either side of Bads and Talvidier. There is Heath's small stack, and you see Montek, the chip leader. With the presence of the shortest stack in the field at his table, the setup is nice for him.
Oh, yeah. That'll be a fun table there with Texas Mike, chip leader, but a bunch of other great players to round it out. I mean, it turns out right now, just to give a breakdown, there's 9 of the invitees left to 15 of the pros. The top 10 is 5 and 5, so in the shorter stacks in the tournament, we have mostly pros.
Things to keep an eye on as the storylines and the themes come more into focus. And we get closer and closer to bestowing upon somebody not only $12 million plus, but also a World Series of Poker bracelet and the XL-sized Triton trophy. Blue table, front and center, is the chip leader, Monsek, 80 bigs deep. 64 bigs deep is Sosia Jang, not to be overlooked, the mayor of Redville. And then over in Goldville, El Conquistador, Adrian Mateos, who knows a thing or two about deep, runs into the money at a Triton, and for that matter, at any given poker tournament in which he parks his bones. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker. As mentioned, 25 minutes left in the 50 and 125K level. And then we'll scooch up even further as we do each and every passing hour of this 3-day event where tomorrow the champion will be crowned. But still some action left to go here this evening, approaching 10 p.m. local time in Nassau. And there's Texas Mike in the one hole. Fox and Chidwick among the others there.
35 players, 34 players only
So sick. He got balls. Let's see the stack.
There is Foxen.
Wow, nobody's cards are being shown.
Yeah, this is not a mystery hand, but a mystery technical issue, perhaps, as we will get that remedied in short order, I would imagine. Folded around to the small blind of Elias Talvitie of Finland.
Oh, we're back.
Asking for a count with this 8-3 suited, and he's going to limp it. Let's see what boss peaks down at. King 5 suited.
20 seconds, isn't it? Action. 20 seconds.
Boss pointing out that the fast action system is in play, where reduced time is afforded to players so as to avoid stalling in pre-flop unopened situations. Once, of course, Talvitie limps, it's restored from 10 seconds to 30 for Pua to make his decision. Queen 9-8.
Another wear the headphone, right?
Out flopped by bottom pair. After checking back pre, Talvitie not too proud, knuckling over. Both players knuckling, and that brings the ace off on the turn.
Relatively safe card for Talvitie. Paul's gonna raise or shove most of his ace-X hands.
So another round of knuckles. Bringing a board pairing 9 out there. Paul thought perhaps that king high had a little bit of showdown, but of course Eli is showing the 8.
没有4路他会来 A 他会打了，他不知道他有对我，哎呀没开牌欧一下
，K 小啊
，K 5头换，
完整的，有
And 125。
我不懂，
小盲
他埋伏啊，
小盲肯定要，大盲我不知道。
不 OK 的，他埋伏嘛，可以全同化埋伏的。
Zooming out a little bit, Raz, talk to me about what we should anticipate in terms of action here. 7 away from the money, a $750,000 plus bubble. Obviously, if you're one of the big stacks, such as Texas Mike, opportunities, I would imagine, to accumulate here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the big stacks open up and put pressure on. And every person that busts here, the short stacks play a little bit more careful. I think some of them will take, especially now, 7 out, some reshove spots. I'm not saying they won't take any risks, but you know, 750, it's a lot of money. It is only 1.5 buy-ins. This is a relatively top-heavy payout structure.
And this, pardon the interruption, is a mystery hand brought to you by GG Poker. Talvidier's cards blacked out as he made a 250,000 from the button. Bads defended with King 8 and his flop top pair. Coordinated texture, damp in nature, leaves him checking with the flow of play over to the opener.
250?
250 declared. Steady with the sizing pre. There were a few occasions throughout the course of these past 2 days where players would top pair after having defended predominantly in multi-way situations, if I'm being honest, not heads up, found that that top pair was so dusty that they just got out of there in the face of a C-bet.
Yeah, I would expect that to be a multi-way.
Not here, of course. As we saw Bads take a card, and it's a card that gives him trips. He is content to check once more. Over to the fin.
Double flush draw. See if Elias bets what sizing he's going to pick. And imagine he'll size up here. They're pretty deep. The board now has 2 flush draws, and his turn barrel range is pretty polar. Yeah, so he's going like 2/3, maybe just under 2/3.
700,000. Of course, Bads with Trip Kings, he's not going to be going anywhere. He does cover Talvidier by quite a bit. 3.4 million effective from this point forward is what they're playing for.
Plus the 700, so it's 4.1. Now it's 3.4.
There it is.
Now that he called.
Yeah, unclear whether or not that was the path he would take, but obviously he's not looking until he sees the river to do anything untoward. It would seem 7 of spades now, 8, 9, and spades both get there. Of course, the former of that blocked by Bads. Unblocked, of course, are the spades.
Very uncomfortable spot for Makita. He definitely doesn't want to see another bet. Another bet here would imply that 3 kings with a kicker that doesn't play is not good, or rather it's not beating any value. Let's see what sizing Elias chooses.
1.5 of 3.4. The barrel.
Wow, so he's going like 60%.
I mean, is call the only option here for Bads?
No, I mean, he can fold. Like I said, he's not beating any value. I mean, he has a decent bluff catcher. Be better if the 8 was a spade,
Sure.
let's say. But, I think it's pretty easy to find bluffs for Talvidi, like hearts that missed, maybe some like, if he had bet down with some ace-x hand that had a spade, especially the ace of spades. I think his value, I don't think he's betting 3 kings anymore, even like ace-king. It's a little dicey. It's probably straights and better, I would guess.
Wow, Makita does lay it down, and he was up against a straight. Queen 9. Talvidier had flopped it. So how about that at a Bads? Just great sniff.
Wow. See this hand?
If I got love this one as well, I'm retired.
I should have known that. He doesn't show.
Bads.
But it's look.
Yeah, I'm quitting poker.
Threatening to be done with the game altogether if he was wrong about that one. You know, it's so impressive. You know, forgive perhaps a lens through which I'm looking at it that obviously is far different than the one that our top-tier pros are looking at it, and obviously yourself included in that conversation. Rast is such a beast. But I think for so many, to take a look at top pair on the flop, trips on the turn, and then on the river, you know, understand that Talvidier could be leaning a bit. Granted, he was the covered stack. There are some contextual elements to the hand that range him maybe toward a bit more strength. As you mentioned, there were some natural bluffs that were still available. And yet, in spite of that, Bats just says goodbye to a decent chunk of chips without,
I would put it like this,
the riddle.
Ali. He just got publicly bluffed.
Thank you very much.
As a hand where his opponent wielded it in his face. The whole tournament knows about it. It was just a subject.
Yeah, the
prior to
Lococo
this.
hand.
And he sat there, and instead of being like, okay, I feel maybe compelled to bluff catch here with my 3 kings, he sat there and confidently made a decision and made another, you know, lay down, and happened to be right this time. But I just want to point out the lack of tilt and the confidence, because I kind of made a comment earlier, oh, let's see if he tilts. And
well,
he didn't, and he was confident enough to make another laydown shortly thereafter.
Certainly something to tip our hat to. I do want to point out, though, the lack of best hand that is unfortunately the circumstance for Ben Heath in a pot that was raised up by Elias again, 275,000. Heath defended the big, got asked for it all after checking, made the call, and here on the turn he makes the best hand, courtesy of a queen, but threats remain. 4 outs for the Finn to spoil the fun for the Brit. And the Ace of Hearts is not among them. So,
775.
Heath
How much?
flirting with death.
775, I think.
But instead having new life breathed into his stack, which was in desperate need of a double. Shortest in the room. Looks like we've got another all-in and a call situation, this time involving Kaihan Mokri, who unfortunately has picked 8s to take a stand with against jacks. Einhorn open ripped it from under the gun. Mokri found the 8s and decided this is good enough. Unfortunately, that's not a flop that rates to be helpful. On his feet, in need of an 8. The turn doesn't produce one. And can Frosty the Snowman stick a cooler on Einhorn? We've seen 2 outers earlier today, not on this occasion though, as the 4 of diamonds will seal Mokri's fate as a deep day 2 bust out on the outside of the money takes shape.
It's more cool when you say GG. Yeah, especially since
Those are lonely walks out of the arena. Rasty, I know you've been on both the receiving and the delivering end of them.
Yes, they are.
Never fun.
And more pros getting busted. I mean, it looks like Fedor's down to 25K. So he must have lost some hand where he saved 1 chip. He'll probably be out soon. The number of pros going down 15, 14, probably 13 shortly.
Pocket 10s now for Boss. Open ripping his 1.8 million. Roughly 14 bigs. Freshly doubled. Heath bows out with the king 4. Ace queen suited though is what Foxen awakens to. And that is not what you want to see as you spin for your tournament life. Work to be done here for the 10s to hold. $3.25 million in the middle. Could there be another casualty of war? Moments away. The flop will bring it into focus, and so far so good on the King 6 2 diamond board with 23 remaining. Pua hoping to keep that number static. 6 is helpful to that effort.
king, now a chop.
6 as well, for that matter, right?
No. Oh, yeah, you're
6
right.
is full
yeah.
of kings.
Oh, in fact, sorry, a 6 is a chop, not a king. I got it backwards. Yes, my mistake. I knew one of them was a chop, and I picked the wrong one. Gonna kick me out of here soon.
No, I don't think we will, Rasty. Meanwhile, Pua not getting kicked out. As we flip it back over to the all-in, you talked about Holtz being down to just 25K in chips. Ace deuce under the gun. Limp as an all-in. Jacks for Martirosian raised it up to 275,000. Jang with ace-7 of hearts defended. She comes up empty on the 10-9 deuce board. Fedor does find a tickle in the form of the duck. Fortunate for him. Adding outs.
The side pot significantly bigger than the main pot. Fedor can only win the main pot, which is 225K. It's an 11x, so it's quite the feat.
And the side pot is active for the time being. I think it's going to go dormant now with Martirosian betting 500. Sosia does fold, so he'll haul in that side. And now Fedor on the duck hunt. Only 2 aces remaining. Sosia folded one. They're on their backs. Can the German keep his seat? Calmly awaits his fate. Eight does not render the needed assistance. And nor does the river. Promptly announcing good luck in a sporting manner is the always classy Fedor Holtz. But unfortunately, it's time to drop the mic and leave behind your investment in this Triton Million. So down to just 22 we go with the eliminations of Mokri and Holtz. Prior to that, Elton Sang, Taylor von Kriegenberg, Ferdinand Putra, João Vieira, Jessica Teusel, Bonomo out of there, KT, Maslach, Wayne Hyung, David Yan, just a list of who's who's in terms of both invitees and pros. Many of the mighty have fallen, and they continue to as the dominoes clink.
Fox in at 4 blinds. And the pros flying out. We're down to 9 of the invitees and 13 pros.
So the gap narrows in terms of the disparity.
2.325 with everything.
Like before the ante.
Yeah. $250.
Ponikovs activates. Cut off ace-10.
Queen 7 off. Let's see what Kulev decides to do. He's going to defend it. Interesting choice here because we're 5 off the money, whether or not he would defend or not, in my opinion, versus a very good player out of position. And he's going to be happy with that flop.
Yeah, top pair here on the Queen Jack 6 board after he made the required investment of 125K extra. Now Ponikovs contemplates with the Broadway Gutty and 675 in the middle. Plays it as a check back. Finds an open ender now, courtesy of the 9. Now, as the covered stack, 2 million back here. If we're Kulev, do we get cagey? Or it's just too coordinated a board to allow free swings?
Yeah, it's a interesting decision. You can really go both ways. And as we can see, Kulev, cagey, some of it is just pot control, right? I mean, he's not trying to play a big pot when he's covered so handily by Ponikovs, who has more than double the chips. Really trying to limit the pot size.
So a check back from Alex as Kulev did not fire. Running nines. Presumably he senses value available to him, just given the 2 checkbacks from the pre-flop opener.
Yes. I do think at this point he will go for value. At least at a high frequency.
$425,000 the figure. This is in the territory of 2/3 pot. Boy, look at the steely gaze from Ponikovs. He has no shortage of seat time in the saddle against Kulev, and he knows Alex, even off of lean stacks, even in situations where you would be dissuaded by some ICM, perhaps, is unafraid.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Many calls. Yeah, I mean, you can see Alex being a bit unafraid, mostly evident by the pre-flop call. I think there's a decent number of people in his stack out of position, being super covered. The well below average stack would let go of Queen 7 off.
I don't
5 out
disagree,
the
yeah.
money. Yeah, but it is interesting to see different people's takes on ICM, because it does seem to be something that there isn't a general consensus on. So.
And you know what I appreciate about that most, Rast, is I think there's a lot of allegations of everyone is just regurgitating groupthink, that we're looking at a collection of androids at this point with respect to the pros. But even within that ilk, even in that echelon, there is a range of approaches, of styles, of philosophies, and that does create continued sort of color, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, you know, when we're here observing even these stages of a very technical portion of a program.
Certainly, and I think that's all evidenced a lot. So I think very good pros, the surface area of their game will look very similar. In other words, what kind of hands they're opening when it's folded to them, RFI, these type of things. But I think once you start moving a little bit farther down the game tree, like responses, 4 bets, I think there starts to be, even within good to very good pros, like a very wide range of differences in how often guys are doing certain things and their responses to it. So, yeah, there is quite a difference. It just, on a surface level, it looks more similar than it did in the past.
You know, they're all hungry, but there's different levels of risk appetite out there, too. No question about it. We've seen it time and again. Martirosian, Jack 9 offsuit, defending, dominated by the King 9, which morphs into Kings and 8s on this board. For Dvoris, the aggressor pre from the cutoff.
Also has a big stack, just over double what Martirosian has. Decides to check back the King 9.
7 on the turn, as Dvoris' strength is concealed.
Martirosian picks up a gutter. Likely to be wary about Dvoris' check back, though. That in this particular spot does not mean Dvoris is done with the hand necessarily, and we could see that is the case.
I mean, all these guys are so balanced. Can't just presume disinterest is attached when Dvorak as the pre-flop aggressor checks back on the flop, but he does it again on the turn. Third 8, rolls off, and now maybe Martirosian.
I'm going to guess he doesn't
card.
bluff this.
No, you wonder how curious he'll get with the jack high. It feels like not very, if Dvorak were to barrel, which feels, of course, assured, given he has the opportunity.
Yeah, I think Martirosian check folds. But...
well, how wide is Dvorak's range, you think, as a cutoff opener here? Oh, hang on. Wow, 675. And Dvorak earned this bluff, Rast, with those 2 checks.
Martirosian is targeting, most of all, ace high. Potentially weak full houses, especially smaller pairs. But yeah, a king is, at this point, you've trapped with the king all the way to the river.
Yeah, and you see the look on Martirosian's face. You always feel a bit used in that spot. Credit to Dvorak, though. He took the line that yielded what feels like perhaps max profit.
Definitely max.
Is it fair to regard this kind of stanza as on the order of the most technical? You know, I know it is technical, but I mean, from this point forward, how does it rank in terms of, you know, procedures?
It's a good question, Ali. I think the final table probably is more.
Because of the ICM laden?
Yes, because the ICM actually gets even stronger during parts of the final table than it is even on the bubble.
Okay.
So I guess I would go with the final table, but this is kind of probably the next part of the tournament in line behind that. Behind the final table is approaching the bubble. Or on the bubble. We're pretty much on the bubble here.
I mean, it sure feels that way in terms of, you know, just that sixth sense right now, you know, as we observe procedures, which include for Sosia Zhang, an open jam from the cutoff.
She's ripping into a 24, a 16, and a 14 big blind stack, so it makes sense. Just max pressure. She's going to get to do that. And that's one of her better hands she's going to do it with, really. Offsuit aces are the hands she's going to pick a lot from that class, and ace jack off is one of the better ones.
No takers. As Zhang will haul it in.
Just a simple play like that belies, in my opinion, some studying. There's a woman who's studied a little bit. Ace jack off rip.
Haven't seen Sosia since Jeju earlier this year. Did not come out to Montenegro, did not come out to Monaco. But she is back with us now, and of course, always delighted to see her when she has time to come and rumble. These are some monstrous flights that are being taken by some to make their way to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
It's a big commit, 30 hours plus.
You gotta go to Miami first too, so there's always the hot flight. I guess unless you fly private,
well,
you fly straight in.
Some do.
Yeah, I'm sure some in this tournament. I'm sure plenty in this tournament did.
Alex, ace-7, offsuit edition, under the gun open. Upstairs, just a click. Jack 3 off here for Nagy. No gracias.
I was trying to get you excited.
I was excited.
I know.
Let's flip back over to one in progress involving Ben Heath. Saw him snatch the double. Here he is opening and being 3-bet by Foxen. Talvidier checking on Boss's stack as he looks down at this ace-queen suited, which He certainly rates to get involved with. In what
5
form? TBD.
I think he definitely will get involved here. I mean, these guys behind him all have less than him. He's pretty happy to get this in with Fox in. Doesn't really want to get it in with Heath, but will.
So, Foxen squaring off and in a bad way here against Talvidier as the party starter. Ben Heath bows out. 1-7 in the middle. What does the deck have in store for Foxen? Is there relief? Yes, as he hits aces and fives on the flop. He knows better than to start celebrating early, though. 1 club on board. The queen spoils the fun. Fives full on the turn. Opportunity for Talvidier if he finds the ace. Instead, it's a 7. As that's the 1 club that Foxen did not need to sweat. And he hauls in a tidy little double. Trying to avoid becoming among those who have been dispatched at a fairly steady clip on the day. 22 remaining.
On the red table, Jiang just 3-bet Devoris. Devoris is under the gun 7 open, and she was next and 3-bet him and got it through.
She's fighting.
Yeah, we're not going to see that one. It's off camera. Would have been fun to know what that hand was. She have the goods, or does she have like a little like ace-7 suited? You know,
the
maybe
thing,
even like a king-8 suited. Like, you know, what does she got?
The thing I'll tell you about Socia is don't expect ABC straightforward play out of her. She definitely has a well-balanced game. And now Texas Mike, the man with all of the chips and all of the notion that he's going to be getting out of line, frisky, have the wide range, finds aces, makes it 350, and that is courtesy of 2 8s in front of Stephen Chidwick. Comes with a flat.
Wow, double king 10 in the muck. Or not in the muck?
Not yet, at least, for Boss. There it is. Bad's out as well. So, to the flop we go. Chidwick in trouble. Jack 7 6. Second pair effective. 8 of spades working hard.
Mike's going to do the betting himself. Can't rely on a covered stack to build the pot for you this close to the bubble. Want to build the pot with your good hands and put pressure with your bad hands, so just leading makes sense. And I don't see how Chidwick does anything but call here. I mean, like you said, 8s still beats second pair, and the backdoor draw is working.
So a bet and call of 325. Now on the turn, Chidwick adds the gutter.
Well, he's caught enough equity to call another barrel if he wants, which I do expect to be coming from Mike.
Well, I would imagine the size of that barrel is going to have a little influence over whether or not Chidwick remains interested.
Yeah, I'm going to think he bets like $1 million.
Well, he's cutting it out, those red chips. Is it 6? 7?
800, so it's just under half pot. So if Chidwick is getting just over 3-1, I mean, if you're him, you're thinking you have 6 clean outs, you have the best hand sometimes. One of the big questions is, when I have the best hand, if the board bricks out, how often will I get a check-check showdown, and how often will I have to call a bluff? This is a really important question that Chidwick has to ask himself here. If he folds, one of the reasons will be because his answer to that question is, I will not get to show this down cheaply on the river often when I have the best hand. That said, I think hitting the 4, he will feel inclined to call, getting immediately better than 3-1. But again, it's a tough and dicey spot. See what one of the best in the world thinks.
Five away from the money and trying to nurse what is one of the leaner stacks in the room. Chidwick thinks not. And he does avoid what would have been a bad spot.
And he's thinking this crazy Texas Mike guy. I mean, maybe he has it, and if he doesn't, he's probably going to bluff me.
That's a very good point. You still got one street to deal with, and we've still got some good advice, which is, of course, to head over to GG Poker. Sign up with a new account, deposit 20 bucks, use promo code Triton_2024, and get yourself 50 bucks in value right away, all for free. Get yourself into the weekender and maybe parlay that 20 bucks into something spicy. It's GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room. Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to Alex Foxen, despite the double. 1.3 million in front of him. Martirosian second shortest. Foxen likely looking up at the tournament clock and screen, being confronted with that reality. The 8s have now resurfaced in front of Talvidier.
300,000.
Min raise as we play 75, 150. Jacks for Heath. He's got medicine.
It's a pretty easy jam, and I think Talvidi's going to have to call him. He's going to, I mean, it's only 11 big blinds more.
All in.
So there's the declaration of all in.
It's 1825, I think.
And yeah,
He called.
there wasn't much thought required in this spot, but there's going to be a lot of help required if you're the Finn with these two 8s. Heath, the man at risk, been here before already in the frame. This double would take him up to almost 4 million.
Just right now.
He could loosen the collar a touch, or for that matter, the hoodie drawstring.
Talvidi, for a little while now, has kind of had things work out sort of unlucky for him in the hands that we've seen
Find out in 1 minute.
on the stream. This is just adding to that, assuming he doesn't get lucky.
Well, so far he hasn't. Looking for an 8. Failing to find it on the turn. Can Heath secure another double and deal a blow to Talvidier? The answer is yes. Made official by that King of Spades on the end. And now Elias will be down to 2.4 million. Keeping the bottom of the leaderboard company.
Sorry.
Yes, he had it. Still in poker, yes. Queen 9.
Look at Bads grinding the stream on delay in an effort to figure out whether or not he got bluffed. And he doesn't have to retire from poker. Ras, that's the good news.
Yes.
He threatened to hang up the cleats.
It felt like emotionally had a little bit riding on that one. Just
Yeah,
getting
sure.
bluffed twice in a row in big pots, it would have been a little tough. I mean, everybody's strong, but even
Would you
those
rather,
with ice in their veins have their limit.
Would you rather have it windmilled like Lococo did and then not have to sweat the delay, or would you rather kind of leave it a mystery and then figure it out an hour later?
I'd rather have it windmilled.
Yeah.
So then I just know.
Instant gratification, even though that's not the...
Gratification's not the right word.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say.
No, not
Instant
not
pain.
what you're feeling. Like, yes, you just bluffed me in a huge pot.
Feel good about
Nice.
ST not bluffing, but legit kit under the gun, ace queen offsuit, making it 300K. He's got a proper advantage over Foxen's big. Alex, 1 million back, looking for spins. Just comes with call.
But it's nice to get the information right away, Ali. Like maybe you saw something during the hand, you can instantly make the connection in your brain, stuff like that.
Yeah. It can preoccupy you.
Yeah, and you're also not thinking about it for the next 40 minutes till it comes up on the stream.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of. It's another good reason. Anyway, look, this is gonna be good enough for Foxen to get it in. It's just how.
865 gives him a gutter.
And ace high.
Yep.
Which might be good. I mean, Wang can have king and queen and jack high type hands.
And so Alex does rip in 850.
Wow.
And he bullies the ace queen out of there. So content to just call it a stop loss at 300 is ST. Just given where are we trying to go from there with the ace queen. But you're shaking your head a little bit, Rast, as if you...
I'm calling. I mean, what does ST have? He has like, he has 4.5 million. Yeah, I'm calling. You're getting it's a pot size bet. You're getting 2 to 1.
I don't care.
If he's got a pair, you probably got 6 outs twice, so you're like 3 to 1 dog. Which means you're not quite getting the right price, but it's close. And there's going to be times when you just have the best hand, and you're a favorite.
I think that's the important thing that helps to kind of get you there when you are taking the worst of it, given Alex having a better hand at that moment, like a 1-pair sort of holding.
Yeah.
If
he
you
almost
can't
never
ever have
has
the best
2-pair or better, because those hands he would start trapping most to all the time. So, you know, you almost always have 6 outs against 1 pair, and you sometimes have the best hand, and you're getting 2 to 1. I actually think it's a pretty easy call, so I'm surprised that ST folded so quickly, but it is what it is.
I think that's also a really good point is on the occasions that the ace-queen is beat, it isn't crushed usually, because why would Foxen come with 2-pair plus as an open jam? He would check with the flow of play and hope that ST would barrel at him and then figure out how to get it all in from there. Meanwhile, we fight on with Ben Heath, having enjoyed 2 doubles now. Delighted by the ace-3 suited on the button. Min raise. ST suited 10-4. He'll defend. Jack 5 deuce. Wheel gutter for Ben. No heart on board.
The best hand, the betting lead in position. What's Ben gonna do? 5. He's going a little over quarter pot.
Really nowhere to go for ST on a clubless board, even if the 4 dangler works. Do you feel like the short stacks are more toward the honest poker side of the spectrum, and the big stacks maybe are out there with a little bit more of the dishonest side?
Yeah. Yeah, which is kind of how it works with high sand pressure, right? But yeah.
Chidwick getting his bearings there on the Triton Poker Plus app, if I had to bet. Could, of course, be checking 100 XBTC long as well. That's not impossible. Be honest, Ras, you ever put the 100X on it? Just put a little something in a separate account and just YOLO?
No. No, I don't never do the 100X.
I can't tell, as I hear you say that, Rast, whether that makes me respect you more, or as a sicko myself, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, I just...
I'm only
teasing. That's a lot of leverage.
It's a lot of APR.
Yeah.
Bads with a lot of hand. Just going to limp it, though, from the hijack. Why the limp? Are we looking for an opportunity to have someone raise and then we get some more in behind it, or is this ICM caginess off of his stack size?
I think the primary motivation is that it's the chip leader's big blind, Texas Mike.
Okay.
And then, you know, maybe a little bit Foxen only having just over 10 blinds on the button. And so he wants to work in a limping range and feels like, I mean, I would guess ace-queen off is one of the trappier hands. He's probably doing some limp and then decide between call or rejam versus somebody trying to isolate him.
Jack-6 deuce board, a pair for Texas Mike out in front, stays there after both players check the flop.
Wow, checking again. Feel like Mikita probably checks this back. Seems like a nice hand to try to show down and not get fancy, try to get your opponent to fold. I mean, he's not going to fold better, so you're trying to get him to fold unpaired cards, but the only one to come. So at most he has 6 outs. It just, yeah, seems like a pretty easy check back. And now Mike is going to value bet his hand. Let's see if Mikita gets curious. I have a feeling he's going to call this one. He's made a lot of folds. And this is, I mean, Mike has 100% of hands, minus a few hands that he would raise.
I mean, yeah, but I'm curious as to whether or not you really believe that Mikita isn't playing his hand in a vacuum and there's actually some context with respect to the 2 folds that he made. You know, he's made a lot of folds, as you said.
Which
and
is
then
why I think he's calling this one. He's like, this is close. I've been folding the river some. Mike can have a lot of bluffs. I'm going to call this. There we are.
Sure enough, he does flick in the call. And Mike able to get a little value. And to be fair, you know, those chips lost on the river rast are some that could have been invested pre-flop and lost in that spot with a full check down of some sort. I mean, you know, it's just
that
the ace queen was worth
full check down.
Well, not from Mike. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, Mikita was maybe destined to lose more than the 150.
It is a question whether or not Mike actually defends. Also, if Mikita raises, he might not min raise versus specifically Mike's big blind.
So what did they end
like
up
he
doing?
could go like 2.3x or something, and Mike probably folds to that with 6-10 off.
We'd like to believe that Mike would fold to that. You
never
just
know.
don't know.
You just don't know.
And, you know, the fact that you just don't know is why he's able to enjoy the deference from even a hand as strong as ace-queen pre-flop out of bads. You know?
Yeah.
Who doesn't lack courage. I've always felt this sense of envy and jealousy with regards to players who actually are able to embrace a laggy profile and live and die by that sword, with regard to how debilitating it can be for their opposition. It's almost not an invincibility cloak, of course. You know, you see them hang themselves sometimes, right? But if you're playing a lot more straightforward, if you're playing a lot more snug, your opponents don't always have that fear.
I've always had it happen.
You know what I mean? You get the kind of
like where
place I'm going with that idea, like against a guy like Mike, he enjoys the ability to leverage that personality type while he's out there, you know, or the perception of it at least.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
it's an.
hard to prove and like. Yeah, exactly.
A lot of times it's more difficult to play against laggy players than tight players.
That was a far more succinct and right on the nose sort of point. Mystery hand time now. Chidwick in the big blind, blacked out. Blind versus blind. Monchek actually limped the Jack-10, has flopped himself top pair and led out for 175.
Not to imply that laggy players are necessarily better, just that it can be more difficult to play against them.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to the mystery hand.
That's a spot where I feel like a lot of people maybe wouldn't notice. Like I didn't count my stack exactly, but I was like, I know this is less than what I had. Yeah. And I figured I didn't need to count because it's like the final table, so it's on stream, and I'm like, I don't need to count. There's like 4 floor people doing the color up. They can't possibly mess this up.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Especially in a Triton event, because like, you know, everything's done so well. It's like
Ace on the turn now after the Chidwick flat, which brought the pot to 800.
They know coming back to the day how many chips are in play.
Now half pot, 400.
Mike is still thinking he has the best hand here most of the time.
That's not to say that there aren't ace-X's in the check-back range for Chidwick.
Definitely can be. But, you know, he still has top pair, pretty good kicker from the flop, and it's still going to be good most of the time. I mean, Chidwick can have some ace-X, but certainly a decent chunk of those hands would have put more money in pre-flop.
Wow. The one scenario where it didn't matter. It would have been so sick if, like, let's say he gets all in and loses.
So I don't think 4-5 is a concern for Mike, other than 4-5 of clubs, but 8-9 certainly is.
Oh, they did.
In terms of what Chidwick, our mystery man, can have. And Mike's going to check.
Technically, by the rules, what would happen in that case? If he didn't declare,
I mean, he's basically always winning versus a check back. Very hard for Chidwick to check back a better hand in this line, I would say. Like, you know, maybe if we're pipping it, like Queen 10, still might even value bet. But
well, especially because you don't expect the ace-X to come off the throttle on the river here.
Yeah,
exactly. If that's what's lurking.
So, exactly, and Chidwick can't really have jacks, queens, or kings, and there aren't that many better 10x. So, yeah, that was really the logic behind my statement. It would appear that because this is a mystery hand, Chidwick will in fact bet here. Otherwise, it's not going to be. It's going to be hard for us to guess what he has.
5 seconds.
But yeah, let's see what size he picks. Wow, that's a very big bet considering the tournament, part of the tournament we're in.
Right, and his stack.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than half of his remaining chips. And in this part of the tournament, I mean, it's pot, but it sort of represents a larger than pot bet. So I would say we're even drifting into territory where like a bad ace, like ace 5 or ace 8, This might be even a little big for those hands. I think we're starting to talk about like 2-pair plus. So
is 8-9 ever involved?
Yeah, so definitely could be. And if he's bluffing, what's he bluffing with? He's gonna bluff with maybe something. I don't really see how he has a 6 unless it's with clubs. Maybe like, yeah, maybe like 6, 8 of clubs.
Mike has heaps, by the way. I mean, but 1.6 is still a ton of chips on request.
6, 8 of clubs, like Jack 8, Jack 9 maybe, are the bluffs that come to mind. Maybe if he has it, I'm feeling like maybe he has like the 10-6.
Time banks put forth as Mike is going to give this one a chew. So you're calling, are you going with one or two hands
bluff.
specifically?
I'm going to go with like 6x of clubs.
Okay.
And then I think Mike has a pretty bad bluff catcher because the Jack of clubs is definitely a card you don't want in your hand.
Okay, so Mike has laid down the 10, and he is bluffing, and he's doing it with Queen Jack off suit. It's the turn call of 400, perhaps, Ras, that kind of left you less inclined to go with something like Queen Jack?
It's just the feeling. I just think Chidwick's range is still quite wide, calling half pot in position on the turn.
Okay.
And something about that river bet, I'm like, Stevie doesn't want to get called here. Like this is a bluff a lot. And it's true, you get to bluff more when you bet more, and because your value range narrows, and your opponent should call you less. I don't know. I just felt it was a bluff. I didn't get the hand right, though.
Oh, that's all right. You can't win them all, Rasty.
Yeah.
Your track record very solid in the mystery hand spots. But you did go with bluff for what that's worth. Credit to Chidwick, by the way. Just consider the 1.6 was over half of his remaining chips.
Yeah.
On the end, would have left him with vapors, sub 10 bigs, had Mike found the call. And we're so accustomed to Mike being on the delivering end of those sorts of exchanges. There he was on the receiving. Still plenty in front of our chip leader overall.
You could see why you didn't really want a jack in your hand. There was Chidwick with the jack in his hand bluffing. I think a lot of hands with the jack find their way into the bluff.
Nines now for Pua. Takes it to 300. No customers. Those pickups are so useful as they just buy you an entire orbit free of charge to sit back and wait patiently for the proper opportunity to try to creep up the leaderboard. It's kind of the middling stacks that really hate this part of the program, don't they? You can be so punished by the bigger stacks around you. Short stacks are able kind of to seize a moment and say, okay, we've got to go with this. You're too deep to kind of enjoy a similar clarity, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good breakdown.
And the big stacks, of course, don't need to explain why they love this. Bads, however, undaunted by being amongst the middlers. Raises to 300.
Elias about to be undaunted about putting in 2 million with pocket tens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Paul with a decision.
Ace, queen. There's a raise, just a click to 300, and then a jam from a stack that we kind of suspected, 2.1 million deep for Talvidier, 14 bigs, is looking for such an opportunity.
Yeah, but Makita also raised under the gun 7. So it's going to tighten up the ranges here a little bit, both Makita's opening range and the reshove. My guess, it's pretty close with ace-queen off here. Curious what Paul decides. My guess is he ends up folding. Maybe if Makita had opened from like the low jack or high jack, he ends up going with this. I think he certainly does here, but maybe not with Makita opening under the gun 7. Oh, wow, he goes with it.
He sure does, and while he's got Bads in a bad way, Bads is out of the way, and it's Talvidier who he has to do battle with.
It's a close spot. I'm curious what the answer is.
Well, the silver lining is that in spite of being behind, Boss is the covering stack. But 2.1 million is a big chunk of what he started out with in what is now a 4.6 million chip pot. No ace, no queen, up against a set of 10s. He has to find a jack. Out there on the turn. And can the fin fade the 4-outer? Indeed. And a set was required as the ace worked its way to the end. And you see Paul immediately reflecting upon his choice there. Obviously, the outcome not what he was hoping for.
Yeah, I was forced to pick up cycling,
Little
which I actually
ace king off versus ace king off. And here, Martirosian with the advantage. I mean, it's most likely a chop, but he's actually twice as likely to scoop here.
A little north of 3 million. No need to build any drama for the time being. Nagy the covering stack, and ace on the board, and clubs as well. So it doesn't matter how it plays out from here. Carve it up, gentlemen.
Yeah, eventually I'll probably want to do like an Ironman at some point.
3 aces.
I mean, it's very different because like mountain biking is more like hit because you're just like climbing hills and then like kind of like just chilling there.
Pretty big edge, and I still can't win.
But like, I mean, I kind of have the engine from running for it, but just putting in volume on a road bike, especially like starting out like where I live, is just like kind of scary because it's just like it just feels like
Could be dangerous.
everyone that I know that seriously cycles has like road cycles has gotten into at least one like extremely serious crash.
Oh, I'm wondering.
And it just
No.
freaks me out.
But it's heavy enough.
Yeah.
I could use it
And
like a
like-
Ninja Star one time.
And the difference is like, well, it happens with mountain bikers too, but like mountain biking, it's like, usually if you get in a crash, it's because it's like your fault and you're doing something you maybe shouldn't be doing. You know, at least you know you're kind of pushing it.
Oh my God! Like they could stick it in like an apple or whatever. Yeah, that's crazy.
What was this one? You can do.
This is sticking your forehead. See how heavy that is? It'll stick right in your forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look
King
again.
Jack suited now for Sosia.
Buddy of mine gave it to me, and I didn't know what this was. And Elton told me, he says it means like the gods of gambling or something like that.
She
So,
clicks.
Perfect, great card protector. That's the nuts.
God of gambling. You are in a way. You are in a way. One of the guys.
Flirting with it.
Martirosian 4 deuce off.
I assume you call me. I
Goodbye.
assume you call
But
me.
yeah, and I'm okay with like
Please
getting.
don't call me.
8-5 off.
I had 8-5 suited.
No, that would have to work.
Well, let's get an updated look at the entire field on one page as the blinds move to 75. 150. And that's where they've been. Forgive me. Jang north of 9 million. Monchek 11 1/4 off the high water mark. Mateos actually a chip leader at his table despite having 7 million, so that's quite a fortuitous situation. Although, to be fair, he is third in chips overall, but not being seated with Socia.
Well, the
Or Monchek
fortuitous
is nice.
situation is Texas Mike doesn't have the next 5 stacks at his table.
22 players.
All 2 through
Yeah.
6
And
all
that's
have
kind of
6
what
million plus. and
Yeah.
none of them are
kind
at
of
Mike's
what I
table.
like more.
If I stick you in front of Mike's stack, Rast,
So long that
how abusive are you going to be
I mean,
in this part of the program, right? You just pointed out the massive chip advantage he has over the remainder of his particular table, and all of the pressure available to him to apply.
Yeah, pretty abusive. I'm gonna be opening some pots.
Dvoris will as well,
sure.
courtesy of these 2 kings. So are you surprised then, given his reputation, which precedes him, and what we've observed of him thus far, to see Texas Mike maybe at the involvement level that he has had thus far? I mean, I know it's a
we
smaller
haven't
sample.
really seen him not being. I mean, we've been jumping around this table, that table. I mean, there haven't been a time we've watched his table and it seems like I haven't seen a hand where I'm like, oh wow, I'm surprised he didn't open that. I mean, it is still. I mean, he's still at a 7-handed table, so there's a limit to how abusive you can be, but it seems like he's playing some hands.
New Zealand's great for mountain biking. Where I live in Auckland City, it's not good.
Зачем же эти? Ну, у нас все равно останавливается, потому что мы играем быстрее. Так смешно.
On the whole,
Dvoris doesn't
one,
get any
it's
action.
silly, 2, it rains a lot. And then 3, like bike lanes are just not very
Всегда выгодно
well.
тянуть.
I just assumed there would be kind of like enough empty-ish country roads. Not empty-ish, like not busy.
Places, yeah, that's true.
That are also well paved and not like beaten up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is based on nothing. I have never been to New Zealand.
No, that
I
is
just
true.
assumed.
Yeah, because I'm not speaking as an actual cyclist, right? Yeah, there've been parts where more open places where I've gone to take my dog, for example, and I see cyclists out and about.
Jang stuffs it from the hijack, and Martirosian wakes up with an ace-king. That 1.2 is headed toward the middle. It'll be in the form of a call. And again, before we sense that there's something exceedingly reckless about Socia's jam, the stacks that she's jamming into, as you pointed out earlier, Rast, aren't particularly deep. The deepest among them is Nagy's Big at 3.1.
Gamble.
Hope not free.
And
Very good.
Martirosian
Very gamble.
delighted.
I gamble only with ace king.
He's a good actor.
Cooler.
See that little shy smile he gave you?
The-
Like, oh, I have ace 9 off here.
Club! Oh, wait, no, I can't say that because you have clubs. I don't want to root for anybody in particular.
cheeky needle.
Why are you getting
3 blank cards.
Why are you getting
That
up
are
your
black
ace king?
and not spades.
Why did it take me so long to understand that? I'm just old and dumb.
2 3/4 million chip pot here. And opportunities for Jang, which would be deeply disappointing for Martirosian, who's ace-king for the time being. Still enjoys a healthy advantage. Now, a 3, a 5, a 4, all produce the chop. 7 for a clean party spoiler. And the 4 double pairs the board, and Martirosian Cannot find the double. Now, Mike has found aces. Not the first time that he's found them here. King 8-7 against the King Queen. Boss with 1-8. Jammed over the top of the 350K Open from Texas Mike, who, of course, promptly called and brandished the aces. Spade on the turn. Pairs the board, take the queens off as outs. A king is all that's going to spare Boss. And instead, the 6 of diamonds will take almost 2 full days of hard-fought battle and abruptly bring them to a close for Paul Pua, the Triton co-founder, who beams with pride, I'm sure, every time he sets foot into the arena as he sees what was once a little more than an idea, having come so far over the better part of 9 years since the very first Triton. Who could have expected this? And for Texas Mike, by the way, who I had an opportunity to chat with during one of the breaks.
As those cards were getting dealt, and then just see you turn over aces again.
Nice. He's getting his first taste of the Triton experience, and it's been a very kind one thus far. Boss not going to find the money, nor a bag for tonight.
You're going to do all the Tritons.
So, flipping back over to Martirosian, who had the ace-king versus the ace-7 and didn't manage to double. Finds queens versus tens here. Kulev's open, stuffed on.
Yeah, it's just bar, right?
It's like, it's too brutal. Like, a 2-week trip is just too brutal.
Yeah, but Jeju's like reasonable for you.
Yeah, yeah, maybe Jeju.
I mean, there's 2 Jeju.
There was no smile this
Yeah,
time.
it's
too strong to smile.
Too strong to smile.
Yeah.
Ace king, you want to fold.
It's not a pair.
Kulev, of course,
Good logic.
calls the all-in as they enjoy a little chat with over 3 million in the middle. The Bulgarian would enjoy a 10 a whole lot more. None available on this ace-high board, however. Heart's not a concern. Jack on the turn is of no consequence, and all Martirosian's ladies need to do is keep 10s off this board. Mission accomplished.
My brother won the lottery for such a fun luck box. He won the lottery for Tokyo, which is actually for the Tokyo Marathon, which is actually the hardest one by a lot.
Looks like it wobbles a little bit.
Flipping back over. Folds all the way around to ST Wang, who will not be following suit. Ace, king of diamonds in the small. Glancing over at the chip leader to his direct left. This was always a bad setup for him on the day, but now he gets to decide how to get chips forward in the most profitable manner.
500. 500.
$500,000 over 3x. 3-4 suited. 3-4 off, rather. Not good enough for Mike to be a patron.
The state of the tournament. 8 invitees, 13 pros. The average stack is 4.6 million. And out of 21, that means the rich are eating, Ali. Because that average stack is not in the middle. It's not between 10 or 11 or... Only 8 players have a greater than average stack.
I mean, listen, if we're being fair, this is sort of what we expected.
Yeah.
it tends to be the case.
I mean, Texas Mike has almost 3 average stacks in front of him. Just under.
Pretty wild. ST going to work again, this time with the ace-3 suited. Raise and take for him. You know, you and I had the chance to really relish in the Cash Game Festival from Jeju, which was the interlude between our festival in Montenegro and then the last one that we had over in Monte Carlo, the Super Squid progressive game.
Yeah.
3K a squid, ST front and center for that one.
Yeah, he was prominent figure on that 5-day or 6-day long cash game spree.
I'll tell you what, as much as I enjoyed being alongside you to watch that one unfold, there was a lot of by proxy stress that I would experience as I watched some of the swings incurred by those that waded into that nosebleed territory. Meanwhile, we have Punsri's ace-8 suited, opening from the hijack with a click. Sinan Unlu with the Jack-10 suited. Understandable defense. Ace-3, Punsri smashing this board. Unlikely that Unlu is going to be altogether interested from this point forward on the clubless texture. Checks it over.
I want your hand on the floor.
See bet and take it for Punat.
Yeah, me blind. We had a Piolo hand. Huh? Together we had a Piolo hand.
Oh, our, yeah. Well, not really. We're not close.
I mean, we are close in clubs,
Yeah,
but at least.
It's what's a rundown. Yeah. Great stop for that Piolo hand.
Yeah.
Would you take our 4 card versus 150,000 after that flop?
Of course. I mean,
no, you don't.
I queen versus queen.
Huh?
You mean on the?
No, I'm saying our 4 cards together. We have 4 cards, you have 2 cards, whatever. 2 cards.
Okay, well, I mean, then I will probably play beat them.
Yeah, we have a problem. We can't win.
21 remaining of our original 96 players here at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. Ali Najad and Brian Rast taking you through the final stretches of day 2 of the Triton Million Invitational. Those of you streaming us live, thank you for doing so. Always good to have you aboard, be it on Twitch, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, or YouTube, where Rast and I do tend to keep an eye on the chat. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, let us know by clicking like, and for that matter, subscribe to ensure that you don't miss a moment of the finest in streaming poker entertainment.
It is like very obvious in the sense that it's like structured and the way it's been has just been like the same for like years.
There's like infinite information out there. It's like very easy just to do your own thing.
Ну, как бы, если абстрагироваться, не знаю. Второй, мне кажется, сложно.
4 players away from unlocking the $750,000, which is good for them in cash.
To Chicago.
17 paid, 12 million plus up top.
I think Chicago was like
Suited connector for Socia. Up we go.
something really stupid.
Nagy with suited ace. How's he going to play it? I really have no idea.
Diamond coverage unbeknownst.
Lets it go.
You surprised by that decision?
No, not really. I thought.
No sugar as well.
My guess is he was either going to fold or raise.
I mean, listen, he's keeping tabs on what's going on elsewhere in the field. He's currently 16th. 5 shorter stacks than his own out there.
He's been drifting down in chips
Yeah.
in the last hour or two. Seems like he's playing conservative. I mean, that hand would definitely be evidence towards that thesis.
The U.S. that loves the sugar, and they just kind of accommodate.
You just tend to want to avoid the murky spots, right?
Yeah, or just let's not take risks, try to cash.
Sure.
Yeah,
But,
it's pretty like.
He might not be able to wait his way there.
You do, your week is like you do a long run, you do an interval run, you do 1 day of sprints, you do 3 recovery runs, and then you sleep a lot.
Yeah.
It's like,
You eat a lot,
yeah, it's like, and yeah, whatever, you tweak it a little
You've got to
bit.
do some strength.
Yeah, but it's just like.
Kulev.
Yeah, exactly.
Ripping the ace-8. Now, Martirosian, king-jack. Direct left versus under the gun. In terms of stack depth, Kulev with such vapors here, how often is he going to be willing to rip it in, just given he's going to have to take a trip through the blinds with hands that the king-jack performs well against? Apparently,
Yeah, this
often
hand is,
enough.
This hand's an easy rep for Kulev, certainly.
But for Martirosian to call,
yeah,
less simple?
It's close. I mean, he's pretty happy to call Kulev. The problem is more you have 5 people, I believe, behind that you have to worry about.
Yep. But he does manage to get it all the way back around without any further involvement. No one looking to squeeze, so on their backs they go. 1.5 million in the middle. Can Kulev stay alive here? He does have the lead, almost a 3-2 favorite. Heading to the flop.
Hard to tell, isn't it?
Tigers.
7-6-4. No cause for concern. Let's keep the artwork off the wall. That's Kulev's thought.
It's not everybody else in the tournament's thought.
No doubt about it. And as he wishes to keep it king and jack free, the deck shows non-compliance. Martirosian showers the Bulgarian. Alex Kulev not going to make the money here in the Triton Million. GG's issued, belongings collected, and hopes and dreams dashed.
And another one bites the dust.
Yep.
Done.
Don't.
Goes, another one goes, and another one bites the dust.
See, I would have gone with you into that next verse, as it were, but I didn't want to do it alone potentially if you pulled up lane, so then I chickened out. It was kind of
faked it like I was stopping.
It was kind of a karaoke dilemma.
Yeah.
Wouldn't call it prisoner, but, you know.
You need to figure out what lines were open.
So Martirosian now sits 4.1 million, 20 bigs.
Average stack up to 4.8.
Petrangelo, by the way, far cry from that average 4.8. He's got just 4 bigs, and they're headed forward. 850 with the ace-10.
He is very likely to be called by somebody. Oh, yep, he is.
And what have we here? 2 jacks for Dan Dvoris.
850.
Yeah, he's in position here. He does have a covering stack behind him. Jiang. Be happy to see her get out of the way. Wow, Martirosian's going to gamble here.
Boy, he's putting those newfound chips to work early and lured in here, courtesy of the fact that DeVoris played the jacks as a flat from the button, and part of the calculus, I assume, is to provide himself an opportunity to play for some more in a side. Main pot complete. Top set for DeVoris. He's holding the deck.
Pretty grim for Pietrangelo.
Yeah, forgive the obvious. Could very easily find himself drawing dead on the turn. Does have backdoor wheel and Broadway prospects, of course. But it's going to be a very uphill climb as we see DeVoris checking back in the hopes that Martirosian will find an excuse on the turn to stay interested, which he very well may have, courtesy of the 10 of spades.
Yeah, and let's see what Artur decides here between check and bet. Oh my.
Into the dry side comes 900,000. That is chunky off of 3-1.
And this is, because it's a dry side, it's not as likely that this is a draw, which should increases DeVoris's odds of just flatting behind as a trap. Yeah, I like this. Artur definitely doesn't want to improve, and he also kind of wants to avoid a blank. Those cards all might get him in trouble on the river.
DeVoris flatting, and now it's 9s and 10s on the end. Martirosian's goose may very well have been cooked by this river. What he thinks is gin, we can see is nothing more than tonic.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be worried about Jack 10 or Jack 9. Oh, check. Could get him in trouble here.
Surely DeVoris, given the aggregate size of the pot, can quite comfortably ask for all of it? Or does he have to come with something smaller than 2-2?
I mean, 4.5 is total is in the pot. So, I mean, 2.2 is only like a half pot size bet. He will probably ask for all of it.
All in.
Oh, this is such a demoralizing revelation that awaits Artur. You saw him flip his cards face up, ready to proudly show the 2 pair for what he thought would be a winner, and instead puts the nail in the Russian's coffin.
Yeah, Artur hoping his opponent, DeVoris there, might bluff ace, king, ace, queen, both to win the side pot and because it might be good for the main. As well as potentially beating some value bluffs, hands like aces, kings. So Martirosian snaps, and we'll have a double elimination here.
Yeah, kind of buried the fact that Pietrangelo was out of there, given that he was drawing dead, courtesy of the turn. Now we flip back over where more violence brews. This time, Ben Heath, pipping the ace-9 of Stephen Chidwick, arrived at this point by virtue of a Chidwick min-raise open with the blinds at 100, 200. Heath flatting and defending from the big, then check calling a 550K follow-through. Here we are at the turn with Heath having checked. Now facing 1 million from Stevie. Heath makes the call. Pot up to 4.2.
Gonna guess the river goes check, check on.
Oh, look at that card. The bailout for Chidwick, the aggressor. Heath checks, and Chidwick very content to check back, sensing that it's either the ace or the 6. Otherwise, I'm not getting called. So where's the upside? Yeah, you can see he doesn't show a lot of emotion at the table, Ras, but he kind of gave us a glimpse into what is understandable disappointment, given that his kicker was good. Now, more all-in and call collisions. This time, Ryan Feldman with the Broadway draw and the club draw against Lococo, who's got queens and a Broadway draw of his own. Feldman is covered. Now, all of a sudden, the 9 does the trick for him as well as he picks up outs. 32% equity with 1 to come.
This is the stone bubble, ladies and gentlemen.
$18 left. Will Feldman find the help he needs? No. And the emotion taking over there. I'm sure he'd love to pick the chair up and
you know what I think
through
he
the
didn't
LED
realize?
wall. But
Sorry, Elliot. You know what he didn't realize? He said if I knew that, I would have done it different. You know what he didn't realize? There was a double elimination at the other table. So all of a sudden they were on the stone bubble. He probably didn't realize it till basically he was all in and standing up and looking over.
You know, I was going to say Punsri's 4 blinds are staring him right in the face there because they're parked at his table. I mean, that in and of itself, Rast, is sort of a dissuasive reality, but it wasn't enough. And absent the realization that the stone bubble had suddenly come upon him, Ryan Feldman took a high variance spot, and here at his first ever Triton event and festival, gets the brutal designation of being the bubble boy. That is $500,000 of pure pain. Well, just like that, we're in the money. Not Ryan Feldman, unfortunately, as he's the man that delivers a payday to the remaining 17. Lococo, the man that do it. Boy, that is, man. You know, it happens each and every single tournament that we talk about, but here in an invitational for a $500,000 buy-in is a guy who, you know, had a golden little opportunity before him. First ever Triton. There's just an added degree of empathy that comes out of the booth for Ryan Feldman.
They're going to rebalance here. One of those players at the blue table is going to head over to red.
Yep. I'll be playing 6, 6, and 5. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of undisturbed REM when Feldman crawls into bed tonight.
No.
He might cannonball into the shark aquarium, you know, just to feel alive again. What do you think? No? You betting the don't?
I've been thinking about jumping. I mean, like, there's a nice little, like, 5-meter, not the shark aquarium, but just, like, into the water below. I feel like it'd be a fun little jump. Have you walked, like,
on the water below?
Like, when you're walking on the outside patio area,
Okay.
and it's, like, down into the, whatever the little bay is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You been thinking about that one?
Yeah, and then I'm like, where would I go to get out? And, like, got to swim over to the side. I mean, there's all kinds of fun little things happening around this.
You know, there's the
resort.
turtle exhibit down there at the Royal. From what I understand, turtles really not predacious. Most of their human interactions, I think, go fairly well, so you could always work your way into that. Obviously, we need to replace you in the booth. Yeah, big turtles. I mean, what if they're small turtles? Are you scary? I mean, I don't think they're snappers. I think they're just sea turtles.
Yeah.
You know?
Sea turtles are cool, or do they come and bite? I imagine big turtles, you don't want to get bit by them. It would probably hurt
I think they're kind of herbivorous.
Yeah. No,
if
they
I'm
wouldn't be doing it
honest.
to eat you. It would more be like self-defense.
Yeah.
No, but they probably leave you alone, right?
I think they're skittish. You know, I've been around a few with the snorkel. You know, they got a bad habit of getting straws stuck in their snouts. You know about this?
No.
Plastic straws. They're always.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
That sounds terrible.
No action, it's cancelled.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not lined up for that experience.
Well, we have one stack that has like 4 blinds here, Punsery.
Yep.
And the bubble broke, so he's going to be all in soon, ladies and gentlemen. He's got no incentive to wait anymore.
Yep. ST Wang and Steven Chidwick having the gridlock broken. Find themselves playing one. Min raise out of Chidwick. Defense from the big ST. Just 9 high. Some backdoor prospects. Checks it over.
ST Wang is part of the only duo still alive, him and Mateos. So they, assuming they make it, they will not be at the same table next.
Okay.
That is, I think, the only guarantee that we have. They will redraw to 16, and unless one of them busts, they won't be at the same table.
Yeah, this is how the hell 10-9 has got into this hand?
Makita is now.
We're in a bubble.
He just got the Martirosian breakdown.
There's a Lina Nicole, like,
Where the double elimination that included Petrangelo is being
what the hell?
You can't just.
We know how that story goes.
soaked up through the app now. Foxen's got himself all in. King 9 versus Ace 5. This was an open rip.
And he gives a sweat, too.
Yeah.
From Socia, from the button. Seen her do this a few times.
Yeah,
Foxen finds the king.
It is, because he's...
You get 2 extra outs than if it wasn't a 5.
Yeah.
Socia's got a 5.
Ooh.
That looked like a 5.
The right suit, too.
Ace or a 5. And the fun for Foxen.
11.
But the 8
2 million,
secures a double. So 4.3 plus. Remember, Foxen was the shortest stack in the room coming into this frame, sub 10 bigs. And he's shaking that off quite well.
I kind of wanted him to be needling me, though. I feel like it gives me some kind of power.
I remember first. 400.
Nope.
Jacks for Chidwick. Clicking, and now Bads with perhaps an excuse. Ace Queen off suit.
I mean, he has 18 blinds. It feels like it's just jam.
3.6.
Chidwick's going to call, so here we go. A little pro-on-pro violence.
Yeah, the good news for Bads is that he's going to have 2 clean overs. The bad news, of course, is that he's going to be covered with his tournament life at risk.
We had this one today. 10s versus Ace Queen. You had 10s versus Ace Queen.
This time better.
So 7.7 plus. Looming in top set. Just a horrendous sight for Bads, and it's all over. On the turn, he draws dead, wraps the table. Obviously on the right side of the bubble, Rast, as he will be the first to collect a payout. 7.55 million headed home with the Belarusian. Payout stays flat for 16th, and then we get the first jump, $37,000.
These min caches not inconsequential in terms of even just like a Hendon mob edition. Min cache for 750?
Not at all. So a look at the final 16. Going to redraw down to 2 tables. 8 and 8 is how we'll be rumbling from this point forward. Going to take a little time to get there. Some administrative duties for Luca Vivaldi and the crew.
9 pros, 7 invitees, 1 pair still alive.
Yeah, the invitees have performed better than the pros of late. It looks like Punsri's got all of his biscuits in the basket. On their backs, Lococo, the patron, dominating with ace-jack versus ace-4 suited. 2.35 in the middle. And Punsri finds an open-ender, so any 3, 4, or 8 would be the magic card to keep him intact. Queen. Not what Punsri has in mind. Can he find the double through the deep stack? Lococo. No. It's the ace. Jack kicker plays. No diamond. And it's all over for Punsri. But off of 4 big blinds, Rast, he did manage to find the money as Feldman got showered. So definitely could have been worse for Punat. Another 755 payday.
Indy got a ladder. Did he get a? No, he didn't get a ladder.
No, the ladder is now being
Ladder's
enjoyed
next.
by the final 15. 792,000. The next 2 payouts.
Amigo, cuando hablamos por teléfono no parecía que iba a pasar esto.
Yo te juro que lo creí en todo momento, amigo.
Ha cambiado la película.
You know, it kind of unraveled in a hurry. That ball of yarn that was the gridlock on the stone bubble.
I mean, Lococo's just been on a run since he piled it in with Jack 10, and he's now the chip leader.
Yep, having dethroned Texas Mike. It is Alejandro Lococo, who sits atop the leaderboard, 13 million in front of him, 12.75. Texas Mike not far behind. Welcome back to the desk. Ali and Rasty back with you. And, well, Rast, let's chew a little bit on that Ryan Feldman situation. He was very hard on himself. He said, if I would have known, which you picked up, presumably the rest of that sentence includes that there had been a double elimination and we were on the stone bubble. Maybe I don't take the high variance line. How hard would you be on yourself in a spot such as that? I mean, is it warranted? Is this a mistake here from Feldman that he's going to have to live with?
It's really hard to say sort of like what the timing of all of it was. I don't remember personally. Also, we're here in the booth. We're separate. You know, had the players busted and walked away, would you have had a minute to see it on the app before the hand started? Right? Or did it happen like while you were playing your hand? I think if it happened after you had called while you were playing, very excusable, like have a little kind of self-love and let it go. If maybe it had happened right before, you should have maybe really quickly checked the app, like right, you know, as it was getting raised to you to look, okay, oh, 2 people are out. This changes what, you know, maybe you would just fold it now. You don't even defend pre-flop with the 10-7 of clubs because, again, we're in the stone bubble and Punsri has 4 blinds.
Well, that's the thing that I wanted to chew on is let's say we remove the double elimination from the equation. If we're not on the stone money bubble, and yet we're looking out there at our table at the 4 big blinds of Punsri, which is 1 rung closer to the money that we can ascend to, if we wait that stack out, is Feldman's involvement something that maybe he needs to rethink? I mean, I'm not sure at what stage. Maybe it's the line where he doesn't take the high variance approach. Is Punsri's 4 big blinds enough to maybe leave us questioning or reevaluating the decision-making from Feldman?
Well, you have to remember that we're 3 off the money.
Before the double.
So Punsri can bust, and that still leaves 2 left, right? There'd be 19 people left at that point. And now it just gets into kind of a theoretical ICM question of exactly how much should you tighten up, you know, when you're X off the money with this many short stacks. So that it just becomes a technical question at that point, and he and his team can look into what they think about that. I am very certain that different players are going to have different answers to that exact question.
Yeah, and therein lies some of the beauty left in this game, which, you know, parts of it have been solved courtesy of the Silicon Overlords, as you like to put it, and there's still a lot to retain in terms of information. Also, still plenty of play remaining in the evening as we do wind things down from here at Atlantis. We're going to step aside and come back with 2 tables of 15. We'll unpack the new table draw and who is profiting and who is just hanging on when we come back in about 10. And welcome back. I know it wasn't 10 minutes, but rather 90 seconds, so forgive me for those that maybe aren't here as we come back to the desk. Table draw is still in progress, Raz, so we're going to get that populated into the app, but for the time being, we can dive right in and we can look at the state of affairs. We talked about Argentina's Alejandro Lococo at the top of the leaderboard, 14.2 million now, the updated chip count for him, so he has put some buffer between himself and Texas Mike. Dvoris in third, Chidwick, Mateos, and Jang rounding out those who are above the average stack of 6.4 million. But then we scroll down and we find ST Wang, the only stack at under 10 big blinds, 1.5 million in front of him. With the pay ladders, as we look at the payouts here, not being particularly healthy, I assume that we're not going to see too much caginess from this point forward, Ras. There it is, 792 on lockup for the next two spots, and then just about 70,000 as we go to 865 for the two spots after that.
No, these pay ladders not super relevant. That said, we're already close to the final table, so you know there's still some ICM left. It's reduced a lot from the bubble, but it's still there.
Yeah.
These players will care about staying alive, and it will affect their play.
I mean, the mission is to get yourself into the top-heavy part of the program as we bring you back inside Paradise Island here in the Bahamas, the Atlantis Resort and Casino, playing host to the Triton Million Invitational. Don't forget, by the way, tomorrow we crown the champion in the Million Invitational, but then we've got a Triton main. 3 days of that will follow, 10th through the 12th. And there is the redraw. Lococo finds himself with Monchek at his table. Mateos there as well. Dvoris able to be a chip leader with 57 big blinds, despite being in third overall. So fortuitous in terms of table draw for him. And he's also got ST Wang's 1.5 million at his table, Ras. So I would say Dvoris performed well in the redraw.
Yeah, and so did Chidwick, for that matter, with 9 million and directly in position to Dvoris. Very nice draw for Chidwick, I'd say. And Lococo, yes, he's at the table with Mike, but he is in position. So
Whether he added or subtracted sketchiness, it was a sketchy hand.
That's yeah. I mean, when he first told
So
me,
we're
he didn't tell
back
me what happened.
underway. Blinds of 100, 200, and
Oh, it was one
about
of
38 minutes remaining in the level and on the evening.
Oh, but actually it was three-way and one of the guys was all in.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have had to. My hands look like not strong.
Well, you can instantly feel the contrast energetically, Rast, once that bubble breaks, can't you? Everybody's so much more relaxed. Exhale.
What's going on with the
collective?
Yeah, the ante's wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
And what a turnaround for Foxen. He was really kind of down to a nub after he lost that big pot and has spun it up, making the money. And I mean, yes, he doesn't have a lot of chips, but he's, you know, 5.2 million now. He's almost at an average stack,
Wow, Foxen, you
6.4.
spun it up.
I did.
Boy, Chance zeroing in on that very fact no sooner than you draw attention to it.
Bad. I was pretty dead to cash.
400.
Nice. The table just validated my commentary.
Like
Feel
you
good
need the
about it.
validation, Rest. Ace 10, though. Always nice when you're aligned with your peers. Dvoris. Not going to find any contrarians opening under the gun +1 with the ace 10 for the minimum. Corneth in the big dominated.
Yeah, 3 to start.
Yeah, any 3.
King 7 Trey, the product of defense from Chance. Checks over to Dvoris. Corneth has that spade working hard.
Yeah, and this will be an interesting one by chance. Ace of spades and a relatively low kicker. This could find its way into a check raise, and in fact, I'd say it's a favorite. I want to bet on check raise versus a bet this small. Again, like ace jack, ace of spades, more likely to call, but now a little more likely to raise.
Corneth finds the check raise as 200 becomes 575. Dvoris has the best hand, but this is supposed to be strong, just given what it represents in terms of chances remaining chips. So credit to Corneth. Earns that one with the worst hand.
Yeah, the ace of spades is just such a strong hand, a card to have, because it blocks your opponent from having a pretty big class of hands there. Ace-X suited of spades, which are obviously not folding. So also gives you some backdoor equity when you are called. Nice play by chance.
Yeah. Folded around to chance once more with an ace, and this time in the small. Plays it as a limp, dominating Jang, who's got Jack-4 suited. Sosia checks back, we'll see 3. Six, 7, 8 with a couple of spades. Both players with the bad end of a gutter. Corneth checks the best hand. Jang fires 300.
Don't think that's going to be enough to get Corneth out of here. I would expect. Oh, wow.
Well, it is, though. So credit to Sosia for finding a little tickle. Able to take it down with the worst hand. You know, one of the things I love the most about each successive Triton Festival, Raston, I know you're a little bit shorter in the tooth than myself as far as your time and tenure in the booth here at Triton,
Are those
is
reds more than 10 tall?
something that I'm sure you, even in spite of that reality, can also identify, and that is the progress and the evolution, in particular of invitees at each successive festival. Osmosis is a real thing. They're out there with front row seats to the best to ever do it, and they collect the ideas, as Shulman likes to say.
Yes. Yeah, yes, they do. And, you know, you have a group of largely intelligent people who are quite good at things they apply themselves to, and many of them apply themselves to poker on some level. You know, maybe not as much as a professional, but they enjoy the game, they care, and they're trying to get better. And as you pointed out, not only can they do that on their own, but they're exposed to great players who will give them ideas.
And they develop relationships also. There's a camaraderie of sorts that this rarefied air does afford the invitees and the pros, many of whom are friendly away from the Triton festivals and will spend time with one another. And obviously a lot of poker discussion does take place during that time. Meanwhile, a couple of pros squaring off. Club-on-club violence. Advantage Foxen before the flop, but now Dvoris, with a pair of fours on the flop, finds the lead.
I like that, Ollie. Club-on-club violence.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah, ace-high board versus the big blind. Do expect Foxen to c-bet. Chose a larger sizing. One I think Dvoris will be pretty comfortable continuing verse. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw. It's too much kit, as they say.
Yeah.
To let it go now.
Always mindful of kind of stack to pot ratios from this point forward. Foxen with 4.4. Dvoris finding the call, bringing the pot to 2 million, and Foxen finding the best hand on the turn with this king.
Foxen with decisions here. Definitely his hand is not good enough to get 2 streets of value unimproved. But, you know, do you check back and cap your range frequently? Or do you go ahead and bet again with a pretty big range advantage on the king turn? Could definitely be played either way.
Does go check, check. Backdoor hearts arrive. Wheel an option as well. Dvoris' hand really withering on the vine.
Foxen can't really have a 3 or a 4. I mean, maybe the only hands that have that would be ace 3 or ace 4. So it's not that relevant that he has a 4 versus a 3. He is towards the bottom of his range, and so I think this is kind of a bluff, mostly designed to get hands like 6s through queens, potentially even a king to fold.
550K. And Foxen does find the fold.
Wow.
How about that? Credit to Dvoris for finding the muscle needed to vacate the pair of kings.
Be nice to have more time. Said it would
Looks
be
like
nice to have more
Foxen
time.
doesn't have any time banks.
Then you should just try to make the final table.
Yeah, he was alluding to the idea that he could have used a little bit more time to chew on that one.
Only Soja didn't put me in so many brutal spots.
Pocket sevens
Got
now
like
for
6 of my time banks
Elias.
off my hands.
I looked at those hands. It looked like you did it to yourself.
One of them I did to myself. No, the one I used the most on was her doing.
I'm still thinking about that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sosi looked really happy about that.
You
You
have
could
so
see
many
the
time
smile.
banks.
Yeah.
He didn't put you in any tough spots?
No.
Yeah, obviously proud of being able to put someone like Foxen in the blender with some of her
but it
choices.
didn't work.
Uneventful raise and take there
The
for
spot that
Talvidia.
was supposed to be tough for her, she called before my chips hit the felt. So
The ace, queen, ace, 6 one? Yeah. Did you try to catch your chips in midair?
Yeah, I was like, check.
10-9 suited. Jiang has been rather aggressive toward the latter part of the evening. Granted, on the outside of the bubble, she was trying to accumulate. Here, she kind of maintains a modicum of aggression. 10-9 suited, emboldening her from the cutoff to make it 4 1/4. Foxen with Jack 10. Defends. King 7-6. Socia with the gut shot. No club on board. 1-1 plus in the middle.
Yeah, her hand's dominated, but this will be a good flop for her. She should win it with a C-bet. Don't see how Foxen continues.
400,000, and where are we going from here? Into the bin. Jack 10. Dispensed. It's been a long day for these gladiators. Obviously rewarded for all the stamina required by finding the money here in this million, and hopefully finding a bag as well. ST Wang just 5 big blinds here, hoping they can get some rest and try to spin it up tomorrow.
If they hadn't given you your first double, you would have been out.
I know. No.
You would have been left with 2 blinds.
I was not complaining. I was complimenting you on removing all my time banks from me.
400. 400 to go, says Corneth with ace-jack.
Corneth's photo over there makes it look like, I feel like it's like he's died and he's got this aura around him or something.
Was it in a prize fight, just given maybe his nose was split open?
Yeah.
I know what you mean, that weird, like, you know, on a church program or something, you're like, we're here to celebrate and remember Mother Mary.
Brother Chance.
Right.
He lived a full life.
Corneth, by the way, also among those who are here at their first ever Triton. Lococo, Monchek. I mean, what a way to announce yourself. 3 of the remaining 15. 20% of the field. Triton first-timers. Foxen. Queen deuce suited enough on the button. He's not particularly deep, but he's so fearless. One down, and it'll be 2 down momentarily, I would imagine, even though ST hates to say goodbye to 2 big blinds of the 5 he started with. Ras 7-3 off is so dusty.
Yeah, I think you can find a fold here with 7-3 off. It is versus the dealer button. So it is against a wider range than an earlier position. Might be one thing ST is considering.
I fold. Should I call?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he wants to show that one.
Should it be
Been a rough go.
I was ahead. Yeah, I don't know. Should it be call?
You shouldn't have looked.
I don't know. Yeah.
so demoralizing. I mean, obviously for ST, he's thrilled to be on the right side of the bubble, but he wants to fight. You know, if this was a cash game, he wouldn't be sitting around with 3 big blinds. He would have reloaded. He would have been right back in the saddle, but no bullets with which to duel for the time being for ST.
And he is half of the last remaining pair.
Mateos, his partner?
Yes.
Folded around to Talvidier's button. 10-8 offsuit. Greets him.
All right, this is almost certainly getting played.
Now he's timing.
Yeah, all in, and ace-9 offsuit. Well worth it. Dominating Cornith.
Wow. Big hand.
Chance, by the way, I mean, 650, not inconsequential. But obviously he will be able to fight on with 3.2 should things not go his way, which they don't rate to. 71-27, the advantage for ST. Can he find the late night double? 1.5 million in the middle, and a gut shot for Cornith. Got to fade the queen and the jack now if you're ST.
Preserve the equity from pre-flop pretty close.
Mm-hmm. Now he moves to 91%.
That would have been a cooler turn.
And the 8 locks it up. ST now has 8 bigs, let's call it. As we flip back over to the only other table in the room. You can tell this has been a grueling affair. By the way, how about David Einhorn? Rast, you know, we kind of touched on it on more than one occasion throughout the course of the day, but this is a man who busted his first bullet of 500,000 within the first few hands of day one. Ace-King versus aces, propelling Jared Blesnik into an early double and a massive chip lead. Since then, however, he has fought and scrapped on bullet number 2, and he has found the money. And here he is with ace-9, finding an open jam of 2.5 million. Nagy in the hijack. Ace-10. He is covered, and you see the reluctance, but he does fold the ace-10.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this jam is wide. 12.5 bigs under the gun, 8-handed. It even got a better hand to fold.
Yeah?
But,
well, remember, I mean, a lot of times we do see leaner stacks consider the idea that they're going to be dusting off 2.5 bigs, going through the big and the small blind. And if they think the hand is good enough, they'd rather use the full clip under the gun in particular, leverage it all to try to find an orbit's worth of tokens, and that's exactly what Einhorn successfully did just there.
I hear you. But you're going through 7 people, and when you get called with ace-9 off there, you are toast.
Yeah.
T-O-A-S-T, toast.
I like it when you touch me.
Wow, really?
You know, you're definitely puckered as the action moves around you, but Nagy with king 10. He'd rather be a man jamming than a man calling off, and that's evidenced by what we're observing here. 2.35 deployed. Heath asking for a count. Is this a slice of T-O-A-S-T, Rast, that's about to greet Nagy in the form of a call?
Oh, he's coming, but unfortunately for Ben, he's not dominating. I mean, King 10's 2 live cards. It's going to be like, what, 62-38 or something like that? 63-37. He does cover both suits, although those are only 1% odd type deals. Running out of 4-card flush.
Heath is going to jam ever so slightly over the top. He'll pull back some of it, and then he'll be delighted to see that he's got the big advantage. Better than 3-2. 2 clean cards for Nagy. It could be worse.
Yeah, I have.
5.1 million chip pot. Will there be even more carnage still in store with very little time remaining on the evening? 10 in the window. Nagy jumps in front. Got to dodge not just the ace and jack, but the king as well. Given Heath has flopped the Broadway draw.
Yeah, the odds did a 180. Phil now the 2-1 favorite. Oh.
Ouch. That turn card improves Nagy to kings and tens, but it gives Heath Broadway. And now the pressure back on Phil to find a king or a 10 to fill up and keep his seat. And he cannot do it. GG's issued.
2.7.
And a late day 2 bust out for Phil. He will collect the payout
Kind of the same sweat I had though.
of $792,000, which will remain flat
right?
for 15th
You
and
like that queen
14th.
there, 10 there.
But I prefer it this way.
Is that right? Good for you. I like
I changed my time
Good
bank
for you.
here, okay? I gave 5, take 5.
Now 14 remain.
Seat open.
Man, it is starting to get pretty quiet out there. Obviously, part of it is the sort of fallen comrade effect. And you see Nagy, who fought hard, represented the invitees well, being showered, but then also just not a lot of fuel left in the tank. Obviously, you could be running on adrenaline if you're toward the top of the leaderboard. But if you've just been hanging on, scrapping, it can be a grueling day of poker.
Yeah, I made the best.
Mateos gets a walk.
Adrian.
Well, talk to us, chat, as we wind the evening down. Let us know what's been your favorite part of this event thus far, not just on day 2, but if you were along for the ride on day 1. What's been the highlight? Who you cheering for? What was the worst beat of the day? Love to hear your take.
I think 26 total. Yeah. 26 total. Hit the big blind.
King-Queen suited for Alejandro Lococo, who emerges as an early candidate, says Luis Estrada for play of the day. The bluff he pulled off against Bads, windmilling it in his face. Oh. Einhorn now rips in 2.5 once more. Remember that Nagy, who busted out moments ago, had the opportunity to call off, covered by Einhorn ever so slightly with an ace-10. He would have been in much better shape, as it turns out, than he was versus Heath. who introduced him to his maker, and here Lococo must deliberate. Is the king, queen of diamonds worth an extra 2.1?
And he calls, and here's 5.55 mil in the middle. Let's run it. It's pretty close.
Might there still be casualties to come? Einhorn has the edge by 9%, and now more than that on the deuce 4-5 rainbow board, which is paint-free, just the way Einhorn likes it. Lococo, who was up to over 14 million at one point in time, could be down to 11 and change unless he finds a king or a queen, which he does not on the turn. Nor does he do so on the river. So the Greenlight Capital founder stays in the hunt. And I got to wonder, like, for everybody employed over at Greenlight Capital, do they know bosses out here in the Bahamas rumbling in a $500,000 buy-in? Are they sweating? Let us know if you're in the chat. Obviously, it's a school night. Got to be at the office tomorrow, downtown. But, you know, I don't think you would be getting in any trouble if maybe you're a few minutes late because you were sweating. Boss down here doing his thing.
Feels like a ready-made excuse.
Maybe there's an office party right now going on,
Yes.
you know, a little watch party.
You're at the watch party, then the excuse is built in. But just show up the next day and you're like, yeah, I'm an hour late. I was watching Boss last night. Sure.
Maybe they're on a Zoom. Maybe everyone's at home in bed on a Zoom, you know, iPad in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Einhorn now looking for a spin, and he's running to kings. 2 10s. At least he was deep enough on this occasion not to just open rip it. That's the good news. As he clicked it.
Well, I mean, he's going to call and all in. And
a lot of excitement here.
the good news for Einhorn is that he has almost 3 million more, so he'll be fine when he loses his pot, you know, 82% of the time.
I mean, if this hand had emerged, though, a moment ago before he found the double through Lococo, it would have been a very different potential outcome for him. But a roller coaster ride impending here as we get back over to Einhorn, who... Did he already make the call? I think. Yeah, there it is. Kind of shrugs his shoulders and will accept that it's just a hand of poker that's sort of playing itself.
Swing it back.
Sometimes green candles are followed by red ones. Without a 10, that'll be the case here, one would imagine. Hearts are covered for Unlu. At risk, but sitting pretty. 9-1 plus the advantage with 2 to come. Trying to ward off 10s. Success on the turn. Just 1 card away from a late day double, something Einhorn knows a thing, in fact, 2 things about, as we observed. And it is Sinan's turn, as he will wash that one down and come out the other side with north of 5 million.
Well, that was fun. I mean, what you can do with that.
No choice. Yeah. I jump 9 rules.
Well, as long as the cooler comes on the back of a couple of heaters,
A little bit hot.
average temperature remains balmy
tomorrow, you
in
mean,
Camp
or-
Einhorn.
So we finish the day? No?
3.
Okay.
3 again.
All right, so official word coming down that the level will be concluded, and then play will officially come to a close.
But they said either 20 levels or final table. Oh, okay. And it wasn't super likely that we have the final table, obviously.
We're just about 5 minutes away from
I-
drawing the curtain.
Start of the day it was
On day 2.
Starting of the day it was visible that after 20 levels it will not be like final table. It's too many players, so maybe if less players we get the final table.
You want smaller field?
Hmm?
You want smaller field?
No, I like bigger. But I want to play more.
Well, looks like Mateos still has gas in the tank.
Maybe not enough players.
Unlu
4 days.
Yeah.
puts the new chips to work with King 5 suited from the puck. Ponikov's going to flat with the ace 7.
6. Okay.
Covers ever so slightly.
PLO's at the wrong time. You know, I think late reg ends at like 2 tomorrow. This probably starts at noon.
Yeah.
Jack 7 deuce. Ponikov's pairs.
I think that's just like how it goes. There's no huge crossover.
Checks it over to Unlu. Just the backdoor spades, really.
Yeah.
Of note.
Yeah.
He'll take a swing, though. This is a fairly dry texture. $350K. You know, Ponikov's probably not looking to play anything dramatic.
No, not at this stage. Maybe for chips, he would consider some check raise type plays there on the flop, but not right now.
So sure enough, the flat of 350.
And this
Turn
card
pairs Unlu.
yeah, could get Unlu in trouble. He might end up calling a river bet on a blank. I'm assuming this probably goes check check.
That it does. Oh, and running fives as Unlu somehow finds trips and the W. Now, you know, as played, I don't think Ponikov's fears the jack, and he definitely isn't supposed to fear the 5, so maybe with 1-9 in the middle, he goes for value, or does he check and deuce? What do you like?
My guess is he's going to go for value here.
Yeah, given the check back on the turn from Unlu, you could see a lot of shutdowns with, you know, some high card hands looking for cheap opportunities. And instead, it's going to cost Ponikov's $950,000 as he comes with half pot.
Have to think the raise is incoming as played. I mean, King 5 just feels like such a strong hand. It'll be a little bit disconcerting to Ponikov's. It doesn't make a ton of sense as a line. But then again, how often are people really bluffing here also? So it's one of those situations where as unlikely as it feels when you can rule out all other options. You're just left with what remains. And that is, he probably made 3 5s. But I'm not really sure if these guys have history. Have they played together before?
You will need to restart the time then.
So the all-in gets counted down. And this was a pre-flop raiser who followed through for 350 on a dry flop, knuckled back on the turn, and all of a sudden has risen up on the river. This is a covering jam. Ponikovs has to make a decision for his tournament life. Will he come back and play day 3 or click call and emerge among the fallen? Well, he's going to let it go, and when the opportunity comes around for him to examine and reflect, I'll be quite pleased that he avoided elimination.
One more?
Well, we'll get to find out the answer. Here it is. It's on stream.
I mean, you'll see in the
Just got to wait 30, 40 minutes, and there it is.
Yep.
Nice fold.
Daniel pointing out, by the way, that Ponikovs did have Unlu slightly out-chipped, so these sorts of things are relevant. Apologies if we got the math wrong, and by we, I mean me there. Thank you, Daniel, for that.
Yeah, Unlu had him out-chipped, right?
Apparently, it was the other way
Oh, you're
around
saying
because
Ponikovs
I
had
didn't
him
have,
out-chipped. Okay.
you know, the bet of 950 factored into the fact that Unlu
okay.
had jammed, so a little oversight on my part. Never lost on the chat, though. Always on top of things. That's why we love having you guys out there streaming us live. Mateos, ace, jack. Min raise, as you see, players not looking to stick around and spectate, just getting themselves together for a quick trip to bed, I would imagine, with a long day ahead of them tomorrow in the quest for 12 million. Lococo concedes.
Muy seis.
And Mateos will take the final hand of the night here at one of the 2 remaining tables as we burst the bubble and then some here in Atlantis. 14 remain, $792,000. The next payout in a ladder of almost 70K will be on tap if you can make the top 13. There are the remaining 14 split across the 2 tables. Back here at the desk, Alinejad and Rasty ready to put some final thoughts on things. Rast, gas, light in the tank, not just for those out there that have been doing it, but those in here calling it on the evening as well. Did ask the chat for their most memorable moments. The Lococo bluff, that was the big candidate, I guess. Is it the one number 1 for you as well? Yeah, and he's still in the field, and he's got heaps. Let's get a quick peek here, if we will, at the remaining stacks. Texas Mike back in front as Lococo slipped off of his high water mark. Now sits in third, just shy of 11 million. DeVoris has inherited second place, not far off the pace set, as 3 Triton first-timers are still in this field. 6.9 million, the average stack. Shortest in the room is ST Wang, still sitting there, 5 big blinds. He did find a double, but he's going to need plenty more help when we come back to do it again tomorrow. You ready for bed?
I am. Yeah, it's been an exciting day of poker, and tomorrow we have the final table, but we ought to get some rest so we can sweat this proper.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So don't forget, set your clocks. 1 o'clock local time here in the Bahamas. That's East Coast time in the U.S. And then do your math from there is when we're going to kick things back off and we're going to play down to a winner on day 3 of this Triton Million Invitational. On behalf of the entire team here at Atlantis and Rasty, we say goodnight and we hope to see you mañana.